No.
Oh, the 21st.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Madam Mayor, it's 9:07 and we are live.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Lakewood Beach City Commission Budget Work Session number 1. City Hall Commission Chamber on Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here?
Commissioner Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here. I will lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning, everyone. Today is its overview of the city's fiscal year 2025 proposed operating and capital budgets workshop. Welcome, everyone, to the scintillating.
Hey, easy there.
I'll be positive. Hey, budget. Okay, you take it away.
I will start off by thanking, everyone. Obviously, this is during the workday. This is something new we're trying, to hopefully cut down on all of the workshops we had last year that, went until all times in the evening. So I do want to thank each of you for setting some time aside to do this during the workday. So before I hand it over to finance, I do want to say we have all of our budget staff from all of our departments here, as we kind of go through everything. If you guys have questions on specific things, projects, processes, stuff like that, we have all of the required staff here in attendance with us today. I also have Jonah Leva from the CRA, coming around 9. Oh, she's here already. Oh, you said 9:30. I did not see you. So we have Joan here as well, because as we move in, I think the second thing on the agenda was kind of go over the strategic. We're going to mention the strategic priority stuff. So in prior meetings, obviously talking about housing and stuff like that, having Joan here is important to kind of have those conversations as well. So if there's,
I want to interrupt. I just want to thank, we were presented this year. I have to point this out. We were presented, this is the first year since I've been here, that we have been presented with these amazing, organized, fairly explanatory books. And I can't imagine what went into doing these. And I want to thank everybody for taking the time to spend that much time with all these numbers. Thank you very much, really.
well, it's unfortunate you said that, because I'm actually looking to go back to the actual stretch with nothing but.
So grateful.
I wish I had pictures of the progression of how we started all the way to where we are now. I said, look at the city progressing.
So if there are no other comments, then I wanted to hand it over to finance staff to kick us off.
Good morning. Thank you. Welcome to our first budget workshop for fiscal year 2025. My name is Monica Naughton. I'm the Assistant Finance Director for Budget. I have Candace Dale. She's our budget analyst for the city. A bit closer. Can you hear me now? It does matter. Okay, great.
There's people that are listening outside too.
So we are, I'd like to thank our acting city manager, Mr. Jamie Brown, and our assistant city manager, Mr. Trip Perry, for their work in helping us develop this process, as well as our director of financial services, Mr. Yannick. Our budget team, Candace again, Lucy, one of our accountants, also special assistants from 2 of our other accountants, Stephanie Hernandez, Vishali Patel, and the entire finance team who helped this process, as well as our senior executive administrative assistant to the city manager, Shona Smith. Because without them and this budget team, this process would have never happened. Also wanted to take a moment to thank all the department leadership, budget team within those departments, their time, energy, and commitment to balancing the budget this year. We're bringing a balanced budget to you, so we're excited about that. So we just wanted to thank everyone for their long days and nights, and we'll get started. All right, so you might notice again, we just talked about, we have a revamped process, so thank you for agreeing to move forward with us to do this. Our plan is to walk through a high-level overview. We're gonna walk through all the funds, and then we have Stantec here with us today, and they're going to provide some discussion. They'll be on Zoom. So we're just going to ask if you could allow us to walk through our presentation. Then we'll have Stantec do their modeling, and then we'll save time for questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome, no problem. We also have a whole afternoon for questions with the departments. Yes.
Yay.
But that allows you to ask any questions, so if you could take your notes, we're gonna go through kind of again, a high level overview. And then, then Stantec will finish their presentation and then we'll break for lunch. So, I'm just gonna talk briefly about your binder. So your binder is kind of in that same order, or actually your budget book, no longer a binder. It starts with the cover page, table of contents, the table of contents, then go through a budget detail by fund. It has the operating budget, the itemizations for each department, the supplemental schedule, and then the supplemental request. And then it starts with general fund, moves through all the funds and goes to a supplemental salary schedule. So you'll hear me refer to some of the page numbers also. So that's kind of the order of where we are with things. I just wanted to take a moment to, I'm going to mission vision.
Can
Sorry.
I also say thank you that the pages are in order, that we don't have like 12 to 17 and then 13 to 4. Thank you.
You're welcome. So just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that our mission, vision, and core values are at the epicenter of what we do. Core values guided this budget process, of course, teamwork. And so that's what guides this process. The budget process and timeline, I'll just briefly go over that with you. So the budget process does start in November. It's a year-round process where we start reviewing all the information and preparing for budget development here in the finance department. Then we had a kickoff in February. March, all the departments gathered together, began gathering all their information, and then they were required to submit it by the end of March. In March and April, we went through together with the city manager's office and the departments and reviewed all their budgets together. In April, we compiled and reviewed the information, and we're at the point of our first budget workshop here in May. In June, we'll get the updated information on from the property appraiser, the initial assessment on June 1st. July 1st, we'll get the final taxable property appraiser rate, which feeds into our budget, especially our general fund budget, which we'll talk about. And then July 25th, we'll come back together because we'll have those unknowns as well as some other information. And then we'll have our first public hearing September 17th, second public hearing September 28th, and wrap up the budget process. So with that, you may recall last year that there were priority pillars that were decided upon from the prior city commission. And Mr. Jamie Brown wanted to have that discussion with you all and decide if this is still what you're looking for, because this does drive and impact the budget process. So I'll pause and hand it over to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Monica. So last year on July 20th, last summer, there was a strategic priorities work session. I sent that out to each of you week before last. The link to that particular meeting, I think it was only an hour, 45 minutes. I had a chance to view that. And also included the backup that was part of that, which had all of the 4 different pillars we have. And that was following a meeting the previous year, which was April 25th of 22, which kind of piggybacked on the back of that. Again, we didn't do anything after that July meeting last year. So what I did was I went through and I was at the South Carolina. I basically I took all the notes from that particular meeting, from what everyone on the dais at the time said. I can go through those, but I didn't know if there was anything in particular that is different now or has changed, or a lot of things we talked about we're already in the process of. As far as like the Gulfstream hotel was one of the things. We obviously had the groundbreaking yesterday for that. Another thing was the beach property, like moving forward with that. We're obviously moving forward with that. So there are things that were discussed as far as priorities back then that we're already doing already. But I didn't know if there were new things or anything else we needed to add. Obviously with Commissioner May now with the few on the dice as well. I didn't know if you had other things to bring forward, but as Monica mentioned, this is one of the things that we kind of structure our budget around. We want to make sure that the projects we're bringing forward and everything we're doing are in line with where we're wanting to take the city and what your direction is. So I kind of wanted to open that up, and there were comments back then as well. Like I mentioned, housing and some of the initiatives we're looking to do, which is why it was important that we had Executive Director Leo here from CRA, in case any questions or comments came up on that.
Well, I'll just start real quick. The three, having talked to a lot of citizens in the past 6 months. The three things that really seem to come up are, housing costs. The pothole, the street infrastructure. And then this, the water, the sewer, the flooding, the things that I think none of this is a surprise. Our water infrastructure in terms of, and I've been getting some complaints about sewer smells from some of the places. So to me, thank you for pointing out that we have made some progress since last year. But to me, those two things are really, the things that people are
Yeah.
really telling me about, and that's what we do. Mr. McBoy?
Thank you. I guess, things that I hear about frequently are, just the general appearance of the city that would fall under the quality of life. What can we do to make it come across, make it appear a little bit better? And that has some degree of overlap with environmental concerns, environmental sustainability too, in the street cleanliness and stuff going in the lagoon, but primarily more appearance. The other one that I hear a lot about is tree canopy. Can we do anything to make sure that our whole process works better as far as avoiding taking down trees that don't need to, avoiding hat racking. Right now, people report it, but it's after the fact and that doesn't do sort of a lot of good. And planting. Because it contains that, and those are sort of additions or details to the four categories. I think the four categories are pretty reasonable that you had, economic development, quality of life, infrastructure, which the mayor referred to, and environmental sustainability.
Yeah, I want to piggyback onto that. We'll talk about the appearance of cleanliness, and I think we all hear a lot of it. One of the things that we did talk about, and people have spoken about it, is having some sort of city campaign about take pride in our city. Whether it's like to go into the schools and from the schools, hey mom, don't throw that trash, don't throw that beer bottle on the lawn, right? Because it can make a difference, and I think if we start in the schools, and I think the schools are welcoming to this kind of attention and interest. To come up with, like in New York City, was give a hoot, don't pollute. And boy, that made a difference because people used to throw stuff out of their cars and all of a sudden that didn't happen. So just piggybacking into what you're talking about, maybe we can sort of look into fleshing that out a little bit. Anything else?
Just to follow on that, this is something that Manager Brown will know that I've brought up frequently. My feeling is, I like the idea of a campaign. I think that's very important, but I would make it very broad that it has multiple stakeholders. Residents are one of the set of stakeholders. Kids in the school is a good way to work on that. There might be subsets that are a little more directed to particular areas or particular groups. But I think it's very important that the community knows that the city is very much part of this, so that as we do code enforcement, here's why we're doing certain things. It's to get toward this pride in the city. And here's what Department X is going to do on it. Here's what Department Y is going to do. So that people can see that it's not just the city saying, well, you guys clean it up.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I
So the
mean,
messaging.
when I talk about campaign, it's an all-inclusive.
Yeah, but it needs to be, I think it needs to be written down and people can see, okay, what each department is doing, what residents are expected to do, what businesses are expected to do to make it all work.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess I think, we've talked about this previously. I remember the strategic planning meetings, but, and it probably really goes with community and economic development, but another top comment other than what you just mentioned, both of you, is, just the user friendliness of permitting systems and overall just going through that process and making it a little bit more efficient, easier to understand.
Ms. May? Oh, Mr. Brown.
I was about to say, what we could do is, partner with the CRA, with the citywide campaign, and come up with something.
Yep.
I'm allowed because Joan literally just texted me that, so.
She is so sneaky. We don't need to get into the weeds of details today, but just.
Jen, I came over that was Joan.
Very quick.
I can go down through some of these
Yeah.
comments real quick, just to kind of give everyone an idea, and some of these, were based on the presentation we had then, so some of us are just replacing terms here and there, so I'll skip those since we don't have the presentation up, but, Mayor, you mentioned, the new city hall, like in our current fire station one location, and having this, become a community center, slash theater. Obviously reopening of the historic Gulfstream, including the CRA and some of our efforts, like some of the language we had in that previous, presentation, that really mentioned the CRA and a lot of the housing efforts they're doing. So adding that, we were adding, I banks and some cemetery language to some of the stuff we had, because that was absent. See here. Overall, a lot of the comments were just, some of the bullet points seemed like they weren't as positive as they could have been. Like someone was kind of harping on kind of like the negative, or it wasn't a positive outlook, so change some of the language around that. Overall physical appearance of the city, should be listed more in there, which is kind of what we're talking about, coming up with a campaign. Commissioner McCoy, you mentioned like a more expansive, vision statement, and mentioning more about how the community, like can enhance and preserve and not just kind of, create, because we're already here. Review of our code, to clarify our vision, achieving a true net zero in terms of carbon, diverse power sources, that was, mentioned multiple times. Stormwater and efforts we're doing to, like the mayor, you had mentioned, to reduce flooding and some of the sea level rises that we're seeing, in multiple areas of the community. Commissioner McCoy, you'd mentioned, possible community gathering places, you used Compass as an example. Talked about different populations like the Haitian and Guatemalan population, more creative approach to playgrounds. There's a mention of, and this is where our coordination comes in with environmental resources management with the county. Sea levels are fine, but the living shorelines are better, kind of doing different things like that. We're obviously moving forward with the Bryant Park jetty design right now, and we're dealing with currently. Being more explicit with some of the things, some of the goals we had in there, like we had talked about, ground cover and some of the different things we're doing, but actually why it's important, which, reducing heat island effect and some of those things. Emission carbon sink, focus more on decarbonization. You had already mentioned this earlier, but a commitment to increase tree canopy and what we're doing about that. And obviously we're having those conversations now, 50,000 we kind of set aside. And we have that RFQ going out very soon, with the planning, a prioritization of alternative transportation, citywide beautification again. Customer service was discussed for quite a while, and I think Mr. Commissioner Boyd mentioned having like a central number or something like that. Focusing more on the city's brand, which we just discussed, having a campaign or something that we can kind of push out. This is where the Business Advisory Board came in. So this was pre-Business Advisory Board, and that meeting happened last year, but actually making it easier for small business and opportunities in the city. And what can we do to do that, which was the creation of the Business Advisory Board. More educational components regarding some of the stuff which you just mentioned, Madam Mayor, about getting schools involved and things like that. An enhancement of public relations, which we're in the process of doing. Review of our comp plan, by looking at, we obviously have the current mobility plan we're working on, housing plan, and then a broadening of the CRA district. Be more intentional about resilience, especially as the FDOT projects are coming. We have a lot of projects going on currently, and then moving into the future as well. Commissioner Diaz, you had mentioned the downtown parking, possibly charging for parking downtown. You mentioned an article of high cost of free parking, which I did download. I'm not ready yet, but that was one of the things you really harped on. Focus on more transit-oriented development, and then maximizing the use of our library, and possibly looking at funding, for the library. So that's kind of what the notes I took just from last July's meeting.
That's the great,
So before I went and kind of updated everything, kind of got with staff and started doing all this, I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing that was kind of listed in there that you're like, yeah, delete that one. Let's not do that anymore.
we did that.
But
Great. No, that's a tremendous inclusive list.
Okay.
Ms. Malega.
It is a great list and we did put a lot of thought behind it, but my number one concern, and above all of that, is financial viability. And we don't talk about that anywhere. And this city has to have a financial plan because yes, we have the ARPA, yes, we have penny sales tax, but again, if we don't make that the top priority on parking, paying for parking, getting the money back out of the Bohemian, that to me should be our number one driving source on our decision-making right now. Because we're all not gonna be here for a long time, right? And to me, if we can set the city up for a good financial future, it'll make whoever's sitting in these seats jobs a lot easier versus when we got a $2 million bill for the Bohemian and didn't know how to pay for it. So I would like us to keep that at the forefront. That when we are doing these things, trees are important, trees are never gonna pay us back, but they're gonna help in other ways financially. So I just want us to be mindful on everything that we're doing, that it has to have a financial tie to it for the viability of the city. And just keep that in mind through our budget process and all the decisions that we make, right?
Thank you. Ms. May. Maybe May.
Thank you. I was thinking something along the same lines as, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Maliga. The other thing I was thinking about also is, because we've talked about it a few times, is access to the water for the residents. You know, how we were looking at the access points where residents can access water. We had conversations about that, and I want to make sure that that's on our list.
Thank you. All right, I think we've covered that. Oh, no, we didn't. Mr. Diaz?
I was just gonna point out that that list, as exhaustive as it is, the amazing thing is that, a lot of it we've kind of already checked off too. Like the library budget, we did have a meeting quite a while ago with, Community Foundation on identifying perhaps, having an endowment or something set up for a library, but I think probably need to follow up on that, but, it's a nice list and we've already in the process of checking off a lot of it, which is really exciting and not to be overlooked. And in terms of the fiscal responsibility, I think it's a good point. I think we want to assume that that's something that's the backbone of our decisions, but maybe and I don't know what the answer is, but maybe there is some place that we need to memorialize it in writing because it's one of those things where you just kind of hope that your electeds are doing. And given the state of our state and other municipalities, maybe it's a good idea to get it down if that's a commitment.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on.
Margaret?
Thank you. We're back to the budget.
Sorry.
So we're going to start, no, thank you. Thank you for your discussion. That's going to help us drive this process. So we're going to, again, we kind of talked about the process. It's going to be a budget review of all funds. We'll start with the general fund. And then we'll talk about revenue and expenses and give you significant changes. And then Stantec will come in. So we'll get started. So as mentioned, the budget is balanced. We're really excited about that this year. The teams and departments work really hard to bring us balanced budgets. And so we know that this is a draft form. We'll have many updates along the way. And probably some significant updates when we get into July, once we get the additional information from the property tax appraiser's office, which is what this represents. This is just showing you a progression over time of what our city's taxable value has been. We've kept the millage rate at the 5.495. You'll see that the budget is flat. We're keeping it at that 5.495 millage rate. The millage rate, just so you may recall, is given to us again on June 1st. And the mills is a rate, the amount of tax payable per dollar for the assessed value of the property. So that feeds into our, obviously, property taxes, which feeds into our general fund revenue.
Interesting that it went down. I want to interrupt you, I'm sorry. All
Yes,
right.
that's debt service, that's declining, yes. So general fund revenue assumptions. So we budget flat until we receive updates from the property appraiser, assuming we'll have the same millage rate as the prior year. We do expect there to be probably some additional revenues based on property tax increases. We'll wait to get that information in July. Franchise fee contributions, that increase based on an increase in revenues from the respective departments. And then state shared revenues and half-cent sales tax increased, half-cent sales tax by 21%, state revenue by 27%, and that continues to increase year over year. We're expecting that to increase this year. Don't know how long that'll last. It's based on market. So as you mentioned, we have some key decisions to make. We are on to, just if you're following me on the agenda, we're going through the all funds overview, and we're on to significant changes for all funds. So all funds, you'll notice they have a budget of a 3% salary increase for fiscal year 25, which is reflected in all salaries and wages for the COLA. And then we have an additional 4% supplemental request for class and comp study. You may recall that'll be done within probably the next month, and we'll have that information in July. One additional item, actually I mentioned that already. In addition, the benefits increased, that you'll see reflected as a 15% estimate, but I'm happy to say thanks to the diligence of our HR department and leadership, they were able to get this reduced to 5%.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So it's not reflected in this budget, but it will be reflected in the next budget. And then the defined pension costs have been budgeted at an estimated 5% increase. You'll recall this is the previous pension plan. General liability, also referred to as property and liability, we budgeted for 35%. That's one that's a challenge for us right now. We're going to have to go out for bid because we received information that's going to be 65%. So our HR team, yes, is working on that right now as we speak. And so we will have hopefully an update in July, but we'll keep you updated as we progress. And that's reflected in all funds and a significant increase, obviously, across the funds. And then the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office contract is currently budgeted at 14 million. That's a negotiation as well. And that reflects a 4% increase. We are on to general fund revenue by type. So we're beginning with the general fund revenue. As you can see, taxes make up the bulk of our revenues, as well as transfers in from the enterprise fund. So it's a high level summary of what revenues in the general fund, 16.4 million, just shy of that in taxes, which is ad valorem property taxes. Taxes other, which is sales, use, fuel, and utility services tax, that's around 5.4 million. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but then I'll just highlight again that transfers from enterprise funds to the general fund at an estimated 16.16 million. And so the total estimate revenues for this year are around 49.1 million. Again, with those two largest areas being the transfers and the taxes.
Could you clarify, I know we're not interrupting, but could you clarify, since it's 40%, the largest fraction of the budget, what other revenues is?
We just have other revenues that,
It's only $298,000.
yeah, that's a small amount, that 298,000. You're probably looking at taxes. Are you looking at taxes other
I'm
maybe?
looking at the pie chart, which says gray, which says
Oh.
40%.
Oh, yes, that's supposed to be any transfers from enterprise funds.
3%. The tiny little green one at the bottom is the $295,000.
Right.
Oh, yeah, oh, that would make, am I looking at funds?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we should.
I see gray and I see gray. on
No, I
the
think you're right. I
I
think you
need
did
to
update. It's linked to something. And I think it's not updating. It's not, it's live. It's that 40%.
Yeah, but where are you getting it?
The pie chart, the 40%.
The pie chart is there.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
yes. We'll correct that for the next one. Thank you.
So that 40% gray is,
It's actually the transfers from enterprise fund.
Oh, I see.
so that's bigger than property tax.
Yes. That's 52.5 million. Yes. Okay, so general fund revenues. Okay, this is again, kind of just going through that same information that we just talked about. It's just showing you that comparison to 24 versus 25. You'll see the two areas that we highlighted are state share revenues increasing from 4.2 million to 6.4 million. And then again, the transfers from enterprise funds increasing, and overall compared to our fiscal year 24 budget, we're projecting a revenue increase of around $3 million.
I understand one thing. I think this is important that we're doing this now. And when we have developers who come before us and they want us to waive fees, this is where we really have to remind ourselves that when we waive those fees, it impacts the entire city budget. So it's not just giving an investor, you know, a little bit of incentive. It affects us across the board.
And to add on to that very good point, when we waive 10 years of taxes, that's a much bigger
Well,
waive than the.
That's a whole, or that's a whole different. Yeah,
Well,
but
it's-
no, let's not, we're not gonna do this. We're gonna
It's
just
a
let them.
much bigger.
Let
hit
let
than-
me not interrupt the folks unless we do their business.
So we're back to significant changes. We're focusing on the general fund still. So again, revenues total overall, a proposed increase of to 49 million for 2025, which includes state share revenue projected increases of 21%, absent sales tax projected an increase of 21 for actually 27% for state revenue, 21 for absent sales tax. And then interest income increased by 50%, all based on the market, yes. We don't know how long that'll last, so again, some tough discussions that we need to have. And then again, the contribution for enterprise funds increase, so primarily in the market. This just represents the general fund revenue over time, so what I'm going to do is just kind of briefly discuss this. So it's basically showing you again, you see the trending increase in overall revenues from 22 to 25, with a notable increase, a notable decline from 23 to 24, the unaudited actuals, and then again, we have an increase from 24 to 25 from 3 million. The next graph is just representing what we just discussed. So it's just kind of informational, and you see that over time projection. We're on to the general fund expenses.
Yeah, sorry. I just have a question, and this is my first time, so maybe it's a stupid question, but are we assuming that we're gonna talk about the fees and everything later? That's why.
Yes.
We're not
Yeah.
doing anything right.
Yeah, so Stantec, our partner who does the modeling, they do modeling for us for general fund, all the enterprise funds. They have a hard stop at noon, so we're just going to do an overview to tell you about the information. And then we're gonna come back for questions in the afternoon. You'll see on the agenda, we have each department, each fund has an opportunity for questions.
No, I understand that. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking with, like, on this chart, it says the permits, fees and special assessments. It's exactly the same. So, and there was a lot of things when I read this, it's exactly the same from FY 24 to 25. That's because we're gonna set those fees at some point.
Some of that, yes, yes, and we'll have a discussion in the afternoon about that, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. I just want, I mean, somebody else watching, I guess, that question.
Yes, and the scheduled fees we'll have in the July workshop.
Okay.
So, and we have that as an update. We just passed the general fund, this one. And we're on to expenses for general fund for fiscal year 24 compared to 25. So we're reviewing the revenue, or I'm sorry, the expenses for general fund, both wages and benefits, again, show that increase from 24 to 25, the 24 amended budget to 25. And then we have that proposed increase of 3% in the wages. And then of benefits, we have a proposed increase of 15%, but it's going to be reduced to 5%. And then operating expenses increased around 1.2 million. And we'll get more into details on the significant changes shortly. And then the overall total expenses increased around 2.3 million from 24 to 25.
Quick question, does this wages increase, does this include the additional 4% for the common class?
It is not.
Does not yet, okay.
Yes, that's in a supplemental request. Okay, so we are on to the general fund expenses over time. Again, just showing you a comparison over time from 22 to 25, the expenses progression between wages, benefits, operating expenditures, and total expenditures. And you can see it again, an increase, slight decrease from 22 to 23, and then an increase again from 24 to 25. And this graph kind of demonstrates that, and you can just kind of see the progression, and then the total expenses beginning to increase again. So we're now on to significant changes, general fund expenses. Again, we kind of covered this. It's just a slide to demonstrate so you have that information. We covered that there's a COLA projected of 3%, property liability for 35%, benefits of 15%, that'll be changed to 5%. We talked about the Palm Beach County Sheriff's contract, a projected 4% increase. And then one item to note is information technology increased by about 13% for 156,000, I think it is. And that's due to software maintenance contracts. We are on to governmental and internal services fund overview. So we talked about the general fund already. So we're looking at net revenues of about 882,000. And then we move on to building fund. We can see that, there's about $2.8 million, in revenues, same in expenses. And, break even. Beach fund has about 4.9 in revenues, a little over 4.8 million in expenses. They'd have a net revenue of around $17,000. We'll have some discussion this afternoon because we probably need to discuss beach and talk about that financial viability piece there. Code remediation, 205,000 in revenues, 203 in expenses, 1,850 in net revenues. Gulf fund, 1.8 million in expenses, 1.87 million in revenues, 1.77 million in expenses, and about 102,000 in revenues that we're seeing. Information technology, 3.2 in revenues, about 3 million in expenses, and $209,000 revenues. Garage fund, a break even again, 1.3 million in revenues, 1.3 in expenses. Self-insurance, revenues of 6.2, and expenses of about 4.8, and then 1.39 million in net revenues. And that'll probably update as we get that property liability information back, hopefully in July, but it may be a little bit later. Same for the employee benefit fund. The revenues are 4.8 million. The expenses about 5 million. 778,000 in net revenues. That'll be updated once we update and reduce that 5% for the employee benefits. And then debt service fund 2.1, expenses of 2.1, so break even, net zero. And then the graphs just demonstrate an internal services fund overview. Again, our governmental and internal services fund overview, and you'll see that again, the general fund makes up the largest part of that. And the other funds are much smaller funds. Most of those are internal services funds. So that's to be expected. If we flip to the next slide, then we see that was the revenue overview, sorry. The next graph that you're looking at is the expense overview. And again, similarly, general fund is the largest fund again, to be expected, because it's the largest fund for revenue within those. And then the smaller funds, internal services and other governmental funds making up those funds. We are on to the beach fund, the first fund within this group. So the areas to note here are that parking revenue. That's an area of opportunity. The proposed projected increase for 25 is lower than what the amended budget was for 24, and also what our ending projections are for the fiscal year. There, we kind of maybe suspect it's based on the climate this year and the cooler weather. Not sure, but some additional discussion will be had this afternoon. There were some increases in investment income, so that kind of helps us fund out a little bit. And then there's a projected total income of 4.9 million. So a very insignificant increase in revenues for this fund. Beach fund expenses, overall, they've increased from, again, from the 24 amended budget to the 25, just slightly, not a significant change. It's around $61,000, so very insignificant. This team worked really hard to reduce expenses to bring a balanced budget forward. And again, the fund has some challenges this year. The property liability is a notable expense that obviously impacts it, as well as wages, just like the other funds. These graphs just represent what we just discussed, and the significant changes slide, I kind of already went through these. Again, noting the revenues for parking fines being significant changes, the decrease in the parking revenue. Parking fines did increase. That team has been working hard to collect on past due fines, and we're hoping that they continue to collect on those, but we think it'll level out once they catch up, obviously. And then investments increased around 80,000. Expenses, again, we mentioned those, property liability, wages, and then they reduced expenses to match their revenues so they could have a balanced budget. We are on to the Gulf Fund revenues. And I'm going to go through the significant changes slide while I talk about the graphs, just for the sake of time. So overall increases of 15% in revenue, or 251,000. This is primarily due to membership fee increase of 25,000, green fees of 200,000, club services fee of 15,000, and merchandise sales of around 10,000. And again,
Where-
if you're looking.
we don't see it. We don't-
So I'm on the significant changes slide, but I'm overall going, oh, keep going.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, and overall fund. So I'm kind of going through the information that's in the
Mhm.
graph, but explaining it to you. You can also go to your Gulf Fund tab in the budget book. If you'd like.
Okay, I have a quick question. Is the lease on here included from the beach
No.
club?
So.
Because I don't see
It's
property
up
leases
next
on
year.
here.
It's up next
No, but the money that we collect, I don't see it included on this. I see green fee membership.
These are just significant changes, so I'll have to check on it for you.
Okay, no, I was even saying on the backs, the slide before that, just for the income. The revenues, I see other income. Is that what other income is? That's just my question.
I will have
For the beach club.
I don't know for sure. I'll have to
No,
check.
it's-
It's not included. Okay.
It's in the tab though, but I don't see it in the tab.
We can check on that. We can check on that in a second.
Sorry. But I know, it's already out.
Okay, so then expenses, the significant increases. Yeah, significant, it's okay. Significant, again, the graphs just represent the information that we're going through. Basically, again, the property liability and the salaries. And then we are on to self-insurance, I believe. Did we move past garage yet?
No.
Okay, so self-insurance first and then garage. Oh, no, garage first, then self-insurance. So garage, the revenues, increased overall by about 15%. And this is the allocation across the departments due to an increase in costs. Expenses overall, the operating expenses increased due to an inter-fund admin increase. And then wages, benefits, property liability, just like the other funds. Information technology, I mentioned at 14%, allocation increase based on department budget increases. That's allocated to the IT fund, again, that's an internal service fund. And then for expenses, it's based on cost of services, so equipment and computer software, web services, that all increased. The software and network maintenance increased by about 73,000 or 8%. Increase.
I'm breaking my own rule, but jumping, but when we look at these different, we're looking at now. These are all just the individual department breakdowns, but when we say revenue, there's no revenue per se from the project, it's a chunk.
It's an internal service fund.
Exactly, I just want to make sure that people don't think, it's because it sounds like, oh, the
No,
revenue from the
no.
Bohemian parking, yeah,
No,
no, that's, you're, I want to make sure that, thank you.
Okay, we're on to self-insurance fund. Again, another internal service fund as well as the benefit fund. So significant revenue increases would be that 35%, but we're hoping for bid and hopefully that'll be reduced. And then expenses would match that 35%.
When you say revenues, put that one.
It's an internal service fund, so it's the property and liability.
Their share of the
Yes.
overall.
And that's that contract that was estimated, well, we estimated at 35, but then we got a quote back for 65, so they're going out for bid to try to get it reduced.
That's the graph.
Then the benefit fund, the revenues increased 15%, and then no significant changes. But now, again, it's going to go down to 5%. At the next workshop, that'll be revisited. We are on to significant changes for co-remediation. Revenues and expenses are consistent to the prior year, so no significant changes to note. The building fund revenues, the use of fund balance decreased by 1.45 million. So they don't have that same use of fund balance this year that they had last year that they were using. That's a significant decrease. And then expenses are consistent to the prior year, so no significant changes. And then debt services decreased by 21%, and this is pending the property appraiser update that we'll get initially in June and then in July. So we'll revisit that in July. So we're on to everyone's favorite funds, the enterprise funds. We're getting closer. We're almost there. Bear with me. Okay, so enterprise funds, we're going to do a quick high-level overview of revenue and expenses, and then we'll go into each fund, and then we will hand it over to Stantec. So as you can see, electric fund projecting about a $965,000 net revenue. Water fund, about $300,000 in revenues. Local sewer fund, about $933,000 in revenues. Regional sewer, around 564, just shy of 565 in revenues. Storm.
That's not mentioned, you're saying.
Sorry.
On page 4,
Yeah, I'm rounding, I'm sorry, I'm rounding, yes. I apologize to share that with you. I can read the whole numbers for you. No. I'm sorry, I shouldn't share that. Yes, I'm rounding for the sake of time. Stormwater fund around 739, just shy of 739,000, and then refuse fund, just shy of 194,000. So then this graph represents the enterprise revenues. Again, as we expect, electric is the largest of these funds, and then the smaller funds, of course, being water, local sewer, regional sewer, stormwater, and refuse. Similarly with expenses, it's the largest of those funds. So again, I'm going to focus on talking briefly, you have the graphs and you have the representation, but I'll talk about the significant changes that relate to this. So overall, the base rate increase is a recommendation factored in of 5% based on the Stantec modeling. They'll be discussing that and discuss some scenarios with you. Private area lighting increased by 80%. That's on page 157. There's an increase in investments by 491% from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25. And that equates to about $1.5 million. And then kayak, CAIC, you'll see that in your budget. It's an increase of 143%, 235,000. That's based on historical data.
I have to ask, I'm sorry, I apologize. Private area lighting, what is that?
That is a revenue that.
Oh, revenue.
Yes, it's a revenue. Yes, all those are revenue.
Got it, okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We're on to electric expenses. Again, you see the graphs representing the electrical expenses of electric department expenses. The significant changes, again, we covered COLA, property liability and benefits. That's across all departments. Customer service, you may already know about this one. There's a significant increase in the call center contract by about $600,000. And so our procurement team, electric team have been working together. Yeah, it's a huge hit, obviously, to the budget this year and unexpected. So then there's a contribution administration area to general fund that increased by 15% or 1 million. That was brought down in the prior year to balance the budget, brought back up. So you'll see that in the budget as well. Yes, just
I'm gonna stop you again, so the increase of call center contract, they're charged us one of $600,000.
yes.
Yes, that's.
I thought, I mean, I'm ready.
Yes, it's the Enco
That to
contract.
be clear that.
Yes, and you'll see it in supplemental
Yeah.
items itemization, and they're working on trying to, so they've taken all the electric, customer service calls.
Ms. Malega, real quick.
Real quick, I see the contribution to general fund increased by 15%. We set fiscal policy 2 years ago that would not go above 8%
Right.
from each general fund.
So if you.
So I'm asking, so were we at 6%? Like how, what was-
It's still, it's 8%, but if you recall last year,
Took it down.
for electric, we had trouble.
To offset.
Balance it, so we reduced that franchise fee to like 7.25%
right,
in order to balance. So this year we brought it up again to 8%.
so we're still at 8%, okay.
And
That's all I wanted to make sure.
What drives the administration, inter-fund administration
Right.
fees is based on administration cost that the general fund incurs,
Correct.
that cost has increased, so.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're sticking to our fiscal policy of the 8%. Thank you.
Sorry. We're continuing with, we are on to distribution. I may have gotten out of order here, so I'll just, I'll go back one. Go back, keep going back, go back. Go back with one. Yes, okay, we did that. Go ahead. Okay, yes, so
Yeah.
you'll see in distribution, yeah, page 165, the Davy Tree contract increased by 323,000, or 34%. That's a rising cost that has continued to increase. And then the poles and towers, that's an increase. That you'll see reflected for this department as well.
And just remember the Davy tree as well. Just let everybody know.
Tree trimming service.
Yeah.
I just want, okay.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, these are very abbreviated and just a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then the poles and towers, that 126% or 335K, that's installation of poles and towers based on the historical cost. So that's why that's increasing. It's basically to match the prior year's expenses.
And is the DOE grant reflected in the budget, the 23 million, or is that
No,
not
That is
in?
not, that is not yet, no.
We'll come back to the budget amendment.
Yes.
We didn't want to amend with the.
Right, thank you. Okay, number 4.
We're on to water, getting close. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm gonna keep going. So water fund, we'll start with the revenues. Let me just find the notes. And
Page 50.
page 50. I'm out of order with it. Thank you. No. Yeah,
You don't have any?
thank you. Okay, so for water fund revenues, you can see from the amended budget to the 25 proposed budget. There is a slight increase, 18.1 million to 19 million. And then I think that's all I have specifically for this one. We're going to move to the overall significant changes. The water fund expenses, again, have the same increases that we discussed. And then there's no significant increases other than just costs continuing to increase. Cost of chemicals has been a primary one for all departments, but especially for the water fund.
Can I, brief question there on revenue water fund, the biggest item, 15 million to 18 million, is judgments and fines. Is that correct?
Revenue, yeah.
You're talking about the revenue, the 17 million to the 18 million?
I'm not talking about the increase, I'm talking about the
What
overall
is-
amount,
what
that's
is-
the biggest, that's the vast majority of the budget. I don't know that that really means judgments and fines, I think that means.
It's like you wouldn't believe.
What's that? Yeah. Whatever you're doing,
Tell everybody else.
I assume that's
What is that? What is
mislabeled and that's really.
Well, what's
basically-
that?
That's charges for services.
Charges for service.
Yeah, it's, if you go back to the schedule, go back to the schedule.
No.
Which one?
Oh, probably the
Yeah.
third and fourth lines are swapped.
Back again. Yes, so
Right.
where you see
Yeah.
863, that's judgment fine, so charges of services.
We'll fix that.
Good catch.
Thank you.
Jeez.
I was saying, I know we're mean, but.
Well,
Okay.
Keep going, go forward, go forward, go forward, go forward. Okay, right there.
right there.
For that one.
Okay.
And then for the revenues, you'll see a proposed rate increase of 5% reflected in the budget based on Stantec modeling, and they're going to discuss that. We are on to, we're moving on to the local sewer. And again, for time, I'm going to just do a high level overview of the significant changes. The proposed rate increase of 9% is reflected. Stantec's going to discuss that. That's based on Stantec modeling as well. Capacity fees projected to increase by $300,000 or 300%. And then for residential, I'm sorry, that's for residential. For commercial, it'll be about 3,000 or 7%. So we'll discuss that as well. And then on your itemization, you'll notice other increases, things like study in fat oils and grease assessment of 50,000. I apologize, we're on to the expenses. I am talking about significant changes.
59.
Yes.
Let me just. And that's in water fund, significant changes in water fund. So you have all the graphs that show that, but I'm going to go through significant changes just to give you that high level highlight, and it is page 59, yes. Everyone there? Okay. All right, so that's local sewer. So we talked about the revenues. The expenses again are similar to other departments. So same things, COLA, property liability and benefits. And then other increases. A couple of the items you'll notice in the itemization. So in each department, there's some itemization, study in fat oils and grease assessment for 50K. General engineering master planning about $90,000, and then grant assistance from Stantec and Macruz for about $65,000. So those are some of the significant items that you look in that budget.
We'll go into that later.
Yes, in the afternoon, yes, each fund has time for questions, yes. I just want to give Stantec enough time and give you enough time to ask questions.
This is a
to
good
Stantec.
overview.
We are on page 60. That is the stormwater fund. This is the representation of the revenues. You can see from the amended budget of 3.56 million to the proposed budget, it's declining to 3.14 million. The graph represents those same changes. I'm going to move to the significant changes page to give those high-level overviews. That's page 64 that I'm reading off of, but it highlights the information graphs again. So there's a proposed increase of 50% that is reflected in the budget. That's some Stantec modeling. It looks like a very high percentage, but it's a lower number compared to cost per resident. But again, I'm not going to get into it because Stantec is going to discuss that. And they actually have a recommendation of a reduction to 25% to still be able to balance the budget. That's on page 248 of your budget. The expenses, again, significant items are related to COLA, property liability benefits. And then significant decreases due to reduction of no transfer capital projects. There was a capital project last year, you may recall, the Resilient Florida program for $750K and the 10th and 13th Avenue outfall improvement for $705,000. So that reduction, not having that capital project transfer is what reduced that expense. I am on to regional sewer, which is on that same slide, but the actual graphs start at page 65. So regional sewer will actually have more information. I'm sorry, I don't have slides for regional sewer because we removed that one. So regional sewer will actually have more information in July about this. It's ever changing, and so we decided to remove it until we have accurate information. We'll bring it back to you. We are on to refuse, last fund, and then I'll hand it over to Stantec, and then I'll let Stantec present while you answer questions. So for the refuse funds, that starts on page 65. And I am reading off of page, double check that. Yes, so it's 65 in your packet, and yes, 69 is highlighting the significant changes, just so you can see what I'm speaking to. So refuse revenues has a proposed rate increase of 5%. Again, Stantec is going to talk to this. There is projected increase in investments, nothing significant, but 134,000. I'll just mention that it's based on current market again. So overall investments in those funds have continued to increase based on the market. Expenses, nothing significant, all based on COLA, property liability benefits. Those are the significant changes for this year in refuse. I know that was a lot of information. Thank you for bearing with me as we kind of did a high level overview. I am going to actually, yes, I think we're going to, let me take a break first. Let me just double check. Would you all like to take a break or would you?
We'd love a break.
Okay.
Can I ask one real quick?
Sure.
Because it's come up a number of times. Benefits budgeted at 15% will be 5%.
Yep.
Just so we understand, that isn't that we were going to give employees
No.
additional 15%.
No,
benefit,
that's
but
a
we decided
cost.
5.
That's an expense. So that's an expense to, that's our health insurance, health, dental, all that. The contract was projected at a 15% increase, but our, yes, our HR team was able to get it reduced to 5. Yes. So
I just wanted to be
Yeah.
clear that,
that makes sense.
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, and I think you'd like to take a break and then we'll just make sure Stantec's on.
Okay, we'll take one break.
She read and then she'll Stantec's on.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Upstairs.
There we go.
She should be able to hear you now.
Try it again.
Let's, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. It
All
is
right.
10:21 and we have reconvened and we have Stantec ready to go.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. It's, looks like 10:20-ish. But here we are, back again.
Thank you. So we're going to turn it over to Stantec. Melissa, are you sharing the screen at all? Because we cannot see Stantec's presentation. We still see significant changes from refuse that's being presented from my presentation.
So it says David Hyder is sharing his screen.
Okay, good.
Not with us.
But yeah, not.
Give us a second.
Yeah, I only shared the city thing for the break.
Lauren and Anthony back there?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yes, because I'm not sharing.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
All right, well, we can see it too. We have to figure out a way for you to see it.
Minimize it. Hey.
We're
sharing this or not?
Yes, that's true.
Hey, Yannick.
On the Zoom, you can see that right now.
Okay, great.
You guys did the presentation, you guys been seen on this.
Yeah.
All right.
Everybody else, you can see that.
Okay, thank you. So we're
Okay.
going to turn it over to Stantec. David Hyder is on with us from Stantec to discuss the enterprise funds.
Well, good morning. So you can see the presentation? Just want to make sure everybody's got it.
We can see it, yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, good morning, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, Dave Hyder with Stantec, and pleasure to be here this morning with you. I'm going to take you through the first presentation. We're going to talk about the enterprise funds. And so we'll talk about the financial modeling that we've done for each of the enterprise funds. We can answer questions as we go along. But just to provide a little bit of background in terms of the overall process as we look at the funds. Just a reminder that as Monica mentioned a couple of times, we've done the modeling for each of the enterprise funds. And what that model does is we essentially look out over a 10-year projection period. And we're forecasting both revenues and expenditures. And so revenues are obviously influenced by any changes in the rates or fees, as well as changes in customer demands. We're also forecasting the expenditures on the system, so the operating and maintenance expenditures, plus any reinvestments or expansions of the systems that show up as capital investments. What that modeling essentially allows us to do is look at provides a framework to make sure we're meeting the compliance within our debt service covenants. So making sure we have sufficient debt service coverage. We also want to maintain the city policy of having 6 months of reserves within each of the funds. And then because of the funds all interrelate, particularly with the general fund, we want to make sure we're modeling those interactions between the funds. And ultimately, these models allow us to look at the long-term sustainability of each of the funds. So that's the background in terms of the approach. In terms of the assumptions that were made and key factors in our analysis, so our projections are based on the unaudited financials for 2023. We've also included the amended budget for fiscal year 24, and then we've got the preliminary budget for 25 included. And as Monica mentioned, within the preliminary budget for 2025, we are assuming increases in the sewer rates, water rates, refuse rates, stormwater rates, as well as the electric base rates. So some modifications for all of the enterprise funds as it pertains to the rates and fees.
Hey, David,
Yes.
one more, real quick, because we keep mentioning the unaudited financials for 2023. Yeah, we're still on track for July, right, to get the audit numbers for that? Or?
Yes, so far.
Okay, so by budget workshop number 2, we'll have the audited financials. Okay.
Budget workshop on the 25th, so we'll be close to, completing.
Okay.
And in general, the difference between the unaudited and audited is usually very small.
It is, for the most part.
Thank you.
Okay. So I want to start off and talk about the electric fund and some key inputs and assumptions, because I know when we look at these results each year, there's variations. So I wanted to kind of set that framework right out of the gate. And so in terms of the analysis, again, we're using the unaudited fiscal year 23 and the budgets for 24 and 25. The fiscal year 23 ended with, and I think there's a typo if you're looking at printout of the presentation, about 2.5 million in stabilization fund. I think the printout probably has 2 million, and then 0.5 in a storm fund. So ended fiscal year 23 with about $3 million in a cash balance allocated to those two funds. Just a note that when we looked at the analysis last year, we anticipated to be a little bit higher. I think we were estimating about 6 million to the positive. So there's a little bit of a variation there. And then during fiscal year 23, there was a transfer of an additional $1 million to the stabilization fund. So you've now got 3.5 million in stabilization, still 0.5 in the storm fund. And then based on projections, we're estimating that you are likely going to have positive cash flow in the electric fund in 24. We're estimating potentially about 2.4 million to the positive. So some other key assumptions, when we look at the fiscal year 25 budget, it does include some really significant increases. The non-purchase power cost, so items outside of the costs that are recovered through the PCA, are increasing by about 2.6 million. That's almost a 20% increase. And so that really has a pretty significant impact on the fund. And that includes items such as property liability, the poles, towers, and fixtures, and the transfers out, many of the items that Monica mentioned. As it pertains to purchase power costs, we're using the staff's best estimates at this point that were provided to us in April. And those costs obviously are recovered through the PCA. And then the final component is the capital. So we're looking at, over the next 3 years, basically about $52 million worth of capital for the SHRIP projects. That's all going to be funded through a line of credit and bond proceeds. And that turns into debt service, new additional debt service of about 3.4 million. One item to note is it's about 20 million over what we had looked at last year. And that's essentially to provide the matching funds for the grant funds. So that 52 million does not include the grant amounts. It's just the match to those grants.
It includes our contributions.
Exactly. Correct. Okay, so what the results look like are shown here. And I believe the commissioners are familiar with the panel, but I know there's a lot going on here, so I can kind of step you through real quick. This shows, again, that 10-year forecast. So we're looking at basically fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 34 up at the top. And then the assumption in terms of the base rate adjustments are shown in these blue cells here. So we're showing the 5% in fiscal year 25, 6% in 26, and then 4s, and then modest increases in future years. Down below that, we do have the typical residential customer's bill for 1,000 kilowatt hours. So their monthly bill currently is about $108 per month. With a 5% increase, that would go to $112 per month. And then as we jump down to the bottom, we can see, again, our estimated increase in net cash flow, or cash flow positive in fiscal year 24 of about 2.4 million. This does show, again, that 5% increase that we talked about earlier that's currently in the budget. But one of the key metrics, and I know this is one that we focus on a lot, is the working capital fund. So how much balance do we have And again, we're trying to meet a target of 6 months of your operating costs within the fund. And so what this does show with this trajectory of the expenses and the revenues, that we are building those reserve balances over time. But over this 10-year projection period, we're not getting to that 6 months target. And I know when we talked about this last year, we were getting to that 6 month target with similar rate increases in the base rates, but the big changes are the items that I've highlighted. 123, we're not ending as much cash as we forecasted. That 20% increase in non-PCA costs, as well as the additional borrowing of the 20 million are really what's driving that. So we did run another scenario. If we were to do an 8% increase in fiscal year 25, what the results would look like. And so under this forecast, again, assuming the same future rate adjustments in the base rates, we would get to that target over the projection period. Essentially by 2032, we would get there, and that would provide meeting that 6 month cash balance. No other changes, again, assuming the $51 million in new borrowing. So what this looks like in terms of the a comparison of bills. So this is a comparison of electric bills. You can see Lake Worth Beach currently as of March 2024 with the PCA adjustment, you're at $108. With that 8% increase that I talked about earlier, you'd still be well below FPL and many of the other entities that are included in this comparison.
If only we could get our people to believe it.
So I can pause it. Are there any questions on the electric fund at this point? Or should I keep
Who was
marching forward?
Mr. McBoy has a question.
Okay, a couple things on the working capital fund. I see that the target is about 30 million, which is about 50% of our annual budget.
Correct.
That seems like a lot. And I'm not sure. I'm very much in favor of the idea of having a 6 month reserve. My question is a little bit, 6 months of what? I mean, that's the cost that we pay to do maintenance on the maintenance and new construction, because we're doing a lot of new construction that's presumably kind of a one-shot thing, or at least something that has a 20 or 30 or 40-year lifespan to it. So some of that maybe wouldn't necessarily be part of a reserve to deal with bad stuff. Some of it is the payment to the enterprise funds, which I guess you might want to have some reserve for that if bad things happen, maybe not for the full amount, but and then the other question that relates to that is how should one correctly think about the money that we're setting aside into the stabilization fund and the storm fund? Is it reasonable to include those as part of the pot of working capital funds? I don't have an answer to that, but I think it's an important question because we're looking at between those two of on the order of 5-6 million. That's a chunk. And is it reasonable to think that that's working capital? Is it not? I don't know.
It is, it's set aside.
It's certainly set aside. It's set aside with a bit of an earmark to it, or quite a bit of an earmark to it. But so I put that out as a policy question for us to think about.
Ms. Milligan.
Thank you. So, I'd like to keep those funds completely separate. So when I look at working capital, I think of operating and maintenance. If I look at the operating expenditures, page 150 to 338, and I take it down to the actuals, just as of March of this year, just operating, we're 1.2 million. And that's 3 months. So I'm a little nervous about the first chart and dropping down to 1.98 in net cash flow and the reserves being well below what we need it to be. I mean, we don't want to raise rates, but to me, it's how, again, the financial viability of the city. And, you know, we have a little bit of money in the storm fund, a little bit of money in rate stabilization. But we all know that FEMA, those people don't like to pay us. And one big thing comes through here and I just look at, we're wiped out. So I'm concerned that this isn't, I like the second chart. I don't like raising rates, obviously. But to me, I'm looking at the financial viability of the unknowns, right? So I'm much more in favor of the second scenario, which is 7 point. Sorry.
Madam Mayor, I was about to say, do you mind if Director Liberty addresses some of the questions?
We wouldn't mind a bit.
Let me see.
Thank you.
This microphone, nobody hear the microphone?
No.
No, that was dead.
We can't even afford batteries.
I'll get some solar.
And the electric fund, right?
I'll get some-
Did it turn on?
Maybe. I'll use my natural. voice.
No, you won't.
Jesus, please, you can have this mic.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, but for the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director. So let's roll this back, using my knowledge of what these cash flow balances are intended for. So I think that 6 months of reserves is on the high side, and here's my understanding of what you're looking for. That would presume that for some reason you would lose 6 months of revenue, that you would go to zero for 6 months, which I think is unlikely. Could we get hit with some big event that might take us down for a few weeks or a month or two? I think that's certainly could happen, but to lose 6 months, I think is on the extreme. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't strive to continue to grow to have working capital. I think one of the things to keep in mind too is that what we would lose is revenue. Expenses, though, would go up because we'd be doing a lot of repairs. One of the things to keep in mind as you look at this operating budget is the operating budget is not perfect in the sense that it includes items that are intended to be capitalized. So we're spending dollars in the operating budget, which will then be moved over to a capital account through what we would call contra, which is an accounting function of moving those dollars over. So when you look at some of the categories that we've talked about having increased significantly, some of them are categories that we just increased the budget to match prior year's actual spending. And some of them are categories where we've had to increase so we can move money from inventory to operating account and then ultimately over to capital. So it's like a pass through where it's going through. So that needs to be adjusted a little bit. And Vice Mayor Malega, I think the number that you're looking at on a year-to-date basis might be the difference between budget and actual on operating expenses. And we're actually lower than we expected to be on operating expenses. So I think the numbers do need to be looked at closely. I would suggest probably something closer to 90 days, but that's a policy discussion for you all to have. I think that the 60 or 180 days is a stretch, but I think also that Davenport, our financial advisors, might want to be in that discussion because so it could affect bond ratings and things like that. I think that's the positive thing here is if we look at the coverage ratios, and I don't see that. Maybe David, you can point us which line it is, but the coverage ratios on senior debt service coverage right there, those are all good. You don't see anything down below 1.75 or certainly not below 1.5, which would be a big warning sign. So we're doing good in that regard. It means we have enough cash coming in, enough revenues minus expenses, and we're meeting our debt service coverage ratios for financial purposes. So that's good.
I have a sort of little bit different question. FEMA. Are we taking into account at any point the issue that we have in the past with FEMA on our budget?
No, not that I'm aware of.
But at some point, that's gonna bite us.
Well, the problem we had with FEMA decade and a half ago, or whatever it was that we didn't keep receipts as well.
I don't, but that, but no,
And I
no.
think we've trained ourselves.
Mr. McBoyd, please use your light. You know, not how it happened is under the bridge. So I think we're gonna, it's, yes, it is. How it happened is under the bridge. What we have to deal with is we're gonna pay. You know, there's a gap with FEMA. And it's, here comes Yannick.
Yes, so, over the time, this past hurricane that we had, so they have been withholding those reimbursements to address the litigation that we have with FEMA for about 3.
Are they withholding?
Right, so they've been withholding, now the balance is about, it's like a 1 point something million.
Right.
But in 2020, if you go back to the financials, we had, booked that liability in the books, so it's already.
So it's all taken care of. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's
Right,
not going
so
to
it's
be.
not gonna impact the budget.
Thank you. That's very good news.
Following up on one more point, the roughly 52, it's actually going to be, I think, close to $54 million of the next bond issue. You'll be hearing more about that at the utility meeting at the end of the month. So we'll have plenty of time to adjust before we get to workshop number 2 in July. But that amount would include the match, I believe, for the grants that we receive. So that would be rolled into that. So a combination of using existing bond funds that we already have, plus bond funds that we would propose for 2025 bond offering would have that match in it. And we'd be trying to limit our bond issues to no less than roughly about 3-year gaps in between those bond issues, because we need time to actually spend the bond money, which is on a clock that has to be spent. So we don't want to borrow more than we can actually process into actual work and polls stood up.
The electric utility comes in and we do have power. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
That's simple. Okay, let's keep going. Oh,
Sorry, just one quick question. Does this take into account the proposed bond you were talking about that get for the first main break?
Oh,
no, that's.
that's sewer. Don't wait for that.
Okay.
We did have a wire next to it, so I guess.
Yeah, right.
If I could get a little bit more detail from Director Liberty, I personally would be comfortable with keeping the 6-month idea. Do you see any leeway in whether that's calculated off of the total budget, which gets you to, 30 million? Would it make sense to maybe take out some things out of that, or, and we didn't really get response from the commission, whether we are, well, I guess, Vice Mayor Malega did comment that she doesn't want the stabilization or the storm fund to be included as working capital. Do you see any leeway in terms of, because this influences what we do in terms of rate increase, and we want to make sure that we're doing that pretty carefully if we're going to do it. And we want, we're balancing, we don't want to charge more than we need to, and we do want to build up reasonable reserves. Reasonable is a squishy term. And so I'm looking for a little guidance. Is there a number, maybe not the total operating, look, there it goes, it's on. Keep the 6-month concept.
There you go.
Keep the 6-month concept, but maybe not calculate it off of the full budget. I don't know, I'm not sure, but.
So to that point, I think it would be a good exercise for us to sit down with finance and go through the budget line by line for a particular scenario. Let's assume for the moment it could be a storm, as opposed to maybe a comet instance or something like that. I think some extreme, right? But let's go through what could be expected. It could be a storm that takes the city,
Yeah.
most of our meters down for, weeks or a month or something like that. And then what bills would we have to continue to pay and what bills would we not
I'm in.
have to pay? So one could argue, for example, if the meters aren't turning, we don't have a PCA, much of a PCA to spend that month because we didn't deliver as much power to our customers. I think though, philosophically, that and this is not universally accepted necessarily with the commission and even within staff, but I do feel that the PCA funds, which are actually $3.5 million in the savings account, another 0.6 or $600,000 in the working monthly checking account, plus the storm fund of $500,000. So now you're looking at well over close to $4.5 million. I think that should be counted in this 180-day number because it's cash that's available to you to use for things like that. So, but it's a policy discussion, but we should lay that out and have a discussion, say, so can you whittle it down? What should you need to include in that 180-day target? And what should you not? And what revenues would go away? Which revenues would continue?
And what expenses?
And what expenses would go away? Which ones would continue? And then,
And I mean, you mentioned it earlier, I mean, the extent of fixing the stuff,
right.
buying new meters and having people put them in.
Right, we would have a, a significant
Yeah.
bill at that time if we had, for example, look at what Tallahassee is going through right now, because we have people up there, they had 80,000 customers out, they've, I think, replaced close to 500 poles by now. And that's a big number, and, probably miles and miles of wire and insulators, and everything else. So it can be substantial, but you also have as a backstop, ultimately, FEMA, notwithstanding fire balances and all that kind of stuff, we would be looking for assistance from FEMA if something like that happened. But there's still the working capital that you need to get you through, because you've got current bills to pay, and you're gonna get some future, maybe some future payment to cover it, so you have to have the working capital. So I think the 180 days is kind of, the blunt instrument to hit it with. You could surgically go through it and say, can I get that down to 120 or 110 or 90? That's an exercise we can certainly go through.
Well, if you would be willing to do that, that would be good.
I'm sure finance would be willing to sit with us to go through that. It's an exercise. I think certainly we can do that, but I think the good thing here is if you look at this, it's continually increasing, right? We're going in the right direction, and we've got some working capital now. One could argue it's nowhere, it's not even 90 days right now, right? So it needs to keep growing. We're on a path to get to that, but the good news is that it's growing.
Ms. Legan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My only concern is, and I tell everybody, when you look at what Fort Myers Beach went through, Mexico Beach, we are a coastal town, and we are a coastal town who has our own electric utility, which makes us very unique. And even though 90 days, well, yeah, you can breathe, but if we're Fort Myers 6 years from now, we can't breathe. 6 months of reserve would do us basically nothing in the scheme of things. So only because we're such a coastal town, we have the intercoastal, we have the ocean right here. I'm always concerned about how do we make sure that for our residents, our city, and our businesses, that God forbid, that little storm fund we have will go away within seconds if something like that hit this city.
Yeah.
So that's why I know that we don't love to increase rates. I mean, we are all residents. We all get affected when we increase rates. But to me, I think residents could breathe easier knowing when they look at that stuff on the news, if that happens to our city's got our back. They can financially get us through and not have to run to get bonds and borrow money and scrimp and save and then call on FEMA and ask whatever governor's in the office to help us. So that's why to me, I'm okay with the 6 months, because to me, it's a reality that in this city, we may need it one day. Let's just pray and hope that we don't. If we don't, it sits there, it makes a little bit of money, whatever, but at least the residents could breathe easy. And I just think that 6 months to me just makes sense financially.
And also, I mean, at some point, years from now, when we're all gone, if we have this beautiful fund and some crazy thing happens, there's like cash to go into it. Did you see it?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that's always so impossibly difficult to predict, and you can almost discount it's a question of when, not if. But in terms of the detail and the nuance of it, I mean, I think that's maybe I'm getting it wrong, but Mr. Liberty, I think the kind of sentiment is, if we maintain this 6 month, $30 or so million working capital fund goal, or we look at that with as good as numbers as we can get in a prediction, which is probably going to be a wide margin of error. And I don't know if Santa can provide some insight on that. How realistically, how close can we get those numbers and those if scenarios and be comfortable that we're not self-compromising ourselves? Because if we do that and we can bring down that $30 million goal even a little bit, maybe that'll free up some of that money to go similarly into the storm fund where it's dedicated for those incidents. Because working capital, it's our checking account, if you will. And if we dedicated some of that money towards those if scenarios, the storm fund, I think some might be comfortable on that.
So if I can add to that, just to give you more context in which to set policy. it's not just the dollar number that you want to get to, but it would be the time frame in which you want to get there.
Exactly.
So it's a multivariable equation, right? And there's another factor here, which you know, bears thinking about as policymakers is we think of storms as, you know, a storm comes through, we lose power, we stand the infrastructure back up, and the meters start turning again. When you look at the history of some of these communities that have been hit with some pretty devastating storms, the customers aren't there.
That's right.
The home that you serve is not there. The business is not there. It may be 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years with vacant lots. And we look around our town and say, which ones of our homes in our neighborhoods would still be fully inhabited if we had a category 3, 4, or 5 storm hit and roll through here, right? So we could get the infrastructure back up in a reasonable amount of time, but will the customers be there?
To provide some money, yeah.
So that leads you back towards the debt service would not have decreased. You still owe that money. We still owe that money for the bondholders. And we still have employees and benefits and in a higher bill to have rebuilt. So there's a lot of things to consider. I think the 6 months, you know, seems like a lot. I think it's a lot, but when you think of that scenario, it could, what's the percentage probability that could happen? I'm not an actuary, so I don't know, but
And they just guess.
that something like that could happen.
I agree, Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, and I think it is important that if we're in this scenario, the Fort Myers scenario, we definitely would be declared a disaster area. And now you're looking at federal funding coming in like that. So it's different. That wouldn't 100% be on us. And in the scenario that Director Liberties makes, there wouldn't be revenue, but there also you wouldn't be selling electricity to an empty lot that doesn't have a house.
Right.
Okay, so there's both. But to Commissioner Diaz's point that if we do this right, we ought to explicitly direct some of this into the storm. That's what we're talking about here. And that brings me to my point that I've raised at other times. I would really like us to have a line item on the bills as soon as we can change the bills that says storm fund, because that way it's much easier for residents to understand, hey, we've added a storm fund. We are looking ahead to this, and that's part of where your rate increase is coming from.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you because we have a hard stop time and that's that's a good topic for another
Yeah.
conversation. But I think Stantec is on a time frame.
Yes.
So let's
We have a
keep
hard
going
stop
and.
So if I could suggest a homework assignment for all of us. all,
Okay.
Is while we're in the budget process, we
Yeah.
should try to define, even if we leave it at 180 days, but we should define for us and staff for the next round of modeling. How many years do you want to get there?
Right.
What's the pathway look like? And what's the dollar value of a storm fund that we should try to get? That we can get those pieces buttoned down during the budget process so that we start October 1 with new rates that reflects those decisions having been made and then appropriate resolutions passed for them.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Stanton.
Yes, we'll keep rolling. One
You are Mr. Stanton to me.
That's right. One quick comment. Ed's point in terms of the financial advisor, Davenport, they would strongly advise you to keep it at 6 months, just from a bonding perspective. That would really help you in terms of the rate that you'd receive on those bonds. So one item to keep in mind there. So we'll keep going and now shift to water. So water fund next. In terms of the projected revenues for 24, they're looking like they're going to come in line with our forecast for 24. So that's a good thing. Included in the budget and in the modeling is a 5% rate increase in fiscal year 25. Last year, we were thinking we could get by with 3.25, but the operating budget has increased pretty substantially by about 1.35 million. Included in that is many of the costs that Monica mentioned earlier. We are including the capital investments in the CIP. So between fiscal year 24 and 25, you've got about 10.85 million funded with a line of credit and then that future borrowing in the 2026 bonds. And then you do have a significant capital improvement plan over the 10-year period, looking at about close to $66 million. So eventually, by the end of the 10-year projection period, it'd be about $4 million in new debt service. And so what this looks like in terms of the results here, As I mentioned, we're looking at a 5% increase in the water rates in fiscal year 25. Then we're thinking you could get to that inflationary increases in future years. Fortunately, right now you are above that 6-month target within the water fund. And you can see that over time, gradually with this forecast, increasing in expenses and revenues not quite keeping pace, we would be drawing down on those balances. But that's the kind of the projection we've seen for a number of years now. And hopefully that continues to be pushed out into the future to where you'd not fall below that 6 months for some period of time. You can see the capital investments that are included in the CIP, again, about $66 million and about 10 million in the next 2 years. So that's the forecast. The typical customer bill right now per month for 5,000 gallons is $41 per month. And what that would be with a 5% increase would put you up to $43 per month. And then this is some surrounding jurisdictions just to show you how you compare. It's important to note that these are current rates as they're published. Most of these communities do increase rates on an annual basis. And so it's a little bit of an apples to oranges comparison. We're looking at fiscal 25 for Lake Worth Beach versus the other communities.
Page 13.
Are we high?
Why are we so high? Is that's a question for another time, probably, right? I mean, if you have a quick answer, but.
Well, the difference is when you compare yourself to others is going to be, where they are in their replacement cycle, the investments they're making in their systems,
Okay.
Economies of scale, where they get their water from, a number of different factors that play into the differences.
Just in brevity, Sam Eddy, Water Utility Director. A lot of the other municipalities also, they have other charges that go along on the side of their base.
Okay, so it's not reflected in the, okay.
May not be reflected in their current bill.
Okay.
TEQUESTA, by the way, they do a fire charge, they do a capital improvement charge, they do all these other charges on the
So the
side of
base
their
rate is
base
low.
rate, yeah. So the base rate looks low, but they have all these add-ons after the fact.
Oh.
So
So we're.
ours is all inclusive. Yeah, we're more on.
By the way, Lance Canada's water.
Yeah,
We do, and we also have fabulous water.
you paid for it.
We- okay. Then, okay, now this says 3.25 rate plan starting in 26, and I think Mr. Hyde, you mentioned 5%.
Yeah, 5% for fiscal year 25, but then assuming going forward, you'd be at an inflationary increase in future years.
We go down to 20.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Certainly.
Where does it say 5%? I'm not good at.
FY 2025.
Just there, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right, I see. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem.
We just need a boost and then we'll level off.
Yep. Okay, so I'll keep rolling now to look at the local sewer fund, the key inputs and assumptions there. Similar to water, we are projecting that revenues are going to come in line with the projections for fiscal year 24. We're including the fiscal 25 modeling, which, as Monica mentioned, is a 9% increase in sewer, local sewer. Last year, we were thinking you might need a 10% increase, so it's a little bit less than we forecasted last year. Local sewers not impacted by like the property and liability as much, so it's less of an increase in the operating costs, so less of an impact there. Just one reminder that the regional system makes up a significant portion of your costs, so about 60% of your total costs are for the regional treatment, and then we're assuming as you go forward that those costs are going to increase at about 3% per year. In terms of the near-term CIP, you're looking at about 6.6 million funded with a line of credit and that future borrowing. But over the long-term projection period, it's about close to 19 million in capital, which would turn into new debt service of about 1.2 million. So in terms of the results, again, showing the 9% in fiscal year 25, and then I think a couple years at 5s and then 2% would keep you at the 6-month target, which is showing up there. In terms of the regional sewer expenses, they make up about $8 million by the end of the projection period. So again, that's the gray area in terms of your total expenses, pretty significant component there. And then in terms of the borrowing, we're looking at about $19 million in total borrowing over the projection period.
Okay, well, it's nice to know that West Palm is higher than us and they have.
I'm a little confused about the graph.
Usually.
I'm confused about the graph.
Yeah.
The Stantec spreadsheet chart says single family residential bill, which I'm assuming is monthly, is running around 50 to 60. But the comparison with other communities says 90 to 97. Are we apples to apples there?
Maybe, so this is just sewer. I do have a combined graph.
That's
That's probably what it is, yeah. So the sewer bill as it stands today is about $50.05. With the 9% increase, it'd go up to about 54, 56. And again, this isn't apples to apples. These other communities are likely going to raise their rates in fiscal year 25. And then here's the graph that shows the combined. So water and sewer together at 5,000 gallons per month, going from about $91 up to about $98 with the increases that we've talked about this morning. Okay. So I'll keep going. Next is this stormwater fund. So again, similar to water and sewer, stormwater revenues are very reliable as they're an assessment. So they are coming in line with the forecast. Our preliminary modeling at this point is we're assuming a pretty substantial increase. I know the budget had 50%, but we think a 25% would allow you to kind of level set in terms of bringing you in line with other communities and providing necessary funds. As Monica mentioned, it's not significant in terms of the dollar amounts per year, because I know that percentage sounds pretty significant. And then once we get to that point, we're proposing that every other year you do about a 5% adjustment. And this would really allow you to have a more sustainable operations in terms of being able to cash fund the majority of your CIP rather than having to issue debt. So in fiscal year 24, you've got about $1.2 million worth of capital. 900,000 of that is funded with cash. And then you have a grant for 350,000. And then we are assuming, given the significant investment that's required in 25, that you would debt fund about 2.6 million, but then in future years, you'd cash fund the majority of the CIP. And so what this looks like is shown here in terms of the forecast. So again, that 25% increase in fiscal year 25 would take the annual assessment from $78 up to about $98. So about $20 per year. And then, as I mentioned, we're looking at potentially 5% in future years. You are maintaining a significant, fairly sizable working capital balance. Now we're projecting that you'd spend that down towards that 6 months over the projection period. And then the borrowing, that would take place, it's about the 2.6 million. And in terms of our revenues versus expenditures, we are bringing that cash balance down because we are cash funding some of those capital projects, and that's shown here in the middle graph.
Mr. Diaz and Mr. Boyd, about Mr. Diaz, I think you were first.
Thank you for including the comparisons, because I think this is a really important and potentially unpopular thing to talk about, but it's appreciated that our current rates are lower than our neighbors, but there's kind of also a realistic thing that we need to start looking at, and it's partially, Vice Mayor had a good point on the electric and the storm fund about, these are things we got to prepare for, and storms are a little bit difficult to predict. We know they're going to happen, but we never know when exactly or the exact impact. One thing we can, according to who you talk to, fairly predict pretty well is our impacts to stormwater through things like sea level rise and increased precipitation and whatnot. And realistically, to put it quite bluntly, we're getting walloped by these rain events, and our stormwater is taking an absolute beating, and it's being absolutely tested. And we know the situation is not gonna get better, and this, obviously is an intro, so this isn't probably the best point to have a full conversation, but I do wanna bring up, I would love to have a conversation of, and I'm gonna take a walloping for this, quite frankly, a significant increase in our stormwater, what we charge for stormwater, because, I hear it's a top comment, it's becoming a top comment, especially we are a coastal town. We're losing houses to even just a few inches of flooding. I had a conversation with a few neighbors just the other night about how, their street and crews are going out to look at it, but it's so bad that just normal rain events, sometimes at their street, they have a median, and the flooding goes up to above the curve of the median, and it goes up halfway up their driveway. And they asked me about what does it look like, what's engineering look like, and I'm like, hopefully it's like just some sand and some leaves in there and we can just pump it out. Realistically, it's probably gonna be a lot more than that. And the reality is you look at, like I've brought up in previous meetings, you look at South 18th Street as the perfect example of what the real cost of what it takes to address those problems. And that's just one drain going into the lagoon. And we have to look at all the streets from north to south and how much that's gonna add up over, hopefully longer period of time, but I suspect over the next few years, it's just gonna start getting worse and increasing. So I think, the 25% increase for 2025, it looks like a lot, but realistically, it's probably not gonna cover a lot of what needs to be done, especially when you look at some of the other, like what West Palm Beach needs to do for stormwater management and improvements in their system. And then, of course, it's not all terrible news. We do have potential opportunities to cover the cost of some of these projects, like, coming up real soon now, if it hasn't already started, is Lakewood Lagoon Initiative, their funding program for municipalities. There's other avenues to pay for these things, but bottom line is, I think we're, it's unpopular to say, but I think, and I don't like increasing bills, but I think we're not charging enough to cover what our future costs are.
Well, like my neighbor at Third Avenue South and Lakeside on the park, I mean, he's got 3 inches of water in his house and he's never had that before. I didn't see your light, but I have Mr. Brown. I always take him first.
I just wanted to mention, as part of our strategic priorities discussion earlier, flooding was obviously mentioned. So as we talked about moving forward, as you're going to see in the budget, us addressing some of these priorities. But as Mr. Hyder and Richard Diaz just mentioned, that percentage looks like a lot. But when I got here 13 years ago, it was not much less than that 70 that we're currently at. I think we were in the upper 70s back then. So we went years with no increase,
Right.
and then years with like a very, very small 2 to 3% increase. But obviously with not having to have major storms, during hurricane season, you can have just regular storms throughout the year now where we're having significant damage and significant flooding. It's getting worse and worse every year. So we're going to have to, even at some point beyond this amount, start doing some serious investment into our overall stormwater system. We want to start really starting to address some of these issues.
Okay, thank you. Bearing in mind the time, do you have a question?
Madam Mayor,
I'm asked. Yes.
comment. West Palm is at twice what the proposed increased rate would be. So that gives them an idea that somebody else feels that stormwater requires significantly more investment. So, yes, I'm not thrilled about the idea of raising rates either, but I've felt for a long time that our stormwater is underfunded. I still would like to see the calculation sometime of how much water goes through the stormwater system estimate versus through the sewer. And I'm willing to bet that it's way more that goes through the stormwater. It's different stuff.
Right.
I understand, it's different stuff, but it's still quantities of water that have to be moved.
Yes, we do, and we have I&I, and we realize where those locations are.
Yeah.
Last year, we did almost 40,000 feet of lining to help with that I&I in the sewer system. So, but we're working our way
And
towards.
the pieces, and Commissioner Diaz alluded to it somewhat, a piece that's underappreciated with climate change is intensity of rainfall. All the predictions are that the intensity goes up. Intensity hits you really hard on flooding.
Yep.
So we're gonna have more with that. So I would be in favor of a higher increase on that. Because I think we're way underfunded and we're gonna have to move to pumping at some point. Not just gravity drainage.
Thank you, yeah,
So,
thanks. Okay, moving on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So the last enterprise fund is the refuse fund. And so within the preliminary modeling, we are assuming increases in the refuse assessment of 5% for 2025. And that's rate adjustments necessary to make sure we keep a balanced budget, make sure we keep the cash balances within the fund. You did see a modest increase in refuse between 24 and 25. And then we do incorporate some capital investments, annual cash funding within the refuse fund for vehicle replacement of about $450,000 in fiscal year 26, and then each subsequent fiscal year. So what the results look like, again, 5% increase in fiscal year 25, then inflationary in future years. As we think what's required, that 5% would take the single family residential annual assessment from about 258 to 271. With this forecast, you would maintain those cash balances, again, maintaining that 6 months of operating balance within the fund, although we are spending down cash balances towards that target over the projection period, which is similar to what we've seen in the past. And so how you'd stack up with other communities, again, not an apples to apples because this is your current versus other currents, and then where we're looking at fiscal year 25, but this would move you up more towards the lower middle of the range in terms of the garbage and recycling fees on an annual basis. It's going from 258 to 271. So any questions on refuse?
Ms. Malega has a question.
Hi, I do have a question. So, actually more of a side note asterisk. A lot of the people in our city, we're talking about strategic plans, about the beautification of our city. One of the biggest complaints that's all over social media is our dumpsters overflowing constantly. And to me, if we have to mandatorily, arbitrarily across the board, increase those bins, the big dumpsters to be picked up one more time a week and institute that, this goes right in line with our strategic plan. It goes in line with our cost assessment, but we cannot receive the backlash as a city for somebody overproducing too much garbage in between our pickups. So I know this isn't really for Stantec, but it is because it's got to go in line with our cost assessment of that extra pickup and how we're going to pass that on to the end user.
I'm Mayor, you mind if I- okay.
Please do.
So this is for residential. And a majority of our dumpsters are for commercial. Unless it's apartment buildings, but 9 units or more is commercial, 8 or less is residential. So a majority of what you're seeing for the overflowing would be technically under commercial, not residential.
Well,
But we do, as a case by case basis, depending on those, we have to up service all the time. It happens all the time because someone will say, well, I only need 2 pickups a week. If we see you're overflowing, we have to update that too.
what about charging them for a second dumpster? Which is rude.
Depends on what kind of space they have, or we have 2, 4, 6, 8. So depending on what size, we can always increase the size of the dumpster as well. If they have a smaller, like a 4 and they're overflowing, which usually comes out to a more financial thing for them if they want to pay for a larger dumpster or additional pickup for that week. But you'll see those rates coming forward in the part of the fee schedule as well.
Since this is residential only, for our next budget workshop, I would like to see a complete fund, including commercial rates, because it does affect our bottom line. And there are some commercial rates in this city that I know, and I'm a commercial landowner or business owner, that were undercharging, some were overcharging. Electric were too high, in my opinion, garbage were too low. So I don't know why, as part of the budget process, we're not looking at the fund as an overall, not just residential.
It'll be part of the revenues. We get to the revenue portion.
Okay,
But just keep in mind, because the residential is charged as part of the non-ad valorem taxes.
right.
commercial is part of our actual fee schedule. So when you look at the fee schedule, see the size of dumpster
Correct.
in that chart versus the frequency of the collection per week. So that'll be.
But I'm
the
talking
section.
about in general, storm fund, water, all of the funds. I'd like to see all of the numbers complete with the commercial rates and what we're bringing in and total overall versus expenditures.
Yep.
Thank you.
The other comment I had was, there is one municipality, that's listed between our proposed FY 25 and the current amount. That director's already reached out to me because they are doing something with their rate this year. So we might end up in the exact same position that we currently in. So I know, a few of these numbers are going to change.
Mr. Diaz, I can see it.
Yeah, just really quickly on the residential comment, I mean, I think the commercial dumpsters are definitely worse on overflowing, but there's definitely commentary from the community about residential collection and improving those services, because quite frankly, when a recycle bin is at the, you know, especially the plastic ones are like at the top. Yeah. Our guys, you know, have to work efficiently, so sometimes the bottle gets left on the curb or whatever, and I think there's room for improvement on that as well, so. Yeah, a little wind, yeah, exactly, so I think, yeah, and people are asking for improved service on that, which of course comes with the cost, so that should be looked at.
Yeah, as far as the actual containers themselves, we do get those from the Solid Waste Authority. So it's nice we don't have to actually purchase those. But there have been some comments, even as of recent, to, is it a possibility to go back to the single stream? We used to have a single stream recycling where everything went in one. I have to remind people that we were the last holdout in the county of the 39 municipalities that still had single, everyone else had dual. And when we reached the contamination rate of a little over 40%, it no longer became an option. So all of those, just so people are aware, when you go to the transfer station, Solid Waste Authority transfer station, if your contamination rate is above a certain percentage in your recycling, you pay the regular rate for garbage. You don't pay the recycling. So
And it doesn't get recycled.
it does not get recycled. It gets thrown in with everything else. So the issue was our contamination rate was so extremely high that it was no longer viable for the Solid Waste Authority. So
Mr. McBoy.
A request for our budget meeting, I just did it, and I don't know that I did it accurately, but could we get a table from you folks that shows the proposed percent increases? And maybe if there are, in some cases, there are two proposed ones and had a line item for the two different proposals that shows the percent, the increase in dollars per month and increase in dollars per year. Some of them are yearly, some of them, but those two columns that way, and then total them up. I came up with the proposed increases that Santex should be suggesting. The total is about 153 a year. Obviously, that's average electric customer, whatnot. But I think it'd be very helpful for us to see, since we're proposing increases for everything. That's not a fun message to deliver to the community. Let's be able to compare it. So if we could get a table like that. That'd be great.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, we'll move on then.
I think
Go.
maybe with Mr. Ben.
Moving on then to the governmental funds. Just two to talk about here, the beach fund and the general fund. And so we'll start off with just some key factors. Again, we're using the same information. Oh,
We have. No, this is, go back to our other.
No, it stops after.
I don't think we have hard copies of that.
That's the other, it looks like the same photograph that we have, in our presentation.
we have those markers we need to put last
I don't
year.
think we do.
I don't think we have hard copies of those.
Okay.
No.
For you, though.
I didn't know it was me.
We will for number 2.
all right.
get you a copy also. I'll get a copy to everyone.
Okay, so just we're using again similar information, the unaudited financials for 23 to look at the beach fund and the general fund, the amended budget, and then the preliminary budget for 25. So as we look at the 25 budget and the 5-year CIP, as it pertains to the beach fund and the general fund, we're not assuming any increases. So no rate increases in the beach fund, and then there's also no additional long-term borrowing for either the beach or for the general fund. Because the estimates aren't available yet, we are assuming some increase in property values in fiscal year 25, because that's typically what we've seen historically. So just to start off with the beach fund, some of the key assumptions, the fiscal year 25 revenues, they do assume a modest increase, and that's primarily due to rentals and fines. But we're not assuming any change in the parking meter rate, no adjustment there. As we look at parking meter revenues, though, we are assuming that there's some continued growth for the next couple of years. So 1% growth in parking meter transactions in fiscal year 26 and 27. But eventually, and we've been talking about this for a couple of years, there's going to be some parking capacity constraints. So we're forecasting that to happen by fiscal 28. In the future years, we are assuming some modest increase in the parking metered rate, going to 3.25 in fiscal year 28, and then doing a quarter increase each year until 2031. There are some beach property improvements. We're assuming a recurring investment of $200,000 for improvements between 2026 and 2023. And then we're assuming no additional debt service, but you do have some debt service associated with the beach fund. And so what this looks like in terms of our forecast, again, no increase in the metered parking rate until fiscal year 28, where we're doing that quarter increase and then leveling that off at 425 in the future. But with this forecast, you are maintaining that 6 months of expenses in your working capital fund. And so looking sustainable from that perspective, there is some small spend down. You can see you are decreasing your cash balances over time, getting towards that 6 months. And then we do have some modest capital investments, again, 200,000 each year, accounting for inflation as we go forward into future years. So any questions on the beach fund?
This is, yes, I do have one in the early, it might be for our staff, but you might know also in the earlier presentation, it mentioned as the beach fund, I don't remember the exact term, but something like rentals. Is that the rent from the businesses that are there that are paying monthly rent, or is that rental from the renting the ballroom for wedding things, or is it both? And if it's both, could you give us a ballpark, very ballpark idea of either the numbers or percent of where the ballroom wedding rentals?
Well, we're not doing it anymore, right? We stopped renting out the casino at night for weddings.
Where it was, just to get an idea of how those two numbers compare in terms of understanding the revenue stream for the beach.
Page 92, yeah.
Go to page 92. That's over here.
No, the other one.
The big book.
Hi, Tim McKay, Director of Leisure Services.
Good morning.
Hello. Just responding to the casino ballroom, we are currently not renting. We are in an RFP process of finding some tenants to take that property over. So currently there is no revenue for that.
But ballpark what it was.
The 24 mega budget, I believe was $3,000. Yeah, page 93.
Yeah, line 50.
The first, the top line, beach weddings. Oh.
Yeah, beach weddings are different. The line 50 on 92 is the ballroom rental.
I think we budgeted flat. We had 100,000 projected for the amended budget. And then we budgeted a proposed 100,000 for this coming year with the RFP process.
That's the income proposed,
Right.
or predicted. And what is the rental total from the businesses, ballpark?
That's on 362, 200, page 92. These properties,
These properties,
Fourteen.
patio area, common area, these here.
So it looks like for 25, we have about 410, that's page 92, 362, and then you'll see leased properties. So leased property, yes. So amended budget 24, we have 404,000, and 2025 and 25, 410.
And since the patio is part of that, that's sort of, because the common area charges, you can't,
Yes.
you're looking at about 550 ballpark.
right,
Ballpark, and then it was about 100K with the wedding.
Yes.
Okay, that's.
I have a question about the parking. First,
Which one?
well, two things. In general, if I go to park, do I have to pay for two hours minimum? Okay, that was on Facebook yesterday. People said you couldn't go there unless you paid for 2 hours minimum, which would be $6.
Well, they should, it must be true.
Well, I'm just asking, because people were discussing it.
No, you're,
think
The
so,
other
you
thing
need
is,
your credit-
why are we
yeah.
waiting
Yeah.
until 2028
yeah, that's
to increase parking? I know there has to be a reason, but I'm just wondering what it is.
I do not have that reason currently, but we can look into that.
Does anybody remember why it was decided?
That I don't.
or the three gallon.
But I mean, why go in the deficit and down to?
I think something previously
Come back up, that doesn't make any sense.
I think that if I'm not mistaken, Jamie, I don't know if you know, I think it's because, we're waiting on this parking study and Carlos is working on numbers on, increase in other areas of town, if you will, and so,
Thank you. Because this is our only revenue is parking from the beach.
right.
Okay, all right,
And
that
the
makes sense.
But
Oh,
this
it's right.
is just beach.
Okay. Yeah, something we might want to think about not waiting.
I can look into that, Commissioner. Beach concession rentals, is that the umbrellas and
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
went way down? Didn't it?
Can I ask a question about the
Why
parking?
did I remember?
There you go.
22 actual was 96.5. And now. Oh, never mind.
The commit,
I'm reading all these columns sometimes confused.
the concession rentals have gone up.
I was reading the wrong. Line of numbers. Ms. Milligan.
Thank you.
On this.
Would we be, remiss if we ever talked about increasing parking rates during peak hours only? So during season and during Saturdays? If we just looked at increasing the hourly rate during those times? Because it's mostly our locals who try to use the beach and then they have to fight all the tourists to come here during the season. I know the tourists listening to me are gonna love me. But that is something that other cities do, is they have peak hours versus non-peak hours, peak time versus peak time. I wouldn't be opposed to saying, okay, during season this year, hourly rates are going up, 2 hour minimum, because when people go to the beach during the winter, they're not leaving in 2 hours. Maybe we could look at that as well, is looking at peak times and peak hours of charging more.
I can speak with Carlos, our parking manager. and-
I just asked him to come in.
And here.
We have-
There you go.
We need some new ears.
I get it, Carlos, I want to shout out, usually we get phone calls about how awful we are. I got a phone call. I can't believe, no, I got a phone call the other day about a woman that had a parking issue and I can't. You and somebody else that you work with, a woman, forget her name, I wrote it down. Absolute, thank you. Could the woman could not say more about how helpful and cooperative and really, it was a wonderful, I'm gonna see what I measure. It was a wonderful thing to
Thank
Here.
So Carlos, my thought process is, instead of waiting to increase our rates, let's capitalize on its opportunities of moments, right? Let's capitalize on peak hours and winter time here. And increase our minimal usage and our fee at peak hours. Is that something we could do?
We can, we had a similar discussion about it, both can be done to see what.
Yeah, instead of waiting for the whole parking study, how do we start generating that revenue now?
We already provided some of the key data to. Yeah, last Thursday, we had, I guess our kickoff for the update for our park study. The task order was approved last October 2nd.
I mean, I'm all for parking studies, but like I said, if we can start doing something now to generate income,
The
that,
good thing is, the study's done, it's just a matter of updating the numbers in there, and drop it back in, so.
This really is in the winter distance.
yeah, winter
And we have,
and Saturdays.
we have the residential.
Resident, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Just about.
Mr. McFarland.
Yeah, I'd just like to put a second onto that, that certainly what I read about parking and thinking around the country, I encourage us to look at Donald Shoup's stuff. It says definitely use variable rates to help in parking. The beach would be an obvious place to do that. So let's make sure that our contracts with whether it's Park Mobile or whichever one,
What we'd have to,
that's built in, that we can do time-based. rates.
We'll look into that.
yeah.
Because I think both time of day and time of year, it makes sense.
Right. What she proposed, Mr. Latias.
I'm just making sure, well, we'll talk about it in beach fund, but including beach, but also beyond while you're here, Carlos, you're also, you know, I guess just as a quick update, you're also looking at, and it's part of the parking study, but and beyond is the revenue potential of like downtown and what cost does that look like and things like that. And, so I guess to that point is, I think at this point, correct me if I'm wrong, we probably have at least some good numbers to, you know, make these decisions on changes, right? It's not like we're starting from scratch. Right.
Well, just on a quick Google shoot, do you know that Delray Beach charges $90 plus tax for residential decal parking? I mean, that compares,
We get 64.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we get complaints about that. That's a problem.
Carlos, that's not a great comparison with other
So we just have to have a.
prices that they.
Let's look for a public-private partnership for a local parking garage downtown. Mr. McGuire, I am so.
Very quick question on, again, on the parking. Does our contract with the provider for the charging, does it have any provision of feeding information back out to people? Hey, I'm thinking going to the beach and I look at my app and it says I'm at 95% full on the parking. Yeah, maybe I'll go a little later. Maybe I'll go tomorrow or whatever. Is there any provision for us? Because that information is the data they probably have. Whether they are willing to provide it real time. That would certainly, that's one of the things that people talk about smart parking, that it informs you of stuff. The technology is there.
Again, there's other parking aggregators that we use and see capitalizing, but see what the expenditure is. It's there, but Park Mobile is the current provider, the app that we use.
And they don't.
They currently don't believe they offer that feature there, but it's something that we could look at.
I would very much encourage us to look,
Park Me, Park Jockey, and all.
Yeah.
feature there. You can pretty much see what.
because that makes it a service, and as we're increasing rates, we're also providing a better service.
Correct.
Okay.
See what's available.
Exactly.
Thank you, good idea. And if they won't provide it, somebody else might. Okay, up next. Thank you. Where are we at?
All right. Last, last is the general fund. And so two key items in terms of general fund. As Monica mentioned earlier, there's two primary revenue sources. So that's from the property tax and then also the transfers of franchise fees from the other funds. And so you have continued to see property value growth over the past 5 years. It's been about 14% on average. We did a model that assumed a 6% property value increase in fiscal year 25. That data is not available yet, so the city's budget does assume a 0% growth in 25. And then in future years, we're assuming that it's going to continue to see property value growth. The franchise fees make up about 17% of the total revenues for the general fund, and that reflects the 8% of revenues from each of the enterprise funds. As we project forward, assuming we do continue to see property value growth, revenues and expenditures are in alignment. So what this looks like, we're not assuming any change in the millage rates. Adjusting forward, as I mentioned, we're looking at just assuming a 6% taxable value increase in fiscal 25. And then in future years, we're assuming it stays at 6%. That's what we've talked about in the past. And under this assumption, we do see that you'd maintain 3 months of your expenditure target within your working capital fund, as that's the policy for the general fund. And this does demonstrate revenues and expenditures would be in alignment. Obviously, if property value growth doesn't occur at these levels, then the results would look different. But given the recent trends, that's what we're including at this point in the forecast.
Which I think are gonna level off this year. I think they've been going up, and I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Mr. McBoy.
David, you mentioned that the transfers from the enterprise was about 17% of the general fund. Earlier from our staff, we had a graph that I asked a question about that was indicating about 16 million out of 50 million, roughly 50 million at about 40%. I'm curious.
Yeah.
The difference between 40 and 17.
Yep. So in addition to the franchise fees, you also have the interfund transfers. So there's 8% of revenues are transferred, but you also have the allocated expenditures for administrative services. So in total, that's where that 40% comes from.
Thank you.
If that makes sense.
Looks like Mr. Liberty might clarify a little bit, because he's the biggest contributor.
Yeah. It's the interfund admin fees and
Speak into the microphone. please.
enterprise transfers and interfund admin.
Break that down for planning, so.
Yes, franchise fees and then the admin, so transfers from the enterprise funds.
Found a quarter in my pocket. I'll leave that here.
We don't release the rates.
You just up the interfund.
I, for the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director, I think what needs to take into account, I believe there's a franchise fee which is paid by the customer at the time of the bill, right? If I remember correctly, in addition to that, once the dollars come into the individual enterprise funds, there's a transfer from the fund as well, an interfund transfer, and then there are the administrative fee transfers as well.
Thank you for getting that quarter in your pocket. I think it'd be good for us to really clearly as a commission to understand the pieces that come and under what frameworks, so that we look, because we hear about the 8%, which is pretty comparable to IOUs at roughly 6%. But there are significant other transfers. We should just know what they are. They're a pretty significant part of the budget.
I think they're all often confused, and communities across the entire country receive a revenue infusion in the form of franchise fees from the utilities that serve their population, whether it's a municipal utility or not. They collect the franchise fee from the serving utility. In addition to that, since you own the utility, you get that tax, and then once the dollars come into the utility enterprise funds, you then get a transfer as well. And that's a city policy. I believe it's in the range of 8 to 10%. I think you can go with city policy. You tend to stay closer to the 8%, right? But you can go as high as 10% in your fiscal policy. And then you also have interfund transfers to cover your shared services or administrative fees, IT charges, things like that.
And that gets approved by the commission every year. Public hearing. So we'll bring it forward to you to show you what the admin fees are and then the franchise fees.
And obviously not just for the electric, but also
Yeah,
the water.
water, yeah.
Those are the two.
Correct.
Big ones.
Okay,
Thank you.
where are we at?
Okay. Well, that concludes Stantec's presentation. Be happy to answer any additional questions if you would like.
Well, we sure appreciate you explaining to some of us that are harder to explain to what's going on. I think, you know, the numbers are provided by the city and that's what you work with. So thank you very much.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Are we signing off, Mr. Hyatt? All right.
I am
Have a
signing
won-
off.
Have a
Thank you.
wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Park Mobile does show the zones and how many spots are available on each zone. You just have to use the app the
Oh,
appropriate way.
okay.
You have to keep tapping until you get all the way to Lakewood Beach and it zones in, and then you can go to the actual zones. Click on which zones have parking available
I love a problem that fixes itself.
and how many hours or minutes you want to purchase and everything right on your phone.
What is it called?
Park Mobile.
Oh, it's Park Mobile app. Got a little screen with a little white circle around the P. That's all my contribution's gonna be for the day. Don't have anything else. That's it.
So we're actually running early, ahead
Yeah.
of schedule, about 20 minutes, 15 minutes until we have our break, so we can either break now. And then pick back up in this afternoon for department questions.
Let's break down and come back.
Let me find out if lunch is ready, because otherwise we're cutting
Oh.
20 minutes out of our lunch.
All right, what would
So
you
bear
do?
with me 1 minute while I find that. I'll let you know.
We will sit here patiently waiting.
While you're checking, Madam Mayor, if I might, I have a question.
Yeah, what?
It might actually be better for standing, so maybe staff could ask them, but I see that in a lot of our area of our funds, we are borrowing money to do some of the things. And I understand that there's a logic, but sometimes you just gotta do it because you don't have the money, you need to do whatever it is. There's also an argument societally that's made that borrowing money spreads the cost of doing something over
Generations, yeah.
users of whatever that thing is. It's got a 30-year lifespan. It's not just us paying the full out cost today, this year, it's spread over the next year. I think that logic makes sense. What I would like to have a sense of, because I see that we're increasing on some, how do we compare in our percentage of debt to other communities? Are we good? Are we a little on the high side? Are we a little on the low side? To get some sense of that, if that's possible, given that the debt is something, it's an expense that sticks on our books for a long time, 20 or 30 years.
But do you think that's a fair question? Because not everybody has golf, beach, electric facilities.
Most,
I understand.
small cities don't, but we can.
I have great confidence in our staff that they will say, look, we're gonna compare you to somebody, we're gonna compare the electric to other municipal electrics, or we're gonna compare the golf to folks that have a golf course, or whatever
I'd
it
like
is.
to know if there's any other cities in the state of Florida that has every single fund that we have. That's what I would like to know. And I don't think there is.
There probably is, that's not my issue. My-
county.
is giving us some way of comparing, are we healthy in our degree of debt involvement?
We can, definitely, I don't know if we can check on that.
I don't have a way of, I don't have a metric for that, and I'm sure that there's slosh in the metrics for you folks.
We'd dig into the financials of each city to find that information.
Yeah,
We'd have to go into their financial analysis.
Or maybe there are nationwide numbers that are sort of recommended guides or things like that.
We can check it on that.
I don't want to make a ton of work, but I do want to have some sense, some confidence that, yeah, we're borrowing money, but we're very much in the range of the same way that we look at our rates and are we, if we're in about the middle, hey, cool, we're good.
That's something we can look at. So that's, I think, why Stantec presents that modeling to show us that, trending both our cash flow and our rates, as well as then, if we're not increasing the rates, we don't have cash flow and the expenses are increasing, which as we see costs are continuing to rise. That borrowing then obviously is something that has been necessary, but we can look into researching.
Well, one thing that our staff is amazing at too is even though we're budgeting for this, is when you guys bring us back grants that now we can offset that. Right, and that's what's always positive, that the staff is always looking for
big grants and ways to offset some of the big capital improvements that you're talking about, Commissioner McGuire.
Which one of those is the grant that Electric is working on? So they have the bond to offset it. We have to provide a match. We don't have the funds to provide a match, but it's going to be it's going to be a very large grant, so.
And I actually was going to ask Director Liberty about that, I've having been involved in that grant and helped deliver with it. I have a little bit of wondering, should I have buyer's remorse? We're receiving 23 million, but we also got to come up with 23 million. Are we coming out ahead overall? Do we feel? And I don't know how you answer that question necessarily. I hope that we, on the face of it, it's great that we're getting 23 million. The fact that we have to match it makes that a little bit more complicated to evaluate.
Very, very good point. So it's great. It is great that we're getting 23 million. Matching it is a good idea. It would not be great if we had to match with the do projects that we don't need.
Right.
So the good thing is that the dollars that we receive for the grants are for projects that while they were not immediately budgeted, there is an overlap. Some of them were, planned for the next few years. It's things that we've all said we wanted to do in the future and have to do.
Right.
So for example, getting fiber optic to our stations, adding battery energy storage to help bring the carbon footprint down, adding reclosers for our electric system. These are all things that would improve reliability, have a value here. Replacing the AMI system, which is going to have to be replaced. Those instruments only have a 15-year life, 15 to 20-year life. And believe it or not, they've already been there 7 or 8 years. So we have to think for the future. So these are all things that we need to do in the future. So the money is not necessarily money to do things that we didn't need to do. It's money that we need to do. So we're getting 50, think of it as 50% of the cost is being covered by the grant. And it creates a lot of jobs at the same time, which then of course has the flow down benefit to the city as well.
But I hear Commissioner McBoy's asking, I would like to know, with that 23 match, once we pay the interest on it, what is our real cost gonna be at the end? Because that 23 million that we're going out to bond for, we have to pay interest on that. So then what is it really gonna turn into? So let's say that 23 million now is turned into 26 million, so now we're really, 3 million shorter than what we really thought we gained. So if we could I see where you're going with that, Commissioner McBoy, if we could really see the true number of what that 23 million is gonna cost us in the end.
Okay.
That makes sense. Not that you need to know right now.
Not please.
I mean, we could have Davenport, present, do a little presentation on what the rates are going to be and what the actual cost of the bond is going to be.
Yeah.
For the 23 million match.
Yeah.
That's it, now we're all tired, then we need food.
Then we're gonna take a nap, that's too much. Okay, so it's 11:47. Do we want to take a break now? Oh, is lunch ready?
I'm waiting, I'm sorry, when I said I'd find out, it was 10 minutes, so now I'm waiting to see how close they are.
Okay.
I don't think we need them to be right.
We can take a break. We can wander around, chat. Tell funny anecdotes about being in the city. All right, we'll be back. 1 o'clock, we start at 1 o'clock again?
Yes.
See you at 1 o'clock, everybody.
Nice.
I have to figure out why we don't have
Okay, what are you trying to share? See? Okay, so that's the screen, but this is where you already have it running, right?
If someone can unmute Chambers so we can restart.
Okay. By the time we get back, then it's on you. We share it again.
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, Madam Mayor, it is 1:07 and we have reconvened.
Thank you very much. Are we live?
You're still live, Madam Mayor.
We're live.
We are.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome back, everybody. Feels like it. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch break. Okay, now we are doing department questions. So this is where we ask our questions about departments. No pop quizzes, please. All right, so how are you, Monica, are you gonna take?
Yes, so actually, so I know we went through this really fast. We're just trying to queue up the presentations.
Okay.
We are going to, the back of your agenda has the order that we'll go in. We'll start with general fund. And then move into the governmental and internal services funds, and then we'll move into the enterprise funds and conclude around for a break, and then we'll come back with capital and hopefully finish up the capital. So we'll start with general fund. Yes, well, maybe we'll wrap up early. This is really just an opportunity for you to ask your questions, the questions that you had. We know we went really fast. So we're going to go back to those significant changes and whatever questions you all have for us and for the departments, we can answer those questions for you.
I also wanted to say in terms of myself,
I don't think your mic's on.
Are we on?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So we're gonna start with the general fund. And I was just gonna say, sometimes I don't even know what questions I have. So if there's sort of a question out there, I'm not gonna ask it if other people don't, I'll ask, make a note for myself, just privately find out.
Absolutely.
Review.
We're happy to do it, yes.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome, because there's a lot of us here. Thank you. Okay, general fund.
Okay, so as you recall, we're going back to, so we're on slide 17, significant changes. And I think. Okay. And so these were the significant changes related to the general fund. The general fund tab starts beginning of your book, and it starts on page 9. You also have right before that page, right before that tab, you have an appropriation summary that I forgot to reference that breaks down the source of funds and then the salary and benefits, kind of a summary, operating expenses, and then the total use of fund and net revenue. So that's page 7. That's the appropriation summary. That'll give you a breakdown of all the funds, a summary to help. Okay. What questions can I answer related to the general fund?
If you're like, get going.
May I go now?
Yes, I see your lights on. Thank you, Ms. Milligan.
Thank you. So it's not really a question, but more of I guess it's a general question, right? So in front of me, I have the book that the Florida Legislative Committee, Florida League of Cities put out the final report for what passed and what didn't pass for this year. And as many people may know or may not know, there was a potential grab at enterprise fund transfers last year that is definitely coming back this year. And as we see with the numbers that we have before us, if this bill does come forward this year, and if it passes in any capacity, even though we're talking about a budget, we are in grave trouble. So that is, again, why I know people are probably thinking that I'm pounding the drum over here, but we really need to think about how do we take our assets and make sure that this city is financially viable? Because if we lose, let's just say they cut it to 3% of enterprise fund transfers. What does that do to our budget? What is our plan? Because once legislation starts, if this happens, the rumor is that you're gonna get a year for it to kick in. So when we think about things, and we're talking about parking revenue, and we're talking about how do we create more funding? How do we capitalize on the things that we have? And it's not really because we're trying to charge people more. We're not trying to burden our residents, but the burden lays upon us as policymakers to be ahead of this because we are one of the cities that will be affected by this greatly. So I just want us to, as we're going through the whole budget projection, if we can start looking at some of the numbers, if this was only gonna be a 3% transfer, what does that look like? And how do we make up for this 10 months from now, 14 months from now, if this legislation does come forward? Now, the league's gonna keep fighting against it, but there are powerful people up in Tallahassee that feel that this needs to be passed. So that is it's more of a statement, I guess, Madam Mayor, is that how do we make sure that as we're going through this budget process, let's just say worst case scenario, if we were to go down to a 3% transfer, what would that look like next year? That's all.
And you're not asking for that today, just in general.
No, I'm just saying, as we're going through the budget process,
No,
for us to be mindful of, because I would hate us to get slapped with a 2x4 and us go, well, we really weren't thinking, well, we need to be
I'm
thinking
glad
about
that
it.
you brought that up, and I think one of the things along the same lines is it's really important for us as a team, this whole city as a team, to make it very well known to the legislators in Tallahassee prior to when they start meeting, because by the time they get up there, they pretty much know what they're going to do. So I think we need to seriously lobby, and I'm sure Bumba might have some lobbying efforts along those lines. I just want to, thanks for bringing that up. It's a good point. Mr. Ed Liberty? A little off topic, but it's a good.
Sure.
No.
It's your time,
Oh.
so.
That's a very good point. For the record, at Liberty Electric Utility Director, and I know Vice Mayor Malago was actually at session because we sat in on some of these meetings together. So FMEA, which is the Florida Municipal Electric Association, which I am an executive member of on the executive committee. We take a very strong position on this on behalf of all of the municipalities. Obviously, I represent Lake Worth Beach, but as an association, we work very hard at this. At the heart of this is this concern that dollars, it gets to a taxation without representation issue. It particularly revolves around customers who are outside our city limits, yet who receive city services, who are either our water utility or electric utility. I'm not involved in the water side, but I know the water side has this issue as well. One of the key people locally that we have to make sure we get our message to is, of course, Representative Caruso. And he's, all indications, my experience with him is willing to listen, but I would stress that we need to spend some time with him, making him aware of the things we're doing. So for example, we are making significant investments in our electric service territory outside of our city limits. There's probably $20 million, for example, the total that's or more that's been put into the circuits and into the substations that are outside of the city, particularly at Canal. So we are investing heavily to improve their reliability, not just our reliability. And that costs money, and then there's debt service, as we talked about today, that goes along with that. So, and they have an opportunity to sit on our advisory board. They haven't filled that spot, but residents in that area have the opportunity to sit on their advisory board. We've asked multiple times for them to do that. So that's important to make sure that they get that representation. We have it available to them, they just haven't availed themselves of it. But I think whether it's electric or water or any other service, that we'd be able to show that we make significant investment outside our city limits.
That
Provide
includes
them with
Palm
service.
Springs too, doesn't it?
It does, portions of the county and portions of Palm Springs. And they had a seat on the board for many years, but they haven't refilled it. And the answer we get is that they're very happy and they don't feel the need to be there, but it would be better if they were. But it is something that we all have to watch. I know you all have your relationships with legislators in Tallahassee. I think you all need the help as well. Not that you're not already helping, but that help is
No,
important.
this is.
For them to understand the services that we provide, the level of investment that we make, and it's the city that's on the hook for the financing, right? And that supports those communities. I believe the same thing exists from the sewer side and water side.
Right. Thank you very much. It's, take away our home rule, but don't take away our money. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah, for bringing that up. So, your lights on, Mr. Ms.
Just very short follow-up to that. I think in communicating with Representative Caruso, it would be helpful if we could both have a half-page documentation of the investment we put in. I've certainly heard over the years, with almost a little bit of jealousy, that we've been very proactive of investing in the Palm Springs section. In fact, I think they've been 26 kV for much longer, and we still have parts of our city that are 4. So
Talking.
a little bit of some talking point documentation, and then the other side is from finance, a similar half page that says, if something like this were to go in at 3% or 2% or whatever percent, this is the hit that it would be, and I think the point that Director Liberty makes about, we're on the hook for the debt service. So some of those points, I think, let's
No,
get the
that's a really good
document.
idea.
I just sent an email to Walter, who is Representative Crusoe's legislative aide, and CC'd all the directors to ask if he could schedule a tour for Representative Crusoe to come in and see everything that we've done on electric utility, water, the osmosis plant, and if maybe if we can get ahead of him before he gets back. Yeah, so yeah, no, I'll of course put it all together.
Are you coming back? You might just want to sit in the front row. I think. Getting your steps in.
To that point, I did have a conference call with him prior to the last session that was arranged by the FMEA staff, where they will speak with him for about a half hour or so. And he did indicate that before the next session, he would want to come by and see some of the things that we had been doing. He also had some very positive comments. He said at one time he used to hear a lot about outages in Lake Worth Beach. He said, I don't hear so much about those anymore. But he was very interested in hearing about what we were doing and did want to come by. It was just a matter of scheduling.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, he's a key component to us being able to continue to fight this bad legislation or come to a meeting of the minds if it has to be passed this year.
Yeah, and he likes Lake Worth. He's the thing. Mr. Yes.
A lot of what I was gonna say was already said, but just to add to that general thought of, we started the meeting with talking about making decisions, thinking about longevity and long-term. There's a number of things like this that I'm concerned about. The other one is, even though it's, the other one is the attorney's fees, for example. And if that increases, as they always try to continually to increase, it might result in some people going on a fishing expedition for paydays. It's just gonna cost us. Yeah. There's a number of examples like that. I think that we should really get a good understanding of.
The legislation.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We should probably, those of us that are on committees have a little reflective on that as well. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so, what kind of question, if you were, what questions would you ask?
I would have asked. We try to present a high level overview. So if you go through, I will say this, if you go through, let's just take the general fund. It goes through and explains all the line items. So first you have revenues. Then, for general fund expenses start on page 13. So the overall fund starts on page 9. All those line items are revenues. Until you get to page 13, it starts with expenditures. And then as you progress through, you'll see all the expenditures, you'll see grand totals on page 32. Next are the individual departmental supplemental line items. So this would be any items that substantially increased or any items that are brand new that weren't included last year. We just ask for an explanation so that we as the budget team can understand it and also so that you can understand it. And just to be able to document it, because as we mentioned, expenses are increasing. That's been a challenge, especially for the cost of goods and chemicals and things like that for the enterprise funds. And then we'll keep going through supplementals. In the back of the supplementals, there are supplemental forms. And those supplemental forms actually,
These are where the unfunded things, the requests are coming. Because here's how, again, I'm extremely basic in my understanding of any budget. You have presented us with balanced budget, which means our income and our expenses are about the same.
yes.
But then we have this whole list of things that we want to do, that we have no funding for. So again, I'm going really find things for idiots here.
No.
So anything that, let's say that we want this gadget, but it's unfunded at this point, we would have to find a place in this balanced budget to take away to pay for the vision.
Not necessarily, it depends on the fund, so like, I mean, general fund, I think we had a surplus of around 892,000. That does not include the class and comp study placeholder. So on the supplemental schedule, if you go to general fund, you'll see kind of a list of those additional requests that were already included in the budget. And then there may be an additional position or positions. When this is page 60, I'm actually going to point to one, purposefully, page 60.
60.
Yes. 60 of 338. It's kind of like on the bottom. Page 59 is right before that and is the end of the supplementals, and then 60 starts with the schedule. So for example, public services, and this is a discussion that we can have when we get to that fund, or we can have it now, or actually it's part of the general fund, so we can have it now, sorry. There is a request to move custodial services in-house. This has been a challenge for the city in having custodial services that are actually appropriate to clean the facilities, all of the facilities. And so this itemization shows you what the cost would be to bring it in-house.
Above what we're paying now.
Well, it is, let me just double check.
How do they compare?
We are paying, I have to look at the exact cost.
If you look at
The
Page,
contract.
Yeah,
page 72,
page
Thank you.
72,
yeah, 77.
since we're talking about the in-house custodial. I did a breakout the spreadsheet, the kind of, based on our current contract we have versus bringing something in-house. So at the bottom of that, you can see what our current contracts are, 166 clean to that 39 image. And then 40 with the contract we utilize for the beach. So the total contract amount we're basically paying annually right now is 246,000. If you look at the top to bring that in-house, we're basically at 409, which would include 6 custodians as well as a crew leader for the custodian.
And that includes your benefits.
That includes, yeah, so that burden amount there, so you see the rates of pay, the hourly rate, and then the burden, that's what with benefits and everything. So then with vehicles and then materials, everything else, so we're trying to look at ways, if we wanted to bring this in-house. How much more are we looking at over what we're currently paying for our contract service?
And it's about 160.
Yeah, is it something that we're willing to do it or not? Because obviously it comes down to just a quality, like when you come to work. It's always better when people are more comfortable. When you're working in clean spaces, when your trash cans are empty, or back, just things like that. Now, obviously it's going to be more, but being in public works and the calls that we get, since it's a, the contractor managed through our facilities department, Melissa's here, when we get a lot of these, when the services are not, Ed's not even looking.
Does this include
A lot of
bathrooms,
them-
public bathrooms?
It does. That includes the restrooms, right?
That includes restrooms, everything,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's one of those things that we get a lot of phone calls on,
Oh, yeah.
complaints about.
So do we?
And it's across the board, we're not unique. It's not just City Lakewood Beach, it's happens all across the board. You have like basic, like 10 different companies for the most part that kind of ship around through all the municipalities. And an example, one of the contracts we currently have, we had when I first got 13 years ago, which had to be canceled because of the lack.
But Jamie,
Well,
let me, can I answer, some of this would be,
Lights on.
some of this will go to CAM for common area maintenance for some of these properties that have rentals on them, correct? So like the beach run, so there's gonna be an offset cost to some of these.
No. No, like, so for the beach, you have CAM, which is covered by, depending on what it is, what maintenance it is. Some of that is covered by our actual staff that's actually working out there, which is their operational cost. Some of that's just cleaning of bathrooms and everything else.
That's what I'm saying, so but is this custodial, this breakdown gonna include that as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm saying some of this will be offset in the CAM that we collect.
Oh, no, this is separate. This is separate. Okay. So nothing to do with the actual.
So this in-house of 6 people plus a leader would have nothing to do with.
Well, bathrooms, you would
The
have a
bathrooms.
bathroom.
But the actual CAM, everything up there is separate from from this.
And
I
then,
understand, but common area maintenance, if I'm paying someone to clean the bathrooms at the beach. And there's a beach rental company, if there's companies up there who are renting lease spaces, that's part of their CAM, it gets passed down to them. Why would it not, the bathrooms that are behind Mamma Mia's, behind Hoffman,
well, because,
those are the bathrooms that they use that are city owned. So that should get passed down as part of common area maintenance.
well, I think a lot of the public uses it too, you know, it wasn't set up the way, but I mean,
But that's
it's not just.
I understand, it may not have been in the past, but again, talking
Well,
about,
no,
but common area maintenance is if we're cleaning those bathrooms. I mean, we need to look at who's receiving the benefits of these people that we're hiring. Obviously, we're not, our staff's not. I vacuum my own office for crying out loud. Nobody cleans our offices and or any of our offices. We clean our own. But if there's somebody who's paying a rental for a property, at any of our properties, they should be getting some of this charge if we're gonna start doing this in-house. It needs to get passed down through CAM. If it can be.
We,
I really, go ahead,
okay,
Jamie,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Jamie, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, so obviously the leases that were done, for a lot of the tenants, those are coming up, is it next year, the year after? I know we should do Benny's last year, Benny's is until 2033, but I think the others are coming up in 26, I believe. But there was, back then, some interesting, negotiations.
Benny's has their own bathrooms.
Again, I'm not saying just Benny, I'm talking about
Well, in the beach.
Right.
I'm talking about the places that have leases, have common area maintenance. That common area maintenance is anything that we take care of.
Right.
They pay their portion. So I'm saying if we're going to in-house this and we're at a negative 163,000, their CAM should be adjusted prorated by their square footage of what we're cleaning.
Yes, and
That's on-
you're absolutely right, because CAM is really based on salaries. So
Right.
if we bring this in-house, the salary will increase and we'll get it off.
Correct. Salaries, cleaning.
For the next.
No, it would be, it's per contract.
The CAM that we have is based on the salaries that are allocated to the beach, right?
Mm.
But, so if we bring this in-house, our salary will increase. So whoever, we will have salary allocated for the beach.
So the.
Their CAM will increase.
So the language in those leases,
You'll have to,
does that allow us to adjust on an annual basis?
that's the question.
Because the initial one
So.
was
Yes,
set.
we adjust.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
annually, we do, yeah.
We need to
Take a look at it.
verify that, because I remember the initial leases, there was just a CAM, that was part of the lease, and that's just what it was until it's time for renegotiation of said lease.
All right, so we're.
To make sure that that's something that is adjustable on the annual basis.
Yeah, it is.
We'll follow up on that.
Yeah.
But we'll follow up, but yeah.
But we'll follow up.
This May, Mr. Diaz, I have the lights on for so long, their batteries are going.
No, I mean, on the same lines as this with the, because I know with this count with the beach club bathrooms as well. Because I know that those are an issue, whoever is supposed to be cleaning those doesn't. And then you go to the beach club and you ask the people that run the beach club, and you say the bathrooms are disgusting, and they say, yeah, you're right, they are, but we don't have a key to the closet. And we cannot get that key, we cannot clean it, the city's supposed to clean it, and they don't. So if this solves that problem,
This would fall around as well. So basically what you have with the different janitorial companies right now is they have a list of properties that they're responsible for. Whether it's the casino bathrooms, the beach, it's the golf club, it's, City Hall, it's, 1900.
Village Park,
They all have different things they're responsible for. That would all go away and that would all now fall under the city. So all of our properties that we own would now have in-house staff doing this. The other benefit would be you're now looking at, basically 7 full-time positions times 40 every week. I can guarantee you, we are not getting that many hours out of our graphical service.
Right. And another benefit is, I remember when we used to be in-house, it was the same people every day. You built a relationship with them. You know what I mean? When there was coffee and cake, they got coffee. I mean, it's, again, relationships on a scale of a city like this are so important. So I think have them feel more part of the city than just the job they show up, and if they don't do a great job, nobody really knows. So that's just another benefit. Mr. Dan.
Yeah, and on that note too, generally, especially with housekeeping crews. And it's not necessarily a dig at contractors, but they may not be receiving like the benefits and stuff that we'll be offering. So there is like the human capital workers' rights thing on that. But if we want to keep talking about that, I think that's okay. But I had actually a question that was more general, just to keep in mind as we ask questions and on general fund.
Sure.
The class and comp, we have a separate thing in an upcoming meeting where we're gonna discuss that thoroughly, right? So I don't wanna like dig too
Like
much
salary
into the weeds
raises
on
and
that.
stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah.
cause I don't wanna have too many questions digging into the weeds of that, cause that's where most of my questions are honestly is, you know, as a whole, I think at least, you know, I can't speak for everyone up here, but my priority is covering payroll and making sure that people we do have get paid what they deserve before we can pay for the shiny things.
I think Ms. May is, you good? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so
um,
we will have an update to the class and comp study, we believe, at the July workshop. We should have some updates then. And obviously, this would factor in bringing that in-house, that's adding additional staff. But we can kind of look at that as a whole and have it on the supplemental schedule to see what that would look like.
Mr. McBoyd.
Quick question on that one, and I think you said it, but I've forgotten. We anticipate that the class and comp is gonna indicate that we want to go up somewhat. So
We are anticipating that,
have
yes.
we put a placeholder in to the current budget for at least some degree of that?
So we have the current 3% placeholder, which is our COLA that we've had the prior year also. We have as a supplemental of 4% on the side. So each supplemental schedule kind of shows that amount held. So that we can see, you know, if we were to do that, would we have the money? Plus, would we have the money to add additional other things? And some of those funds, the answer is no. And some of the funds, it's yes, or it's a break even. And that's what we'll have to kind of look at. What will it be 4%? We don't know what they're going to come back and tell us. We're waiting for their recommendations for the tax. Yes, it's a possibility.
And it's 4% additional to the 3%.
Correct. So a total of 7.
I have a different question. You mentioned that on property liability, you got a quote back from whoever provides with a 65% increase.
Correct.
That's a fairly big number.
It is.
And what I'm wondering, which I have no idea the answer to,
I don't know if your mic's on.
it is on, I just don't, I forget to speak it. Thank you for the reminder. Do we have any influence, like whoever is providing the quote for this, or various people providing quotes, various organizations? Do we have any influence in how we do our processes, that they're looking at ours and saying, well, you know, you're a little delinquent about this, or you don't clean that well enough, or you don't have the right signs? Are there things, and I may be totally, I don't know that much about this, so, do we have things that we can do that might talk them into reducing that thing, or is it totally decided exteriorly and nothing that we do would have any influence? And it looks like we have somebody who
Yes, we
has an answer.
do. I'm Lauren Say, the Director of Human Resources and Risk. And the answer is not really.
Okay.
Now, there's not that many insurance companies that will even cover governments, especially in Florida, for obvious reasons. I mean, we're all looking around, even like our own home value, our own home insurance is going up so high. But we do work with a risk consultant, Ben Pugh. And he helps us, you know, write the RFPs, go for the best things. He knows the best companies to go for. He knows the coverages and how we need them. So they work with us through the whole process. But it is what it is. And also with insurance, the risk, if there's a wildfire in California, if there's a tornado in Kansas, it comes from the same pool. So when all these catastrophes happen all over the country, the same insurance companies insure us, or the reinsurers insure us, and so the rates go up all across the country, and then we really don't have any control over it.
That's fine, though, because we don't really hear about like terrible house insurance rates in like North Dakota. I mean,
Well,
you know, it
because
seems like we're being,
their homes aren't as valuable as the ones in Palm Beach County. And, you know, they will. Property values in Palm Beach County are much, much higher than North Dakota, or speaking my family in Louisiana and Mississippi, I can swear to you that they are not expensive here. But that being the case, they may not even have the same, you know, the same coverages. They don't need to have blood. They don't need to have.
in Louisiana.
I'm talking about North Dakota.
Well, North Dakota-
Different state. But all those catastrophes, they get in the same pool. And so those insurance companies are trying to make money, of course, and they don't protect us out of the kindness of their hearts. So, it all goes into one giant pool, and then they, you know, they look at the risks, and that's what it is. And that's why we're shopping. So it was the Ventura our risk consultants that told us originally it was 35. They said, oh, we're seeing 65 in some counties and some cities in Florida. We're like, well, hold on, we're not gonna just sign off on that. So we're gonna try and do the best.
And just to follow up on that, as people think about climate change and the costs of being preventative of climate change, this is the flip side of it.
Yes.
That as climate change has increased risk of hurricanes, high rainfall, all those things, like you say, insurance companies don't do the insuring out of the front of their heart, and they're very much based on past trends, which everybody is telling them that's not gonna work. Past trends don't predict that when your climate is changing.
Moving right along. So talking about the in-house versus, can we talk about that as a, there's another outsource that we do a lot of is the ground maintenance, ground crews, trimming, that sort of thing. And do we have a page for that? That it makes?
Yes, so what I was gonna ask, I know we're kind of, but
We're
since
jumping
Lauren-
around, but that's.
well, since Lauren was just up here, between now and like the second workshop when we come back, is when we come back, we'll obviously have the class come up at that point in time, so we'll know what kind of numbers we're looking at. Basically, from page 62 to page 79, you will see all the supplemental budget enhancements. If you guys can each take a look at that before we convene next time, because you'll see stuff, I mean, Lauren was just up here, but there's one in there for a part-time intern position for her department. There's also additional training for, citywide customer service. There's some additional ethics training. So there are just different things in here, like public works. We had an item for some, battery operated, backup flares and stuff that we talked about through the year. So yeah, so this is just stuff that's come up throughout the year, things that departments are looking to do, but it's not in the current budget because we need to provide a balanced budget for each of you. But these are things that we could probably look at and say, is this, you said we had basically 800 and change that's kind of laying out there. Are these things where you want to move into the budget for this year? Or are they things you say, well, not really pertinent now, maybe we can put this off for a year or two or something like that. So just having those conversations as far as about this supplemental was timely, and we need to look at actually doing this versus.
I'm surprised this is I was looking for more sheets of suggestions. Than.
This is just general fund too.
Oh, Jamie. Jamie, I do have a question in regards to page 79. It's a two-part question. I don't know why it's under general fund. Because it's for the gymnasium repairs. Is that what, would we normally put that in there? On page 79, it's got AC replacement.
Right.
Could we not look at this for a CDBG for the next year?
We have to do one project.
This is the gymnasium. Sorry, we have to. City gym,
I'll have to look into that, because yeah, typically this falls under our CIP.
right, so that's why I was concerned on how it got to general fund. And B, whenever something's in CDBG that we could do and that, we try to put that in CIP for the future for.
Well, no, this would still fall under general fund, though. It wouldn't be CBG. Unless we were doing an overall project for the gymnasium.
Yeah, because it needs a roof. And it needs an air conditioning. So, I mean, if we could put all that together, I'm just thinking that we could
See if we can.
make
do
that one project for CDBG instead of taking just this fiscal request of 28,000 and then 51,000 the following year. And just do a whole gym project, just a thought process.
Ms. May?
Noted.
Oh,
Okay, so my original question, I didn't remember it, and, so if you go to page 7,
Oh, my God.
like the overall. The overall plan, so the bottom right, the 7,089,000,
Wait, let's get to seven.
sorry. 7,089,512. So that's the overage, basically, of all of the departments combined.
Correct.
So that's everything else that's already allocated, you're saying has to be spent because that's how we run things. And this is the extra 7 million that we can kind of allocate.
No.
No, okay.
Actually, had it at 7.
No, well, we do not per, I mean,
mean, we don't have that much per thing, but when you combine it all, no, okay, then
It's
what am I
basically
reading?
that the revenues, exceed the expenses. So for example, the general fund, $882,983. That's
Okay.
right now, the excess revenues without the supplemental
Right.
staffing request, without the supplemental 4% increase. That's what we have at this point. Based on,
Without the 4% or without the 3%?
without the 4%.
So it's without 4% extra or without a 1% more?
There's a 3% that's already factored in, and then the
Of
additional 4%.
more to make 7%.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
That's
thank
not
you.
included. So
All right,
that's,
that's clear.
that's
now.
the excess revenues at this time without having the updated, property appraiser information. And I think Yannick has something.
So we always have the 3% quota, year to year.
Mhm.
But since because of inflation, but we thought that we can start with a 4%, but we would have to get your permission, to implement that into our budget.
I just wasn't sure if you were saying a 4 extra percent.
Yes,
Or.
extra.
Okay,
Total of
now-
what?
now clear.
Total of
Yeah.
seven.
But my
So you
question
get
is-
total of
Total of 7.
Yeah.
Oh.
Total is
Will be.
seven,
Yeah, that's,
yeah.
to get us more in line with the comp and class study, which is what we're waiting on.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right, and when you were saying with the common class study, some of them may not need the 4%.
They may be more.
It may be more or it may be less, depending on where we come up. So, yeah, an average of 4 could be something we could predict. But my question is, how am I, so you're saying like, if you look at the general fund, the 882,000, right? But every fund has that, so that's what we're looking at with their supplemental requests. My question, I guess, is, does the funding for each of the supplementals have to come from that specific fund's overage?
Like, can the general fund pay for electric or vice versa? Is that what you're?
I mean, I guess so, like, if you had, like, okay, so let's look at the code remediation fund has $1,000. So what if they wanted something that was more than that?
Let's see, code.
They wouldn't get it,
No,
because they don't have
to
extra.
reduce their expenses.
They have to produce
Or-
their own
yeah.
overage.
Yes, correct, yes.
Okay, so you can't move that
Can't
around.
handle funds.
Okay,
That's
thank-
commingling, that's.
okay, I just wanted to make sure
No,
and
no,
everybody
listen,
else.
there's a lot of-
was-
everybody
Thank you.
has something.
Thank you, okay.
Yeah, so, especially when it comes to salaries are permanent, so.
But this part isn't valid.
But what if, I'm just,
Yeah.
4%, so if the general fund were to support, let's say, the beach fund and the salary increase, that means the general fund will be helping the beach fund for that. Yes. That's why we keep it separate and make sure that the fund is set, able to fund itself. Its own increases.
And if an adjustment needs to be made, you bring it to us for a budget adjustment.
Correct.
And that-
We'll wait for, we recommend to wait for the pump study before we approve any supplemental. So that we may or may not be able to add those additional items. If we prioritize the salary increase. That's what we do.
I think you're saying you can't spend the money twice.
So if there's, so for the garage fund, which has a 0 in the net revenues, they don't get anything else.
It would not. And if they do, then they'll charge the respective department additional fund.
Okay. Go ahead, if you want to make it clear.
Oh, yeah, I guess just to make sure that, everyone understands how the garage fund, the fleet fund works. For all of the, passenger vehicles, that are basically half ton and under, and then some of the half to 1 ton. Each department is charged a certain amount for how many of those vehicles they have. And then that amount times the amount of vehicles they have, that's what goes into the fleet fund. And that's what goes into our overall fleet replacement schedule. With the whole point being that at the end of that vehicle's life, whether that's 6 to 10 years, that money is already built up in there from each year. So you have the money to purchase a new vehicle. So it comes out of that amount. So that's how the fleet fund kind of evolves. And why we're able to kind of maximize the numbers.
So we keep funding it in a year that we really don't need one, we just keep that money going in, so we.
Correct. So when you're looking at, so when you're looking at a lot of every single department, you'll see that line out of the garage, and then you'll see one of those is scratch repairs, one of those internal repairs, external repairs, and then one is for actual vehicle replacement. That's how it's kind of broken out. You'll see same things like IT and different going through, there's a certain amount allocated for each department for IT. And same thing for computers, phones, you know, financial service, so. I don't know.
Yeah. Madam Mayor Commissioner, I just wanted to clarify something with the class and comp. Even though there's the 3% and the 4% put aside, it doesn't mean everybody's getting a 7% raise. So I don't want to, because I know a lot of employers are watching this, I don't want the expectation being that everyone's getting a 7% raise. Some people may come up way more, some people we might find that they're paid appropriately, some people actually may be overpaid. I know it will come surprise them. Not saying that, so we
I
don't
would
know,
help lower it if we're overpaying.
we don't know. I don't think there's that many here, but there's a lot of people that historically have not gotten, you know, big raises. So, you know, Jamie's department, William's department, that's, you know, one of the reasons for the turnover.
So the classification of the job has something to do with the amount.
Right, of course, but we haven't been keeping up with that competition. So-
Best to think everyone's getting 7% so that we can have a little cushion.
But imagine you're surprised, so I just want to
Right.
set expectations so that we're all on the same page. We will come to you.
Average.
Yes.
Let it be on the record, we're making no promises.
Yeah,
About
thank you.
your percentage of raise.
It's a proposed.
Stay
budget.
tuned.
But it is our.
We
budget.
can promise 3% COLA.
Yes.
Well, we can promise.
That's a promise.
Yes. It's in draft form.
Promise anything.
Yeah, oh, yeah. And we will be having a separate meeting to present all these findings with you, discuss some options on how the best way to allocate the mark is.
Great, thank you.
Budget workshop. Well, and that's why Monica at the very beginning this morning said, you know, that we're doing for this first workshop, high level overview, so we can kind of introduce you guys to kind of where we currently are. And then as we get class and comp, as we get information from the property appraiser, as we start getting all this stuff in June, you guys have already had kind of a primer as far as where we are and some of the supplemental requests and some other things kind of hanging out there. So then when we have those conversations, you're already kind of up to speed at least on the basics of where we are.
I wish we had this 3 years ago.
What's that?
I wish we'd had this 3 years ago. It's kind of basic lesson, yeah.
It's helpful.
And that's mentioned in page 74. It's the end of it's the end of the presentation, but we just have a list of, I can just reference, we know that the unknowns are the property tax information. Electric fund is going to have some revenue updates. This is really early for them, and a lot of the enterprise funds will be giving their updates on revenues. We'll have the compensation study updates, schedule of fees. So page 74 of your slide, I was going to cover it in the end, but I'll just reference it so you know, those are all the unknowns that we're going to revisit in July. And in between there, obviously, there'll be some additional discussions.
And just one thing too, when we were talking about the future numbers, we know that penny sales taxes have been here forever too, so if we can try to be mindful of.
Yeah,
what
all
that
those revenues
future-
are like potentially temporary. I mean, the market is really good right now and things are going well, but it's not going to last.
And that the county has no interest in extending it. That's what we have to. Yes, that's what they want is mobility, all the money for the mobility. Let me get them.
Okay, so we will, if there's no additional questions, we can, if you have additional questions related to the internal service fund, otherwise we can turn to enterprise and start with electric. So the internal service fund, you were kind of asking things about garage, that's an internal service fund, information technology.
Okay.
You talked a little bit about code, you asked questions, so if you have any questions about those types of funds, otherwise we can, yes.
No, well, for my benefit as well. Again, for the benefit of the future, listening and for maybe so she doesn't. The internal.
Do you want me to tell you what those funds, the internal service funds?
Basically, yeah, how that works, how the mechanics of it.
Okay.
So, we pay out, internal service fund is kind of like where we put a full money in all the different departments to pay for IT upgrades, to pay for property liability, to also pay for our health benefits, as well as.
Garage.
Right.
So they pay.
So there's a line item in every department that has IT allocation, property liability, health, benefits, and the garage. So that's basically.
So it's not an outside revenue source.
No, it's not outside.
Thanks.
It's money that we pay up for the services from those funds. So ideally, those funds should really break even.
Right.
Because whatever they charge is what they pay out.
Thank you.
And I just, people want you to ask about the garage, are you using zero?
Yes. The other one should be zero, but, like for the health benefits, we thought it was going to be, the estimate, we thought it was going to be 15. So that's why you're seeing a surplus, but it went down to 5%, right? So we're gonna update the expense and the revenue, so that should break even. Same thing with IT. You could still get a surplus there, but, that's, we also look at the fund level, the fund balance of IT, and it's, when we see that it's low, and we see a surplus at the end, I think for this budget, it's like 200,000, we just using this better.
So each department also may have its own fund balance.
Correct.
Yeah.
We want that.
Yes, correct. Thank you. Sure. Low chart.
And fund balance is my question on the self-insurance fund, which I guess is part of the general fund.
No.
It's not internal.
It's not really first.
Okay, but I guess we don't have a place to talk about something, but
There's a, it would,
Yeah.
Internal servers.
Yep, we're on that now, so. Government on internal.
it's the right place.
Yes.
Um, I would assume that that is a fund that wants to carry over money from year to year, that it's a pile of money to insure against stuff that we're not paying somebody outside. So it's probably okay that it carries money over from the previous year, but like you hope that it does.
so yeah, it does carry much over.
So the, 1.4 million that's there of net revenues, is that really net revenues or is that just stuff that ought to be carried?
That's the, is that the liability?
It's listed as self-insurance.
Self-insurance.
That's the liability.
Yeah.
That 1.4
Yeah.
is based on the estimate of 35%, which now know it's current provider wants to use 5%. So once we get we're going out for RFP right now. So once we get the updated estimates and the cost, that number will be just that. So that's roughly 9.
Yeah, maybe negative. The self-insurance fund, that's also where we pay the liability in the course out of.
Yes, that's what we're allowed to do. Probably allowed to insurance out.
Okay, I sort of thought that self-insurance was kind of parallel to that, but
It is. So I'm sorry, the self-insurance fund is really to pay for the claims. This is the money we pay for the claims and we have a lot of stuff. So we're self-insured up to $200,000 and we're going to be insured. So, this is for your workers' compensation and this is for when someone hits a pothole and, gets a flat tire or, they sue us for anything. Everyone sees the city and thinks, oh, wow, they're rich. Ha ha ha. But, no, we are not. So we're going out for an RFP for two things. One for our TPA for risk. And they help with the property casualty and also with the workers' comp. So, and then also that, they have to have a pool of money to pay those claims. And we also have years and years of workers' comp claims, where if somebody's not signed off, we have to carry them as long as they're alive, or until they waive coverage. And very few people, if they have a really bad injury, are going to waive coverage, as I think we met, you guys all know about the police officer.
Yeah.
Last year. So those kind of things are hanging always, and that's what the self-insurance fund is for.
and do we do anything, do we have anybody outside or inside that evaluates our risks? Not for workman's comp as well, maybe for workman's comp too, but for other things like potholes or sidewalks that have
Yes.
skip and fall.
Yes, we have our risk advisors, the Qs, and we also work closely with our insurance companies. They have special people that come in and they help us through the risk.
To
and
reduce our risk and
Yes.
hopefully reduce our costs.
Yes, and Therese, who is in my department, she's a new risk person, so we're training her. And our risk consultant and professional
goes with her and shows her what to look for, and he helps her lead the safety committee meetings, which departments we all need some representation from.
Hence, while I'm here.
And just, and just to build that body of, everyone looking, because it's all of our city, everyone needs to keep an eye out, if you see something, a pothole, you see this, a broken sidewalk, tell us. If you see somebody doing,
We do.
they do, they do. They do, trust me, they come through my
I
office.
regret that.
Yeah, they come through my office, so I know about them all, so, but that's what the self-insurance.
I'm glad to know that we have some preventative mechanisms. that hopefully
Constantly.
try. Yeah.
We're always looking, and they have, our risk consultant is here monthly. They have quarterly safety meetings, and we've been building our safety and our risk program.
Because we all know we're hearing about these ADA corner things that the Department of Transportation is doing. Do you any, we just need a risk assessment, I mean, we've gotten a lot of communications about the whole surrounding of it. Any updates?
Actually, Therese in our department is our ADA consultant, and she's actually being trained on that right now. So I've sent her to a couple of conferences and training to bring her up. It's extremely complicated, and a lot of it is new.
Well, right, but the work that they're actually doing now on Lucerne, they're needing big volume.
Yeah, and that's.
Yeah, as we get reports of different things, my project manager, Shannon, is out there dealing with it.
It sounds like a Karen.
But all we can do, we can notify them because it's a state road and they're out there doing the contracts for work on these state roads, we can notify them.
That's
That's what we were notified of. But ultimately, if something happens, that falls on them. All we can do is notify them.
Will be named.
Again, it's one of those things where it's not our road and it's not our contract. But, we make sure we notify them when we see things and we're alerted of it. So there's not much else we can do. We're not gonna jump and do it ourselves. I did wonder why Lauren's up here on the little kudos, because we did get the cost of the insurance now this year, but some of the things that she's doing in order for that to happen, like the quarterly massages and mental health training and just all these different things that help out when it comes time to look at cost.
That gives me the ability to negotiate with insurance companies. So all the wellness programs that you see, the chair massages, the mammogram, the dermavan, all those things. Cigna works with us for those. They help fund them. And that's one of the things they look at, or underwriters look at when we go.
So we're proactively trying to keep us healthy.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I went to the skin one and they said, go to a dermatologist.
Yeah, I do the same thing. So I encourage everybody to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's stuff like that is what helps us keep those percentages down when it comes time for renewals. So.
Whatever helps.
Try our best. Any more self-insurance questions? Okay. Back to you.
Any more questions on the insurance service funds?
Hearing none.
We will move to enterprise funds, and we'll start with electric. It's our largest fund, and so we will, Mr. Ed Liberty has joined us. What specific questions do you have on electric? Yes, we'll go to the significant changes and start there. And then if you have specific questions and the electric funds, just going to tell you what tab it starts on in your binder, or sorry, your booklet, the binder. 157 is where the electric fund starts in your budget book. Yes.
So
So again, it goes through all revenues, then you'll see the expenditures start. And then in the back is the individual line itemizations, and then you'll see the individual supplementals.
So as you try to pick your way through that, I'll kind of give you a little bit of a guide of what you're looking at to help guide you. When you look at it on the left-hand side, the first three columns, you'll see they're labeled GL, account, and code. That just helps us narrow down to what line we're looking at. And you'll see a description of the expense or the revenue. You'll see what we had in terms of dollars that flowed through there in fiscal 22 and fiscal 23, keeping in mind that fiscal 23 is still unaudited, but it's pretty close, we believe. You'll see what we have year to date in the current fiscal year through March. So that's kind of like the halfway point, but keep in mind that not all of our expenses and certainly not all of our revenues are linear. They're distributed across the year. You can see the fiscal 24 budget, what we're set at, and then you'll see the fiscal 25 budget. And you'll see the change year over year. So as you go through these things, I think the natural inclination is say, well, which ones went up by a lot or which ones went down by
Quite a few.
right? Which is quite normal. So to give you some background on that, over the years, and I like to say as we evolved, but there were a number of years where we actually devolved. What happened was that more and more of the budgeting was handled as one big bucket. And then as we got more refined, we began to move dollars more granularly into the individual line items where they belonged. And why did we do that? What we found was as we went through the year, we had some areas, line items in the budget, which had more dollars than maybe they needed. And then as we needed money in other areas of the budget, we would do a budget transfer within the department to move money from one line to another to accommodate for that. What we've attempted to do as we squeeze down on the expenses, you wind up looking very closely, not just at the big pot of money, but you wind up looking at each line by line by line. And you look at what you actually spent on expense in the prior year and you say, do I have enough money in there for the future year or too much? If I have too much, then I cut that number out. Or I whittled it down. And then conversely, we'll look at other line items. We say, look, we've been budgeting and trying to move these dollars around because we've been under budgeting this line item. And we've been supplementing it by using budget transfers from other line items. So let's whittle those down. And of course, we went through the PCA. We said, hey, you have to make sure that the PCA is a flow through. And then we budget PCA revenues equal to PCA expenses. So at least on my sheet, I know it shows this up this way in your sheet, but if you look on page 157.
Yeah.
I have two lines which have a yellow highlight.
Yeah.
Okay, those are PCA items. So not that we don't care what that expense is, but that's a flow through and that's beyond our control. It's driven, as we talk a lot about natural gas prices, that flows right through the budget. When we look at these within the department, we print what we do in a spreadsheet, forms similar to this, but we look at just the base. And I'll focus more quickly on the base because that's the things that in theory are controllable by us. So if we go through here, let's pick an easy one and use this as a guide to help you look at it. So let's go to GL. It's actually on page 157. It'll say GL 343, account 15, code 40. So 343, 15, 40, which says private area lighting. And if you go over to the right, you say, wow, an 80% increase in private area lighting. What are we doing in revenues that's jacking that up? If you then follow to the left and you say, well, in fiscal 22, that was $400,000. In fiscal 23, it was $441,000 roughly, right? Of actual revenues. But the budget for 24 was only 257,000. So what we're saying here is let's align the budget to be much closer to what we've actually been seeing in revenues. Private area lighting is lighting that we install on customers' property and they pay a fee for that. There's a monthly fee for the light fixture itself, whether it's a pole or a fixture, and then there's the energy bill associated with the wattage of the fixture that's up there. So we don't expect that to move around a lot. So you say, wow, an 80% increase. No, we're finally budgeting for it in a much more granular fashion and saying that revenue is going to be a little bit higher than we've budgeted in the past. Let's have it be closer to what we think reality will be. So the fiscal 25 budget we're thinking is about 463,000. Whereas in fiscal 23, we actually realized 441. In fiscal 22, we realized 440. So we do, for example, if we were to do a base rate increase, that would show up as additional revenue in that run. So there's an example of one where it's gone up in revenue. And that's likely why, because we're budgeting it. Not because we suddenly hit them with an 80% increase in the cost. But if that makes sense.
Why was it so much lower in the 24 budget? Given that it was, went from 400 and change down to 200. Why did it go down? Because presumably, if not half the people that private lighting suddenly decided they didn't want it.
Yeah, the number of people doing private area lighting didn't increase. It's just an example of an area where we go back and then as each year we get deeper and deeper and deeper into looking at individual lines within the budget, just scrubbing the budget front to back, back to front, going back and through and shoring things up.
So we're actually budgeting for this coming year. We anticipate the revenue of 400 and
$463,000 is what we are anticipating the revenue from that category would
increase
be.
from the year before.
In the year before, in fiscal 23, it came in at 441,000. And if you look at the year-to-date number of 228,000,
That's really.
and you'd say, wow, 6 months of the year, we're 228.
Yeah.
12 months of the year, we ought to be about double that. So private area lighting is not one that moves around a lot.
Right.
It's 12 hours a day, basically.
And that 228 there, okay, that makes sense. Mr. Diaz has got his light on.
And I would say probably similarly like the service charge and the penalties, it's not a crazy amount of money, but you know, we shouldn't look at it as a loss because you're getting the actual numbers partway through the year, but also I would suspect at least on those two, you know, in the past, we have talked about, let's call it being a little bit more lenient or friendly to people on late fees and whatnot. So, I would suspect that change is part of that 10%.
That is a part of it. We've always been very lenient and we continue to be lenient. But one of the things that you see there, one of the reasons for that is, let's say penalties, late fees. I track every single day usually by 3:30, I get a report on the number of people that were cut that day. And I almost every day will do a rolling average. When our rates were very high, the PCA was very high, we were up around 30, we were averaging about 32 cuts per day. That number lately has been in the mid to high 20s. So it's come down by 5, 6, 7 customers per day. So I see a downward trend as our rates came down. We have fewer and fewer cuts. So that's money that we have an expense associated with cut, but that's not money you want to have, right? You'd rather not have that. We don't want to make that number go higher. We want to see it stabilize and continue to decrease.
I know I referenced earlier too, while we were talking, I know we're on a revenue, so I just want to remind us about the Enco contract. There was a question about that increase. We have no control over that increase. There was no kind of late, but again, the team is working on going out for RFP to try to find some solutions. So that's the customer service in the customer service area.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
Let's see.
That was $600,000.
600,000.
Yeah, where they're going from basically a charge per call to a charge per minute. Which is,
That's substantial. That's, I think. You want to jump on the expenses? I wanted to go over some more stuff on revenues for people to be aware of. So.
Can I just ask a question and I'm just. Why are we lenient on the late fees? And the fees in general? I'm just asking, I mean, are the fees surprises?
No. Lake Worth, long before I arrived, has had a culture and a philosophy of helping customers, perhaps much more than in other cities, especially compared to an investor-owned utility. So investor-owned utility will disconnect you, I think, at day 31 or 32. We disconnect about 10 or 11 days later. Forget the exact numbers. We're about 10 to 11 or 12 days later. We also, for example, we did this today. When we expect temperatures to be above a certain level, we won't do a disconnect that day. Even though the people are due for disconnect, we care. We don't want to cut them off on a really bad weather day. That's not unusual. We do that. We also don't cut on the eve of a holiday, for example, Christmas or Thanksgiving. We try not to cut more than 50 customers per day because it overwhelms the customer service center. We give them a little bit more time. We give people the opportunity to work things out. We don't want to be taken advantage of, but we're a municipal utility, we're a community. We tend to be a little bit more lenient than you might find in other areas. That's been a part of the culture of the city, I think, for many, many years. But it does show up in the financials because there's no other way to pay the bill, you know, unlike Washington, our printers don't print money. So to the extent that we waive a fee or forgive somebody, it's everybody else who picks up that cost because we didn't change the budget. You know, the service was provided.
Do we have numbers on how much per year we forgive?
We have, I'm not sure if we keep a number exactly how much we forgive, but we do have a bad debt number, basically what goes out for collections. That, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but they have been not unusual for them to be in the $300,000 to $400,000 a year. And that's total between water and electric and sewer.
But you're trying to collect that debt, right?
True, but it's very hard to get that back and get a very low percentage recovery.
Yeah, but that's not forgiven debt.
Not forgiven, no, it's just revenue that we don't realize.
Right, I'm saying that I wanted to know about the numbers that were forgiven. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just asking the question.
I'd have to go back to customer service to see what's forgiven. Sometimes, for example, if we have a bill correction or we made a mistake, or there's a very good reason why the customer was late, the dog ate the bill, or that's exaggerating, but we might waive a certain late fee, things like that. But I'm not sure that we keep a running record of that, but it would be noted in the file on that account that it was forgiven.
Let me ask a question while we're on the subject. If a tenant leaves a landlord's building with the unpaid electric, does the landlord have to pay that bill before the new tenant can get signed up?
No, so the city of Lake Worth
I
Beach,
want to put this clear out.
yeah, yeah,
Because I hear it a lot.
if the tenant and the landlord have the option to either put the utilities in the name of the landlord or have the utilities in the name of the tenant. The vast majority prefer to have the utilities in the name of the tenant. If the tenant doesn't pay the bill, we will take what we can from the deposit. And a few years ago, the commission changed the policy to where tenant deposits are not returned until the account is closed. Previous to that, the accounts were getting their deposits back after a certain number of months of good payment history. So the city commission did waive that or change that back to you don't get your deposit back. A tenant, an owner, yes, but a tenant will not get their deposit back until they close the account. We debit the amount of deposit in the final bill and then get the balance. Any unpaid balance, though, is unrecoverable unless they happen to try to open another account in the city, then we ask for that money back. We are not able to collect that money from the owner of the property. Now, if it's the owner of the property who has an unpaid balance, that will need to be paid by the owner prior to them selling the property. So some owners will run up a balance and they'll go to sell the property. It's basically a lien against that property. If that sale happens without us being satisfied, unfortunately, or in our case of our customers, fortunately, we will not reestablish service at that account until the new owner pays that prior debt. That's a lien that remains on the property.
Thank you.
So,
I don't know if you want to move to expenses because we're halfway through the time.
burning up.
Yes, yes. So we have to ask you.
So on the expense side, as you go through the sheets, you'll see that each operating department, each department within the electric utility has a section for wages and benefits. So for example, if you're looking on page 158, you'll look at the customer service section, that's GL account 1240-1240. You'll see there's a wage and benefits section. That is largely given to us by finance and HR. They populate those fields. We don't have control over those, but they do confirm with us on headcount, how many people we're going to have. And then there's a section called operating expenditures. So the operating expenditures is where the operating department, in this case, it would be customer service, would have the ability to make changes to their operating budgets. And that's where you would see things like internal IT support, contractual services, training, postage, water, sewer, electric. Yeah, we do pay our own electric bills too. It's an expense. Printing, all that kind of stuff. You'll see things in there like office furniture and uniforms. And that philosophy carries through if you go on down to page 159, you'll see section 6010. If you go to page 160, you'll see 6020. So where are some of the larger increases? I think The electric utility budget overall is going up by about, I'm gonna say roughly $2.5 million. And of course, we know that there's a baked in a 3% COLA in there. Roughly $1 million is an increase in the general fund transfer. There are other increases in shared services. And then there are other increases we talked about earlier, poles and structures. As we were explaining to Commissioner McBoyd during the break, some of these line items increase because we have to be able to charge materials to the operating budget as an O&M expense. And then later on, we rebook them if they're eligible for treatment as capital or eligible for treatment to a bond fund. We will then charge it to a bond fund and move it on over. So what's that?
You're really.
Yeah, speaking of, like, Jason's back there on the keyboard, he's probably gonna tell us in a minute.
Pretty good storm getting ready to let out.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, really? A storm?
yeah, thunderstorms. So, it sounded like the system worked like it was supposed to. I'm trying to run the clock out here. So that's some of the reasons why you'll see the budget go up year over year, but the budget is pretty thin. What's key to understand, and how did we go from where we were a number of years ago to where we are today? One of the things that we did, obviously, besides taking on debt and borrowing for capital projects, is we started capitalizing things more and more. When I arrived, 7 years ago, we were in essence expensing everything in the moment. So that meant that the ratepayer that day was paying for infrastructure that was going to benefit ratepayers 30 years into the future, instead of paying just their 1 year of the asset. We started capitalizing. What that meant was we went from budgeting 100% of our time on O&M to realizing that not all of our time is spent on O&M. Some of our time and materials is being spent on things that are eligible for capital treatment. They need to be capitalized. So we started making that change. So if you looked at where we were 7 years ago, 100% of our line workers, for example, our linemen, were working on capital, on operating projects. They were basically fixing things that were broken. Today, any given day, 25 to 50% of our time is spent building new things to be able, and strengthening and hardening and improving reliability, making capital investment. We're using the same tools, using the same trucks, using the same skills, using the same people. But guess what? Now they're putting capital on the ground instead of fighting fires every day. So we're getting better and better. Over time, I would expect that the capitalized portion of our operating department labor, particularly the line department, would be upward to 50%, if not more. In the regulated utilities, it would be even higher. But that's a transition that we've gone through over time. So you should see the operating department, the operating budgets stop increasing as steeply as they were in the past and start to level off. That doesn't mean you're not paying the people. It means you're paying them out of capital. Charging a different account and then recovering it from customers over 30 years instead of trying to recover it immediately that year. That's one of the reasons why, and I'll point out, I know it's on the screen, but when you look at the Stantec models, you say, how did our fund balances get so low? Well, it's because we were expensing everything instead of capitalizing as much as we could. That's a transition that we've gone through over time.
We're lucky to have you, Mr. Rosen.
Well, lucky to have the team that's sitting in the seats behind me in the 1900 that was willing to work on this, and a finance department that is willing to work with us to, bring these things to the table. The other thing you'll see, for example, we talk about capitalizing. We talk more and more about things that we can do versus what contractors can do. So we will see, for example, in the bond funding and the grant funding, a proposal to add more linemen to the team, add another crew. That's important because we have a lot of capital work to do. And once we're able to buy equipment, we can sometimes and many times do that work cheaper than a contractor because we're just recovering our cost of our labor and the cost of the trucks that we use. We're not putting a markup on for profit. Not that profit is wrong, but if we can do some of the work ourselves, it's better for us. We can get the job done cheaper. And in many cases, if you look closely and say, wow, your overtime is way up.
Right.
Well, if you add the overtime to the salary number, those two lines together, and compare that to budget together, you say, oh, okay, we're at or below budget, but we're using overtime is we're having our crews do work that would have otherwise been done by a contractor. So it's coming in cheaper and it's building morale with the group because they like the work.
Benefiting our workers.
It is, it's keeping those dollars here. That doesn't mean that we're not gonna have any contractors. Some of the jobs are really, we don't work concrete, we don't set steel, we don't install breakers in large numbers. But a lot of the line work we can do ourselves. Now, a lot of these poles that we're buying are heavy concrete or steel poles, a little bit more than our trucks can handle. So some of the work, we're gonna have to buy bigger trucks. You'll see that in the capital budget. And we're also gonna do more and more of that ourselves, but the contractors won't go to zero. It'll help keep that work in-house. And you say, well, what do you do with these folks when you've done all the construction down the road? Well, let's have that conversation when the construction stops. But the reality is that there'll be attrition in the workforce. People will retire and things like that. So those are some of the highlights of what you'll see in this budget. The key is to be able to, watch and capitalize things that can be capitalized. There's always checks and balances in the process, but continue to capitalize and continue to use bond funds and grants.
Thank you, Mr. Report, has this item?
Yeah, two comments or on the question maybe. On the move to try to do more stuff in-house, and I think I heard you saying that we could add another lineman team or team, and that should work out well with our apprenticeship program. You could start conceivably repeating into that. Maybe.
There's those 2 to 3 years out before they become full-fledged linemen, but yep.
But they can be one of them. Perhaps. Anyhow, going in the right direction. I fully support the idea of trying to do more in-house, fully recognize what you said, that not everything can be done in-house. It's not possible. We don't do certain things, but we don't have to. But where we can, I think that's for the same sorts of reasons that we talked about with the custodial, recognizing it's got nothing to do with custodial, totally different skill level, but the concept has some other. The other side kind of relates to that, and that is, we all on the commission saw the big jump in the proposed customer service. Well, one chunk that we've already paid. I am very much a fan of let's look at our process or processes that contribute to the very high call volume that we have. I suspect it's a lot higher than other places. I suspect we can guess at some of the reasons that our community is different than other places. But let's try to set aside a little bit of money or effort or something that looks at trying to break down where those calls, what processes are generated, whether it's the connection to the, and I want to say BTR, but I might be wrong about that, but
The business tax receipt.
yeah, and other things, and see whether we couldn't kind of do a dual prong approach where one, we try to reduce the number of calls, and some of it should go down as the AMI comes on and the meter management stuff comes on. Outages get automatically loaded, so those should go down. And then try to move more of that to in-house, to doing it here in the city. I know there's the argument that, well, if we're all shut down, we're gonna be doing customer service calls with a flashlight. But, I think that still in many cases, there's room to do more of that. And whether it's cheaper or more expensive, that I don't know, but, I would guess it's in the ballpark, the same range. But it makes the jobs be here, potentially here right in town. And I think that's a better, and then you have people who know the geography of the town, know the flavor. You may be able to get people by language skills more easily right here. So that would be my policy suggestion, that we really try to work to move as much as possible in-house. And then maybe another one that we've talked about, I think we've talked about, that we say certain kinds of things can only be dealt with during business hours, or maybe business plus an hour or two into the evening past 11 o'clock. But that you can't call up the city and expect to deal with all electric issues. Gee, I don't really like what my bill is, and I'm calling you at 11 o'clock at night. Well, it would be okay, I think, for us to say, you know what? That's the kind of thing that isn't urgent. You can call us back during business hours or during that kind of grace hour between 5 and 6 or something. That would be my thoughts on ways to try to reduce some of those costs and bring some of the benefits.
So to that point, those are all things that we have given thought to and would require a policy directed. And in some cases, we took certain actions to avoid a policy blowup where it became a big issue. For example, we do take calls on weekends to deal with what we would call customer service issues, not an outage issue. We take those anyway, but customer service calls. And then our philosophy there is that if we don't take that call on the weekend, it'll cascade over to Monday. And because we don't think the customers need to get their question answered will go away, and it'll jam the phone lines. So we've gone from 10 to 15 to 20-minute call wait times to, generally speaking, under a minute now, which is excellent. So the question is, if we stop taking those calls on Saturdays and Sundays, will that just jam the phone lines on Monday? That's our assumption. We haven't tested it. We don't want to test that on our own without support from U5, because we're like, well, whose idea was it to do that? You know, that didn't work out. So, or it worked out great. So we'll need some help on that. In terms of covering more items in-house, it will explain what ENGO will take the call and try to resolve the matters using their call center people around the country. The escalations, though, are to a person in-house. So it's not like we don't have anybody here and ENGO's making 100% of decisions. But when things need to be escalated, they get escalated to an internal employee here. We don't have much room to grow at the current space at 120 North Federal, and we don't have an emergency generator in the building. So we have recently been migrating towards having our employees in those groups, for example, have laptop or notebook computers and allowing them to have an extra monitor at home. So should they need to work from home during the storm, they can establish. We did a little bit of that during COVID. We could certainly move more in that direction. We could certainly also, when we talk about the new city hall or new additional buildings, I've had a vision of a new utility headquarters at the power plant site, but that could be a category 5 rated building that would have proper data centers and proper facilities where you could ride through a storm and have generation available at the building to keep it going. But that's not something that happens next week. That's something that happens in a few years. I think there are always things that we can do to control customer service costs and bring them down. Some of them are policy related. For example, the requirement of the BTR, it pushes that responsibility to the customer service department, because now the customer service department will not establish service of an account for a tenant unless the landlord has a DTR. We will not establish service on an account unless there's a signed lease. And then, of course, a credit check. So those are things that delay the time for the customer meter to get turned on. It creates frustration with a customer who may not even be aware of it. And keep in mind that I've heard numbers that as much as 50% of our residential customers are tenants. It bogs the process down, and every one of those is probably 3 to 6 phone calls of many minutes per call in 3 different languages that we're covering. So that it just feeds on itself and drives the costs up. When you look at 6,000 to 7,000 to 8,000 phone calls in a month, for the number of customers you have, or we have, we're like that.
Yeah.
Right, and even if you look at the outage calls, and the misconception too is customer service is not just electric, it's covering electric, water, sewer, and special refuse. Not all of those emergency calls to the outage line are electric, because if you look at the outages, you'd say, we have more phone calls coming in than we had customers out of service. Where did that come from? Right, so it's a lot of other things, or people are calling that number anyway, and it's showing up there. But could somebody drill down on the data? Yes. A cost of service study would be warranted. I know Sam's in the back probably cheering for this one, but I think we should, relook at how much of customer services time is spent on electric versus water versus sewer versus refuse, and that the assessment, if you will, just like we think of some of the shared service costs. Water and sewer and refuse are doing the same thing for customer service. So we're allocating those costs out. So that should be relooked. That's to make sure those departments are comfortable with what they're charging, what they're being charged as well. So.
Thank you, Ed. To summarize what you guys are going to see coming forward, pretty soon here. It's obviously a policy decision. I know in Boynton, like if I have a question about my water bill or something, I can't call at 11 o'clock tonight. The message you get is basically, if this is an emergency, here's the emergency number. If this is related to an account or something like that, call back during business hours, Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 to whatever it happens to be. So there are other locations that do not have the option like to handle basic account stuff outside of business hours, but I think when we're looking at that cost, we're going that $600,000 increase in some of these things, we need to start looking at from a policy standpoint. Do we want to have a 24/7 ability to kind of deal with basic account things as that's business?
Is there a site, and I was just gonna look up on our website, but that site cannot be reached right now. If I go to the city website, like my electricity was turned off. Is there a place that I can go on the city website and maybe get a specific phone number for that emergency number? Like, it's hard for people to find out how to report a water emergency, how to report a sewer emergency, how to report an electrical emergency, and this is not your department, it's the IT department or someone, to have them like on the front page when you get to the website, if you have an emergency, this is your call.
Yes. I'll have to look and see if it's on the homepage, but yeah, there is emergency numbers.
Yeah, we rechecked that a few weeks ago, if I remember correctly, because the same question came up, 2 or 3 weeks or a month ago. And the answer that we got was that, yes, it's there. It's also on everybody's bill. So they can look that right up. And if you're on the website, you can also fill out the form. It's a fillable form and report it right from the website without having to talk to anybody. That work order will land in system operations within a few minutes. I test it myself. If I'm driving around in the evening, I see a street light out, I'll pull over, I'll report a street light outage, and within a few minutes, I'm getting an email back. Thank you.
On your phone.
On my phone.
Are you on our website, Jamie?
Yep, that's cool.
What?
There you go.
That's the way you said it. Just to make me look bad.
So I know it's a lot to look like as we go through the expense categories, but if there's anything that jumps out at you, we did fill out supplemental forms for many of these. Whether it was a significant increase in terms of percentage or if it was a significant increase in terms of dollars, there are supplemental forms. And we can always fill out more if you want more detail or take any more questions.
We are approaching our time, so I just want to remind us so we can stay on schedule that we're approaching time to be able to move to the water fund. So we'll take any additional questions you have on electric, and then if you're okay, we'll move to water.
And of course, we have the ability always to call our help us.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So starting on page 168, by the way, you'll see a lot of detail with descriptions of each line item, what it covers, what the change is about. Much more so. Finance gave us much more capability this year to insert background information on each one of these things if you wanted to see it.
Yeah, I had a quick comment on that. I mean, it's such a substantial improvement to break down and linking it to the supplemental. It makes it so much easier than what it was. And while we're closing out the electric and being a good neighbor, I guess we could take this moment to give a special shout out to our crew who's up in Tallahassee. It's like, speaking of preparing for a terrible situation, you sent a crew, right, up there?
It's actually 2 crews of 4, a total of 8 people up there.
Oh, to help them.
Yes.
Oh, is it go now? What's going on?
Yep, they departed Friday evening and they arrived Saturday midday and they're out working 7 days a week. They work about 16-hour day.
Nice. Knock on wood. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will, thank you, Mr. Liberty. We are going to move to the water funds. So I actually left a little bit more time, because water, for a combination of water, local sewer, regional sewer, stormwater, those are separate funds. Stantec did modeling on everything, I believe, except for regional sewer. And so just in case you have questions on any of those funds, We have, our director from all of those, from with us, Mr. Campbell.
I have two requests. I ate one of those chocolate chip cookies, so I'm very sweet. Extremely husband cry. And I'm extremely ugly cry, so.
Oh my God.
These funds are fairly straightforward. The only thing that I know of any significance is that we're trying to add some personnel to the stormwater department. I've requested 4 employees there. I don't know how that's gonna work out with the shifting of salaries from public works to back to stormwater, but that is a significant change in that department. Right now, I only have 2 employees that actually work solely on stormwater issues. So we're trying to right that ship. Jamie and I work together to make sure that happens, and so is finance. We're looking to trying to transfer payroll 25% a year over, so it doesn't hit all, public works at one time. And so.
It's factored in, it is factored in the budget, so the numbers you see now, it's factored in there.
Mr. Dan.
And those four positions are factored in, but like it brought up earlier, if we start charging what's due for stormwater, we can cover those positions and hopefully invest in exactly that, which is preparedness.
Yes, sir. We are adding couple more positions in the water sewer, but it's a 50-50 split as far as costs go. And so I'm adding a SCADA technician and a water technician and a chief electrician. We have an electrician for sewer, we have an electrician for water, but I don't have anybody overseeing it. So a lot of the work gets shedded one way or the other. If one guy's off, then my water plant technician's got to cover both areas. If he's off, then it's not a very efficient way of running business. So that was one of the ads that I requested. Also requested a water quality technician. We do a lot of flushing in the city, probably much more than we need to. And I'm gonna have an individual out there on a daily basis, understanding our system, taking water quality samples in certain locations, flushing in certain locations. So we'll have a much better intelligence of what's happening out there in our system, water quality wise. So these are all things that we've asked for in supplemental. Question?
And real quick, Sam, do you guys understand when he's saying flushing? I just want to make sure everyone understands what.
With the fire hydrants.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've gotten a few people from the north end of the county, city, questioning, apparently our system doesn't go around and dead ends up at the end of Lakeside, North Lakeside. Our water supply system.
We have some of the system is looped and some of the system is not looped. And where the system is not looped, we try to put flushing units at the non-looped areas of the dead ends of.
Yeah.
And so we do that for water quality purposes. What I'm finding now is some of the areas that we do have flushers in are running all the time and they're flooding people's properties out. I was at a location yesterday, over on north or east Terrace Drive. Seemed to be an issue that was going on, so I showed up over there and the president was right. We're flooding out his home and neighbor's home. So this is part of a flushing plan that we're putting together. We're really gonna take a holistic look at this, and that's what this gentleman's gonna help do.
Well, that's
also.
good to know, because I've heard about that, like why I get
Yeah.
called, why are we wasting all this? water?
Oh, yeah, we get a lot.
Water quality.
I'm not the only one that they get.
Oh, no, the hydrant's broken, it's running out here. But I think what people don't understand is that when you have that non-loop section, like we referred to, the stagnant water, you can't have it, so you have to keep it.
Yeah.
The same person complained about the chlorine smell.
Yeah, he complained to the EPA, so then the EPA got a hold of the DEP, and the DEP called me up, because we were on first name basis, because of what's happened out here. So I explained to the individual, we're doing it for flushing purposes, you can't have more than X amount of chlorine in the system, or you can't or you're supposed to have more than pretty much showing, and so I gave him a whole list, but he was the individual that the flushers on all the time in front of his house. We had a legitimate complaint, maybe it just got done the wrong way, should have called me first before contacted the EPA, so. That makes sense. We took care of it.
Thank you.
The good news is that the EPA is taking this report seriously, apparently without any kind of lab testing or.
Yeah.
That was
Okay, any other proposals? Before this is on.
Just in relation to the flushing, am I remembering right that you also a while back, budgeted for a study to make sure that at the plant level, how we do the chlorination in relation with nitrogen?
Yeah,
blah, blah,
we have
blah.
a nitrification action plan that we have, it's not finalized yet, but as a part of that is a flushing plan that goes along with our facility. So here are the fire hydrants, here's the best way to flush. Here are the hydrants you need to keep on for X amount of time to make sure you do turn over the water in those lines. Here's other locations in the city you might want to look at to install a flushing hydrant. So
You're on it from a number of different levels.
absolutely, yes, sir.
That's what I thought. But just because we do get a lot of calls
Yes.
on that. And, I understand people don't like to see a lot of water running. out.
It's a concern. In West Palm Beach, we should put almost 50 million gallons of water on the ground a year. We don't do that here, but that just gives you an order of magnitude for water quality purposes. 50 million gallons is a lot of water put on the ground.
Yeah.
That's
I wondered why they're so green. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And while Ed was out, we borrowed a couple of his linemen to do electrical work.
Yeah. We're good. We're good. But those are the significant changes we're wanting to do. We are wanting to add some individuals and some employees that are needed within all the utilities. I see a hole that we need to fill there. So that's been my overview of since I've been here in the last 9 months. I see some gaps.
And that's already built into the budget, and that's built into what Stanzak was looking at earlier today, so.
I can only tell you that I gave them all the information.
The new positions are not, so the new positions are part of the supplemental, that's on, I believe for, let's see, let me go back. Which fund are you, was that water?
Water and storm.
So for water, that's on page 245. So those supplementals, for the additional position requests would actually put us in the negative, so we'd have to try to find a way to fund that. Either by a rate increase or something else, but right now it's not factored into the budget. We don't put new positions into the budget, simply because we have to have you approve those new positions, so we keep them separate on the supplemental schedule.
Would it be possible then for the next budget meeting that we do the calculation that if we were to approve, I believe it's 4 total, 2 in water, 2 in stormwater.
It's 4 in storm and 3 in water, I believe what it is.
We do have a calculation, it's on page 245.
Do we have the calculation of, it sounds like you have a budget effect that it costs this much. But then we got to figure out where that's coming from. Could we also have that if we were to cover that by a rate increase?
What that would look like.
It's a 0.01% rate increase.
Sure,
or
we can
it's
look
a-
at that, yes. Yeah, we can have Stan Tech look at, we can do it probably before the workshop.
Yeah.
We'll get with them and try to give that
I'll reach
information.
out to David.
Yeah.
I think that'd be very helpful.
Yeah.
If it's a very minor increase to the rate,
We can
you
do
wouldn't
that.
notice it. Well, that's great. If it's a big one, then we gotta think about.
Sure, we could look at what, Commissioner Diaz is saying. They're funding it through the increase in,
Yeah.
the solar fund or the water fund.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's being suggested.
I mean, if
is
you can
it's-
figure out how much you have to increase that to counterbalance the positions, then that would.
Yeah, we can do that, yes.
Most of these are de minimis charges. They are, you have to carry, through the longevity of the employee, but they're de minimis when you're talking $20 million fund and you add the 2 guys. But yes, we will do that. Like absolutely.
They might be gross.
Yeah, right.
I use it generically, I'm sorry.
I was just curious about this, the water quality technician, which is a job I'm super familiar with, as you know. Obviously, they're just going out there and sample. So does our costs on sending these samples out for analysis, or is it gonna be, are you saying all in-house, or? But some of it is in-house, others would be,
They could do the pH, chlorine, that kind of conductivity testing. We do
Physical
that
parameters.
inside. I still have to have a third-party lab verify water quality. We don't want to take that responsibility on
right,
in-house. There are some things we can do with our NELAC certified lab,
right.
but there's some things that we.
Right, and that's the question. Those costs remain the same.
Yes.
Okay.
And when you talk about stormwater fee, we were talking stormwater earlier. The difference between where we're at now and picking up 25%, it's like $1.60 a month. So it ends up being almost $20 a year added on to your taxes at the end of the year. So it's $75, $80 a year. And if we take it to the next level, it's $97 a year. So it's really, for what we're trying to achieve, it's very little change.
And one thing we didn't talk about is a substantial portion of that goes to drainage district. It's not even.
Yeah, I want to be on record with that. I know that 50% increase sounds scary, but when we look at the numbers,
It's 20 cents.
they're very small, but they turn into a lot of ability to increase the function.
It's $1.80 is where it goes to at a month.
Yeah.
Take if I was gonna make all the ERUs for residential $100, just $100 even, it's $1.80 a year. Or $1.80 a month, which ends up being $22 a year or something like that, so.
So I very much support increasing stormwater.
Yeah, I heard a story. Well, again, like I said, I think I started this previously while we're waiting for mayor and vice mayor to come back. I was talking with neighbors where they flat out told me they invested in some rubber boots and a rake, and while it's raining and stormy, they go out there and clear the drain, and they didn't have great experience in a response to get us being able to get crews out there. It's a middle of a storm, but I think people at this point, hopefully, especially the closer they are to the lagoon, they're well aware of what they, the risk and the amount of investment that's needed, because they're out there, they're seeing it creep up their driveway, and it's about time. It's long overdue.
Yeah, it saddens me to go to a resident, knowing that there's really nothing I can do to them for them today. When we talk about flooding, because I know if I get a little puddle in front of my house, I go to it drives me nuts. I can't imagine what it'd be like that every time it rains. It's like a leak in your house and the roof. Every time it rains, you're gonna have an issue.
But, and we're still encountering people that don't have flood insurance. It's a mess.
I apologize that I stepped out. I was actually just on a Zoom meeting with everyone from the Federal Action Strike Team. And flooding is one of the issues that we're taking up when we go to DC next week. So it's gonna be an imperative conversation, that and PFAS.
Yeah. And I emailed you back.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're gonna see what kind of assistance we can get on the national level, but I apologize for stepping out. You can bring money then. Come back. Those troops are not constant. Well, good, thank you. I was the most mature.
Oh, I was gonna say.
So moved.
Good try.
If you have nothing more, I'm always available. You guys know my phone number. I want to say I appreciate my staff as well for sticking with me day in and day out, making sure that we get this right. Alicia has been my right arm, helping me with the budget. This is my first year here to go through your full budget, and I appreciate it. And
Well, we're glad to have you.
no, appreciate it.
And thank you. Yep.
So I just wanted to remind, mention, so stormwater charges and also revenue, collected by the county. So we could have another consensus about the rate, by June, mid-June, we'll present the preliminary resolution to the interest. We have to advertise it at a time.
This, so those two, because they're county collected, we need to act on them earlier than the rest of them.
Right, we will present you the resolutions, June 18th, I believe.
I believe so.
But we need to know, stormwater is 25 or 50%. The rest of the 55%, they about 25. I think everybody agrees with that. So we just don't want to come here on June 19th and then we'll have a long discussion.
You'll prepare us.
So are we gonna be able to have this at our next utility meeting to discuss?
Oh, that's an option.
I know it's tight, but
As part of their presentation, we didn't have a good discussion. about it.
As part of the, their updates, Ed and Sam give their updates at the beginning of each utility meeting.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm taking vacation. I didn't have anything planned for May, utility meetings. So I pushed anything we had till June, but, we haven't done the analysis yet either. We don't normally do the county normally sends us the roll. We go through the roll, we have to go through it and make sure that all the properties are within our boundaries, and then we apply whatever changes that you, approve. And so I don't know what I'm getting at, but I wouldn't be here on Monday.
Have a nice vacation.
Yeah, that's where my head's at right now.
Yeah, really, it's on vacation. When are you leaving?
21st.
Will Vaughn be available?
Yes.
Okay.
Because-
I can give them a Vaughn and-
yeah, because it sounds like June utility meeting might not be.
It will not be.
So you're voting on 25 or 50 or whatever you guys decide. Is that what we're?
It would be really tight. We have to send mailings to the residents. We have to give them information to the county. There's a whole like list of, yeah, there's a process, which is why, if we can do it earlier.
We can put something together and bond and I'm letting you know that I won't be here, and if we want to do something in May.
Earlier, when you say earlier, how much?
No, I think May would be fine. If May, or is that what you were to write?
Yeah,
The May utility.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to be.
No, we're getting.
Maybe we've already talked about it.
Part of on not being here.
Yeah. She was here earlier. No, something coming up, I went, no, move on.
Delegate.
Madam Mayor, got a question on. I'm looking at the supplemental request on both of them,
Yes, ma'am.
and I see that you have in here a chief electrician.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that I'm sorry, is that in two positions?
It's
Or is it one?
it's a cost share, 50-50 split, from sewer and water. So if you go to the sewer, you'll see that are 50% of the request.
So $95,000 times two?
No.
Divided by, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because it's, the salary shows it the same, so if it was half and half, I just wish it
Yeah,
was half, but.
Just the way it's.
Okay, I just thought that, God, that's a great paying job, and I chose the wrong profession.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. McBoyd?
Just an encouragement, since I think we're, as a commission, we're vacillating between a 25% and 50% increase on the stormwater, and 50% is a very scary sounding number. Can we make sure, whether it comes to the May utility meeting or to a regular commission, whenever it comes to us, can we really emphasize the actual dollar amount and a little bit of what we're getting for it, the need, and so it's, it is a scary sounding percentage. It's a lot less scary sounding when you look at the actual fund.
If we have a correction, we can provide it for you before.
So you're saying do 50% or do 37.5?
I'm in favor of doing 50, but I want to make sure that we have the actual number. What does it cost somebody
50% is-
over the course of a year?
Yeah, we can draw that breakout. Do like a
Okay.
monthly.
Okay, I'll do a 50% cost breakout of the 78.25 that we pay now, so it's half of that. Add that on to 78.25, like 111 a year, roughly.
We'll do both.
So,
Yeah.
$10 a month. Thank you.
And while you're doing the math, you had mentioned 100 flat, so we have to do that as well.
I just like to just made it simple. Made it simple, man.
That's something. And I even try.
We will have that ready for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great vacation.
No, thanks.
It'll, yes.
Nice.
Need anybody to carry bags?
Have a wonderful vacation.
Oh.
Okay, we are complete then with anything related to water. So that was water, sewer. Again, we'll have an update from regional sewer when we come back in July, and stormwater. So we are actually ahead of time and we are on to refuse. This one, I just want to go to the refuse slide from Stantec. And refuse starts with page 301 in your book. And we also have, we're pulling up the Stantec modeling, and this is another one that if we can get direction and confirmation on, then we'll have both of those items, the refuse and the stormwater brought forward, so we can. So in the budget, there's a proposed 5% increase for residential. The Stantec model that you see presented also shows that 5% increase with a 3.5% over time. And we'll take any questions that you might have on the refuse fund.
And the proposed 5% moves us right about to the middle of our surrounding community. We'd be at 272 roughly versus Rantown, that's 373. And what mostly, can you remind us mostly of what,
Significant changes are, sure, let me just, grab my notes.
And the Boston's pulling it up, just a reminder that, some of those numbers, if you're looking at those municipalities, they are going to increase this year as well.
So we might need to be lower.
Greg, I know what, yeah, we were already talking with the directors 2 weeks ago, I know they're increasing, I'm not sure the 52 figures, but it's not, but, I believe we're still gonna be below them once they decide to do it. But yeah, it seems that everyone just with the costs, everything going up right now, everyone's having to test their rates, making sure. Just not sure when some of those municipalities, how much.
Maybe what kind of radio?
Good luck.
Big jump.
Commissioner, can you speak into my? Thank you.
Sorry, 314, I'm just wondering about radios. Like phone radios.
Oh, yeah, so these are, gonna actually be like in each truck, like the old, like the, CV almost. They're obviously not, they're up to 850,
Right.
modernized, but, and this is just an effort just from a liability standpoint. Our drivers are communicating back with our foreman and everything throughout the day. You don't want people on their cell phones, other operating heavy equipment. So this is just a way to get people off of having to communicate using phones. Well, a lot of these are just, you hit the button and they're just a speaker.
Can we just get them holders for their phones?
I think if
I'm just.
city manager is advising for safety less than 20,000, I go with his recommendation.
I don't notice any personnel increase. And I was thinking with the issues that we have about refuse collection, I would sort of almost think that we'd be asking for more people. Wait till-
Roy, I'm passing.
Oh.
Now, when you say personnel increase, you mean the quantity of people or?
Number of people.
Oh, okay, but you're talking about the actual.
No, no,
raise.
Yeah, or if they get a pay increase, maybe they'll be a little more careful when they leave things on the street. I'm sure.
Or they're able to go out, take the mattresses and then sit in that kind of machine right now for 3 weeks.
Yeah, so as far as, because we had, it's been a couple of years now, but we had an assessment done on the entire solid waste and recycling utility. Just to make sure that, we were staffed correctly for our size city and the services we provide, and the quantity of collection, all those stuff. And it came back, and we're actually right sized. So we wanted to make sure we weren't too heavy and we're also not too light. So a lot of it's just a matter of, unfortunately, the quantity of material that gets put out sometimes. And, you can always tell those times of the month when unfortunately, there are a lot of evictions. So a lot of times, that's when you see a lot of those bulk piles. It's what it seems like someone's put their entire, you know, house out on the curb or something like that, which we use like for quite heavily.
So what happens, excuse me, okay, so and this is such a comment, but I tell people, I've been here so long, believe it or not, it used to be worse. It used to be worse when people put stuff out on the street. Now it's sort of like, oh, you notice it, it used to be like, oh, I'm gonna go furniture shopping. So somebody puts an illegal pile out, we come and spray paint it orange. What happens next?
It has been collected. It's been collected that day. If it's toward the end of the day, it's been collected yes, so anytime, and that's what people always ask. If there is a large pile out, because obviously we have, you know, there's 4 cubic jar max, because what people sometimes don't realize is we have to pay tipping fees for the solid waste authority. So everything we collect, once that truck is full, we have to go to the transfer station. Luckily, it's just right here at Lantana. It's only one exit south, so we don't have to drive that far. But we pay for every single thing we tip, which is why we then have to push that to where we picked it up from.
Sure.
So yeah, when we see illegal piles put out, wrong day, whatever it happens to be, it's spray painted, everything is documented with photos, because we get lots of calls. I didn't have that much out. Here's the photos. We document everything. We measure everything, so everyone sees exactly how much the material is, but we cite for every single one of those. Because we have to get that revenue coming back in, so we're then not going in the hole paying to dispose of people's things they're putting out.
Does that get tacked onto their utility bill, or do we send them a separate bill and hope they pay it?
Utility.
So it's tacked onto it.
It's both. So.
Come on up, ma'am.
Yeah, so if they have an active.
You need to come up. You gotta come on.
Melissa Sterner, office manager for Public Works, who used to,
I used to.
yes.
All right, so click it.
Yeah, push up, there you
There
go.
you go.
So usually what happens is the technician will go out, spray it, leave a ticket. So by the time the drivers now, towards the afternoon, get a list of all the tickets.
Okay.
So they're gonna go by, if the pile's still there, that ticket now gets charged to the utility account. If there is a utility account. So if there's a multi-unit, we look for a owner.
Right.
So if you don't have an owner's account on the utility bill, we then go ahead and process it separately to finance. Finance will send an invoice directly to the address. If that doesn't get paid, it's put on a lien service. So when they go ahead and do the sale of the house. it goes-
Yeah, but that's only, but that's never the tenant, that's only the owner.
Well, that'll be the owner. It's the owner's responsibility for the. You know, if they have a multi-unit, we don't have it, or if it's a, what do you call it, like a condo, they'll have a named account.
Well, okay. Oh, the common.
Yeah.
Since you're up here, I have another question for you. I'm looking at your supplemental request on page 313, which is the Detroit area code, by the way. And I see total requested for FY 2025 is 30,000, 2024 is 15,000 for a replace flooring throughout the solid waste building. You're replacing the floor in the trailer?
It's not, well, it's a.
1880.
1880. We're not the, yeah, we're the actual, like, we're the, I guess, modular building.
Yeah, I think
We're on the ground.
you're referring to Public Works Administration.
Yeah, not ours.
No, I
You're
still
not thinking
consider,
that.
I still consider what you're in, I hate to say this, a modular building?
Well, we are, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so solid waste recycling, they operate out of 1880, which is behind 1900.
Right.
I know it is, that's where I used to go get, that's an actual building?
That's good.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're just replacing the floor, so we're saying subfloor or
well, just the.
tile carpet?
Yeah, it has like a linoleum kind of floor.
It's old flooring, it's,
And you can imagine,
You have a lot of people who work in the field in this industry.
The field,
so
yeah.
It has, gotten to a point where it's time to, yeah.
Okay, that's the only thing that building needs right now?
For partitions.
Because currently they're all in one big room.
One open space. Privacy.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Dick May?
Just a question about the fee.
Okay.
Or when so it gets taken away. But it's not just a pass-through fee, there's an extra fee on, right?
The
So for
people,
example, let's say it costs us $100 to go get the stuff and take it over to Lantana.
a citation.
Yeah, the
For-
citation.
yeah,
Yeah. So let's say it costs us $100. We're gonna fine somebody $120. We're gonna have a tack on, right? It's not a pass through.
No, it's not faster. It's all based on the quantity of material too.
Okay,
So yeah, so you'll see basically a large tape measure something laid out and you take a photo of it. Because we base it on the actual yardage of material out there. So everything over that 4 feet of yard that's allowed would then be qualified. That's the amount.
yeah, but if they do it on a
Odd
Tuesday
day.
or an odd day and they've got the mattress and it's gotta go and we have to pay for it to go, you don't just charge them for exactly the amount that it took, right?
No,
You guys
No, there's.
charge
Correct.
more. Okay, good.
A user.
Well, no, that's important. We need to
Yeah,
get money on.
keep in mind too, because
People being.
and that's the point.
Yeah, all of
There's
the
an
stuff
entire
adds up.
operation. So it's not just picking up that piece of material.
The
You
guy's
got,
time, everything, and I wanna make sure, it should be penalizing, because people are not stopping.
Just like the shopping carts.
Exactly.
That's such a great idea.
Shopping carts are taking our-
Stop I mean, the shopping carts in my neighbors, you know, are, we walk down.
They're reproducing?
We had talked once about, you know, how public says that they won't go past, that's expensive. But like at Family Dollar, they have a post attached to the thing, and you can't go outside. Simple solution would solve the problem. You get a car, like every single grandmother in Brooklyn did, you have a little car, and you take it.
You want to put the cart to your own cart?
Listen. No, Publix has a thing where you can get into the park, I'm talking about family, it's not Publix, that's, it's Family Dollar, it's the big, and that's got 3 carts. So, it's so, I'll have somebody mention it, because I've been meaning to say this. Let's consider having a thing where you, if you have shopping carts, you've got to have a pipe that can't go through the front door.
Or we start charging for all the ones that we're picking up that we have to provide.
It's money that we never get.
Well, never charge.
Because it costs money to build these.
and that's where the fee schedule comes in.
Right.
Because we can't legally charge for anything in the city that is not part of our fee
Right.
schedule, which is actually voted on and approved by you
Yeah.
as part of the budget process.
I'm happy
That's
to
stuff that came up earlier on this year, like, we can't start mid-year, just give us this for that, so. We did, a few years ago, back when, my previous assistant director was here, met with each of the, like Bravo and each of the different shop lists here and had that, they each have a person who's kind of in charge of the cards. And we would have to notify them, we have 9 of your cards, we have 6 of your cards, we have 4 your, and they would have to come, pick them up and everything, but as Commissioner Vice Mayor Delega is talking about, charging a fee.
Just don't let them leave the store. If they do leave the store, we should not be providing a free pickup service.
Correct.
They couldn't leave the store if there's a 7-foot pole.
I think a lot of the businesses go around and pick them up themselves. Is
Maybe
it 100%? I doubt it.
I know that the, and I forget the gentleman's name, the guy who was doing it for Bravo, I know he would actively kind of go around, because you find them in alleyways and all kinds of other places,
Maybe
but
Bravo, but the little places don't. I mean, I live down.
I understand.
Maybe in your neighborhood, it's not much of a problem. My neighborhood, that's a big problem.
I don't think they're a problem.
Now, as far as requiring them to do that, I would definitely have to look toward Mr. William Waters.
And a lawyer. But I think.
Of what we could have, like, legally required them to do it, I don't know if that's part, that would have to probably be part of it.
We have an ordinance. We need to reread the ordinance.
That's the whole.
No, on the shopping carts.
I think that, because they love and don't have the name of the store, I mean, it's just it's generic red shopping cart. Well, can't go through the door, that's the point.
We don't think so.
Just the kids doing it. I mean, and some of them have that, I mean, some stores have it, I mean, we haven't seen it yet, but it's a simple solution to a problem that we've been dealing with for a long time. Same thing, yeah, I think that's what I'm talking about. So, that, sorry to interrupt, but it was, if I didn't say it, I was gonna. Mr. Diaz has his light on in a most respectful manner.
Yeah, moving on from shopping carts. I think I always forget this. So can you remind me, is our street sweeper refuse or is that service, public services? Because I don't see it in either.
That is, stormwater actually.
Stormwater, okay.
Stormwater.
Because I know you're looking into something about that, or you were about like improving that. I don't know how to say it. I know you were looking into it, so I wasn't sure if we were expecting any change.
Yeah, that was part of the, there had been discussion, well, actually multiple times about trying to do a schedule as far as the like street sweeper schedule like we used to have. And I've kind of gone through the difficulties we had with that and why that kind of went away. Because when you provide that schedule, say your day is a Tuesday, you're expecting for speed. But if it rained on Monday, it's kind of one of those things, it's like, well, do we on Tuesday now do what was scheduled for the previous day? Or do you just get skipped if your day was Monday and we just keep moving on? So, and then especially during rainy season, it gets to a point where you can get really backed up. And then you can get to a point where certain streets or certain areas might get skipped for multiple weeks at a time.
Well, that happens now.
Again, it's one of those things that's not again, it's not a issue that's easy, and it's not just something that's a Lake Forest issue. This is something that happens. We're not unique.
No, but it seems a little random.
We have we have an actual schedule put together, like internally, not this published, as far as.
The secret schedule.
Well, it's not secret, it's just our route. There are routes that we run in each district, and you go one day and you keep on moving. So if you can't run the following day, the day after that, you continue on with your routes. And just keep moving in that direction. And we do get, believe it or not, a lot of compliments. It's just, those aren't the ones that usually get emails.
I think one of the other things that that is a factor here is that in some of the neighborhoods, there's not as much on-street parking. Which I think the on-street parking is, when Ninth Street is heavily parked.
Yep.
Your street is heavily parked.
Yeah.
You know, the more single family kind of thing. So that's easy to go down if there's no cars parked.
I know you've thrown out before the possibility of like what you see in bigger cities like New York or
Alternate side of the street.
alternate side parking. There is nowhere else to do it. Some of these neighborhoods, as far as like where you can park. You
Well,
say,
there is in New York
we're doing
City,
this.
you know, that's when they do it.
Alternate parking during the day, 5 spots.
Well,
Right.
I think Carlos would appreciate a heavy influx of personnel to monitor that, but I think right now we're not.
Well, that's the next question. It's like, so if your block is this day, some cars aren't moved.
Well.
We would need the additional
Yeah,
parking staff to be able to go out and actually do all these citations.
or go around them.
It's a big operation to do that.
Yeah.
And then you also have to keep in mind as well that that's also coordinated a lot of times with our garbage service, like our trash collection services. We also don't like have that's all I can. But every single day in the city is collection for someone, whether it's your household or your recycling, something. It's a lot to coordinate.
But I mean, some of the neighborhoods need a little more, I mean, again, as we walk around. I mean, really see the streets up close, and some of the neighborhoods are. Which goes into our general, let's make our city prettier, because people throw stuff in the street.
Madam Mayor, may I?
What?
May I have a question?
Why would you, go ahead.
So, because we're talking about street sweepers and such, if we don't have the ability to do that, we had spoken at the last district meeting about bulk day and how we leave so much debris behind and possibly having an employee in a separate truck with
with a broom and a dustpan, picking, I mean, we're talking about beautification and stormwater and things that are going in. And if we're doing this common class study, I would really like us to focus on hiring someone who goes behind the bulk pickup days and cleans up the debris that's left behind. And if we could get the guys who do pick up the recycle bins, instead of just tossing them, if they could stack them both and then put them up against the curb, just put them one inside the other. I think that just the small, if we can do small incremental changes like that, what does it take? 1 second to stack them inside of each other and then put them on the curb versus letting them just scatter all over the place? That's first thing. Second thing, I have a question in regards to page 316. Internal auditor. It's sectioned under general fund. Is that? And then it's under city clerk. No, it's under its own. Is that separated and split amongst the entire city as far as paying for the internal auditor? Because I know he handles everything across the city. I would like to know how that position is funded. Will does a great job. Thank you, Will, for all you do. But I'm just wondering, how does that get funded from general fund and then everyone kicks in as part of the admin?
Exactly.
Okay, so it is separated amongst all the other funds and departments.
Yeah, so it's part of the general fund,
Okay,
but it's part of the admin charges.
okay, so that gets rolled into the admin. Okay, and my other thing I want to throw out there is, given this awful Form 6 that's coming up and the intrusiveness of what's going to happen to people who will run to sit up here one day, I think that we need to look at least putting a COLA on the commissioner's positions, which is minimal, because I think that once people start to fill out this form and see how invasive it is, and then it's going to sit on out in the world in perpetuity, and you'll know the rest of my information forever. We need to look again at the future. So I'm in favor of 3% COLA for the city commission positions as well. Well, I don't know how everybody else feels. Cheapest one here.
I think we had originally added the 3% for the commission, and then management said this has to be approved by ordinance.
Well, that's why I don't know. I mean, our salary is set.
You look at me.
So it's interim city manager. Thank you, Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
How come some of us have a little?
Because I don't take that.
I don't either.
Depends on who
Why am I
takes it.
taking 15 grand if I don't think we don't?
That's not, those are random. The city commissioners, it's not listed as in number of 1, 2,
But
3,
there's shit
4.
on one, but none. I don't think that's.
This. No,
Reflecting 21, yes, it might be reflected prior to the.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what?
I think I have to get feedback, but I don't think that.
It's probably being reflected, prior to you being here. We'd have to we can double check on that. And then, yes, as Yana mentioned, it's a policy decision that you all,
I'm sorry, guys. I just know that the last time that we did this, it was done by ordinance, and it was done by a separate ordinance, it wasn't done as part of the budget.
Right.
So I think that, I'm not sure if the budget being passed by ordinance is enough, or it has to be a separate ordinance. So we just have to look into the logistics on how to do that.
Which is the question is, do we want to,
It's been a long time. I think the first time that, I started in 2016, I believe, and Commissioner McCoy, I believe that you were on the commission then.
I think so.
I know, I'm forgetting all of it, but, we go from the. But, I know that we did it by a separate ordinance then, so it's been, I've been here 7 years. So it's been a while since, the commission's given themselves rights.
And I'm not saying a raise, I'm just saying that if we could put an ordinance where 3% COLA year over year does affect the commission because the cost of stuff does go up. Well, it's a part-time job.
we can check with,
Yes.
I'm glad you brought that up. I think it's you brought up something that's really crucial, and that's the participation, like, between Form 6 and everything else. And I'm just gonna throw this out there. I know it should concern people, it's not gonna be super popular, but maybe part of the conversation, and obviously we don't do this to ourselves, but maybe we set a goal or a plan over a number of years that perhaps we should set a goal where these positions do pay like a livable wage, because I think you're right in terms of participation. People, especially if you want, to encourage people from our community that don't have generational wealth or, things in that nature, they need a paycheck, quite frankly. And some of these people are really good professionals, and you probably, probably an immense amount of people who are qualified to do this job, but they're choosing not to because they have bills to pay.
Well, and they look at the fact that we have electric, utility, water, sewer, garbage. When I tell League of Cities, when I tell people what we have in less than 5 square miles, because I back out the ocean and the intercoastal, I'm like, 2 cemeteries, solar fields. I'm like, they're like, you guys oversee all of that? I was like, yeah. I'm like, sometimes their head spins because they can't fathom, like, they know what they do day to day. But I agree with you. I think that would be, to me, a major increase would be more if we were a strong mayor city, which we're not, or city management versus mayor. But again, well, I mean, you know how that goes. There's structures and we're just not there. We act like we feel like we're working full-time, believe it or not, but it's not a full-time position, you know, per se. But I just think the quality of people, like Commissioner Diaz was just saying, the quality of people that you're gonna get to run the city and $120 million budget, do you want, we have to look at the future of the city, you know, not all of these people are gonna say, yeah, I can live on $24,000 a year and do the job effectively. Especially with this invasive form. I mean, a lot of cities don't even have people running for office right now because of this form. That's all. Okay, I'm gonna chime in, and I mean, listen, I understand all the sides of the argument. But if you think of someone, you know, it's so complicated. If you think of someone like, I want my job to be city commission. Now, especially with term limits, it's a term limited job. It's at this point 6, maybe 9 at some point, years. It's not I mean, unless you then run for legislature, you know, you keep going into government, it's not an end game job. Right, so. And yes, we do have all that, but that's why we have the director of this and the director of that. I'm not running electric utility. Listen, I am fortunate, and sometimes older people have low incomes coming in after 65. My law practice suffered completely. I mean, I'm used to it, but I don't think that we are the people running the town per se, and I think that I understand, I would love to have a living wage and have people come in, but then after, let's say 3 years or 6 years of earning, let's say $60,000 or $70,000 a year. Well, no, if we're talking about full time, right? No, I know. We make it a job, but I think we have to be very careful about that, because yes, we do have a lot, and we have a lot to talk about and think about and all that, but I'm not running the city. We're not running electric, we're not running water. Those are the people that show up that we trust, that we put our trust in and our faith in to do a job in the city. So although I understand and I don't disagree with the 3% rate, you know, COLA for sure. In terms of bumping it up higher and maybe over 10 years or something, but I think we have to be careful with them.
Madam Mayor, Commissioner, I'd just like to offer a suggestion.
Sure.
Why don't I do a poll about Long Beach County of what all the other commissioners and mayors are.
I believe, just not to cut you off, but the clerk has already done this, and that's why I have my light on, because I know she looked into, what other, elected officials throughout the county were currently making to see where we trying to stand. And obviously the county commission is a different thing, but I don't know, but you have that information?
I'd have to go down to my office, and Sheila's in there running the meeting this afternoon,
Okay,
but we were on the higher end.
Well,
we can provide that.
yeah, we are.
Because we do have that information as far as.
That's why I threw out 3% COLA, just to keep up with the cost of living. If there's an ordinance, we have to change for that, then that's something we do. Can we have consensus about that? So just consensus for that.
Okay.
Mr. McBoyd.
I appreciate the mayor's comments that on how do you recompense the commissioners and the mayor, that it's complicated and there's a lot of competing arguments. I think I would agree with that. I'd be very cautious about statements of quality of people and what one process selects for, one doesn't. I think there's issues either way. If you make it a paid job, you may attract a certain set of people. If you make it a low paid job, you attract other people, all of which have both pros and cons. I think my comment would be not so much, you know, I hear what the mayor says, that we don't run the city, but commission does not run the city, the professional staff do. I think that's perhaps a little bit of a distraction, but the question is, if one is decided to be pretty serious about the commitment to public service, at least in our city, I can't speak to other cities, I've never done it. What sort of time commitment does that tend to entail? And certainly in my experience over many years, and I suspect my colleagues would say similar, if you're serious about it, it's a lot of time. It's way more than, you know, if a regular job is 50,000 or 60,000, then our pay is 24 or something like that, which would suggest it's a half-time job. Certainly over the years that I've been involved with it, similar to what the mayor said, that her law practice suffered, my science career definitely almost ended. Because it's just, and a part that's perhaps difficult to explain. It's not, and I again, I can only speak for myself, so I don't know how it works for other people, but I wouldn't be surprised, similar. It's not just the actual time that one is answering the phone from residents or calling up staff to ask questions or emailing or whatever. It's also that if you take this stuff seriously, the city lives rent-free in my head a lot. Like, and I think that's a good thing. But you can ask, well, what is reasonable to compensate for that? I do not have an answer. I would be very uncomfortable. I was uncomfortable last time. I think I voted against the raise when it came up many years ago. I'm not comfortable with it, but I think the issue, it is a lot of time. It is a lot of time and commitment, even though we do not formally run anything. There is a lot. And like I said, I suspect that you put a lot of time thinking about it and interacting with other parts of the county and other parts of the state. And I'm sure that the rest of us do too. So I don't have any answers, but that's just first line experience, what I found.
And I think that we also should bear in mind that this is it's a public service.
It is.
And we're doing this because we want to help our city. And I mean, some people are in a financial position better than others that can do it. Some, you know, that's part of life.
And I agree with you, Mayor, but again, it's only because of this Form 6, because this Form 6 is very intrusive, and that's why a lot of people who do have the wealth or the capabilities to say, hey, I make a good living, I can go be a public service. Now they're going, I'm not giving you this information because it is public service, and it's not, but I'm just got through their pay. A lot. Because people who don't want to disclose all that information, the quality of candidates that you're gonna see come to some cities, because they're not gonna want to give up that information, I think it's gonna be detrimental to this. I mean, it's again, all Tallahassee, thank you, Tallahassee, for your infinite wisdom. Again, it's just looking forward to the city, to the future of the city, right? Like, we're all not gonna be, this is not my full-time career. This is not what I want to do forever, but I'm thinking about who's gonna want to run in 2 years, 3 years, 7 years from now for this pay and to give up all that information. Because some cities aren't even finding people to run right now. So again, not a yes or a no. It's not to be argumentative. I'm just trying to think for the future of the city, and it's factual. You know, some people just, you might feel comfortable giving that information out, but when people are asking about, exactly, if they're saying, if you're a certain percentage of my clients contribute to my income, my clients don't want people knowing their status. Or, right, but again, if you have certain, again, it's those thresholds, and who else wants that information out there? You know, this affects your spouses, and I mean, it's in perpetuity, it's not going away. So that's the only reason I threw it out there, and I really just started with the COLA conversation. Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, but I mean, I do really appreciate this conversation though, because like, this is a big political science discussion too, especially in recent years. That, you know, as people are moving away from the job because of Form 6, then you have to look at the other side, and you look at, you know, on Friday, we're gonna be attending this high school graduation, and how many of the kids that are local are gonna probably, you know, sooner than later be really good at actuary, or they're good administrators, or they have really good qualifications to do this job, but realistically, without that generational wealth, without being in a position where they can take a hit And you're like, well, you know, I would love to help my hometown, but I just can't do this job on that paycheck.
Well, now
And-
you get it out.
Well, I'm not saying immediately, I'm saying, you know, in 5 years, in 5 to 10 years, they might have a great amount of experience and even, you know, people out there right now who come from our Central American community or wherever it may be, they might be very immensely qualified and might be good candidates to run, but the fact is they're choosing not to run because they have bills to pay. And we don't necessarily, from a democracy standpoint, don't want to, you know, automatically kind of disqualify them or automatically don't give them a chance. It's a representation.
Or as my 3-year-old said the other day, when she told me to get a job, I said, I have 3. She said, you need 4.
Or earlier, Commissioner May asked me if I sit on any boards where I get paid, and I just like, I should.
I mean, we all have, you know, but maybe, I don't, yeah, you're not suggesting that we get a full kind of salary. I think 3% COLA would start there. I mean, that's just a problem. It's a problem. And right, I mean, how much do state reps get? $27,000 a year? Yeah, but they work in the doesn't. They work in the bigger picture. Okay, so where are we?
So I do just want, so we have a note, we have agreement, consensus on the 3% increase. We'll get with, legal and confirm, what we need to do to bring that back to you in July. The one item before we move to CIP, and we can take a break before that, actually, if you'd like to. We did want to get consensus on the refuse increase, and then we can, bring that back. So if we have consensus on that. Then we'll wait on. Yes, it was 5% for, it's 5% for the refuse, yes, and then.
So do we have consensus for the raise? Yes, yes, everyone shaking
Yes.
their heads, yes, yes.
Yes. Thank you so much.
You have consensus?
Stormwater will bring back. Yes, stormwater will bring back with additional analysis. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are getting close. I just have the CIP to go through. If you'd like to take a break, you can do that and then come back, review the CIP. That should actually be pretty quick. Any questions you have on the CIP, and then we'll take any last questions and conclude.
You wanna take a break? Might as well, 3:30. Well, it always turns out being 15, but that's it. All right, we're gonna take a little break.
Yes. But I will get on other websites.
Good afternoon. Can somebody unmute the chamber, please? Thank you. Great. It's 3:51, Madam Mayor. We are still live.
Welcome back to the seemingly never ending.
Very soon.
Now, I have to say, this is much more painless than I thought it would be. And it's very, very helpful, so I really appreciate it. It's because of the snacks.
That have now been, they've been removed, so.
So where are we? What are we doing?
We are
Why am I here?
towards the end. So we are in the book that says fiscal year 2025 proposed
book.
capital improvement, the very small book. And what I am going to do is start with page 1. If you go to. It's probably, okay, we're just going to cue that up while I'm talking. So the small book is the table of contents. You'll see there's a CIP that has a source of funds, page 1 through 4. And then page 5 through 9, there's the 5-year plan, and then it goes through each fund. And it's in the same order that your budget book is in. So the pages that we'll walk through together are beginning in page 1, and I'm just going to walk through all the capital projects that were requested by the departments. The department is with us here, so if they want to elaborate on the project, if you have questions, you can ask those questions, and then we'll wrap up. Yes, sir.
Could you also give an indication of, or maybe the department would give an indication, some things are in, not necessarily because we expected to get funded by us, but they're placeholders to make it eligible. Placeholders to make it eligible for external funding.
Sure, and we'll invite the department up. If we don't have a funding source, yes, we'll have the department come up and speak to that. Sure.
And where do the ARPA funds fit into?
If it is funded by ARPA, it would be indicated.
There's a column, I see.
Yes. So ARPA is separate because we have the separate update, so we don't have the ARPA included. No, we don't have ARPA. Because we already had discussed those and those were already approved, they're not included in this. This is fiscal year 25 request. All right, so we will start with page 1. You'll see governmental funds, general fund. You see a line that says fiscal year 25, and then it starts with the bistro lighting design. And that's a $65,000 request. And it's unfunded currently. That was a request that I believe was in there last year that was unfunded, and so we added that one back in there. So the total,
Just real quick,
Yeah.
and this is exactly one of the ones you're talking about. It's unfunded for a reason. Because if we don't have some of these projects listed, even though there's no funding source for it, if we're looking for external grants or something like that, it needs to be part of your 5-year CIP, or you have no chance in getting grant funding. Like if this wasn't in here and, post-COVID, there was a big push for moving activities outside, just different things to do. So as far as downtown, we've been looking at some possibilities, especially budget coming in. If it's not listed here, we can't get funding.
Because there are different alternatives to the other one is umbrellas, which. If anybody has seen that, it's amazing, that little alleyway in between the two buildings, but a lot of cities. What a lot of cities have done is hang umbrellas, and it creates shade, that it's not, you don't have to pay electricity for it. It's just something as an all, because something would be really nice, that we have this really cool little alley that we could do something with, so if we can't fund this, maybe an alternative would be to look into the umbrella situation. I'll get pictures. It's really pretty cool. Mr. McBoy?
Another alternative, since we're throwing out ideas, particularly for that alley, because it's narrower. There are cities that throw things up and over to make living trellises over.
Another one I've seen is crocheted the canopy of, it's so cool. It's a lot of people have made big crochet panels and they crochet them together. And that's like the least maintenance wise, because the umbrellas might fall down. But I'll find a picture. No, like a giant afghan. But it's very cool. I'll look for a picture and share it.
It won't last well outside.
Absolutely would. Acrylic lasts forever.
I'm forward.
I'm not gonna argue with you. We have plenty of crocheting outside.
Right. Okay.
Okay, going down, another one, another mausoleum, have we pretty much
It's been covered,
yes, been covered?
No, sorry.
Not the mausoleum.
No,
We're gonna go for funding for it.
We did the fencing for the Banks Cemetery.
yes, Bank Cemetery, 125, that's been covered, so that's been removed for 25, and the next one, yes, would be the mausoleum for 1.324, and that is currently, funding not identified, yes, unfunded.
And the next one, we had talked about a possible, alternative to the, Pinecrest Cemetery.
I think Jamie's still getting pricing
Yeah,
together.
but I think it's probably gonna come to about that anyway, even if it's not that much, but quite a bit.
Yeah, there was, that I was looking for right now, because I just got an update from the Pinecrest Cemetery Fencing, which is actually lower. I think it was 300 and change. It was
Is
under
that for
400.
chain or fence?
No, so that was for the actual fencing.
Oh.
The one quote I've gotten so far, was the one that was like 310 for the bollards. What people don't understand is, I mean, you would think that bollards and chains in between it would be a cheaper option. But when you look at bollards, depending on what kind you get, between $500 and $800 per bollard. If we have a little over 4,000, almost 5,000 linear feet, you need one like every 10 feet. The actual
Minimum.
cost of the bollard, the cost to actually auger it, set it into concrete, the cost of chain. So it quickly jumps up very quickly, so it's not really a cheaper option.
And there really hasn't been a call for fencing like this. In fact,
Yeah, it has, we'll talk about that later.
I've gotten against. fencing.
Um,
I would that.
can I
What
ask?
do you mean her name?
Oh, I didn't see it.
I just have a quick question about the funding for, FY 24. For example, specifically on Spillway Park, it says $150,000. Now, FY 24 ends in September. What happens if that money is not spent? What happens that we allocated for that?
Depends on the funding source, so it depends on, if it was ARPA, depends on the grant, it depends on basically the funding source. Potentially could go back into fund balance, it really depends on the funding source, but we could bring back an update on where all 24 projects are. Which you would know where those projects are and what has been spent.
Because I'm not sure what this, the $150,000 was allocated
Spillway Park.
for. I know we talked about, I know you're gonna say the fishing piers. But that was, originally it was for a playground, so. I don't wanna waste money that's not really specifically allocated for a specific project. Just to say Spillway Park. Is broad.
Or so apparently Spillway Park.
I have to look at it, I can follow up and look and see what that was specifically for. I can.
It was for a playground originally, but, and then we said that the majority of the park isn't owned by us, so we really can't put the playground where we wanted to put the playground. And then Commissioner Diaz wanted to do a study to see if we could put the fishing docks back in. But that is also, again, not our property, so I just don't want money to be there just as we said it was gonna be there, or previous people said it would be there, but it's not actually being spent on something.
Sure, we can get you an updated, on the 24, where all the CIP projects are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Mayor.
Yep, I'm sorry.
In going back to the cemetery, which is always a great conversation. I had a conversation with, Assistant City Manager Perry and, Interim City Manager Brown in regards to the IA Bank Cemetery and putting it on the future CIP, not right now, of additional plot creation and what that will look like for the IA Bank Cemetery, because as I mentioned, Boynton Beach is out of cemetery space, Fort Lauderdale's out of cemetery space, all the municipal owned cemeteries. So I'm looking to the future and how these cemeteries are gonna continue to be able to offer resting spaces. So I'm hoping that we can bring that back and add that into year 26 or 27 on more creation of more plots for IA banks.
Is there, I mean, isn't it a
We could move,
finite amount of land?
no, so we could move the parking lot to the other side of the gymnasium. There's other places that they could create more plots. So I just wanna make sure that we're putting that on the future CIP.
Thank you for saying moving the parking lot, because I was envisioning like actually moving things. but-
Parking on the other side.
We don't have.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, so for example, the 150 for Spillway Park was funded, but not spent, is that?
I don't have a status update on those right now, so I don't want to say if it's been spent or not. I prefer to come back and just give you an absolute update, so I get with the departments first.
Okay,
Because they may have already spent the funds.
It was funded.
It was funded, nothing has been spent. That
Right,
was,
that's, okay, I just want to make sure,
It was
because
funded,
the
yeah.
chart, the last row on the chart, it's got dots, it means it was
Yes.
funded.
Yes, if, so fiscal year 24,
Yeah.
if it has an amount in there, that means it was funded last year. It, not necessarily saying that it was spent last year.
No,
It means
I'm
that it was
talking
spent.
about the funding not identified or funded, the right hand, the right. hand.
So that is for fiscal year 25, I apologize, yes, so fiscal year 25, if you look at the green column. So anything that is not funded, it's not being requested either. So if it, so for example, 24, the Osborne Community Center renovation, 306, 961 is what was appropriated for fiscal year 24, and 25, nothing is being requested or appropriated. So
Because already we have
it was
300,000.
we've already funded.
Right, but when you go down in that, the funding, that's
Look at that
150, 150, 150, that means it's 150 that's spent. I'm talking about the far right, the blue column.
Right here,
That's
if it's not
that's
in here, then
That's what we're looking for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
The 150 for the Spillway Park, the conversation we had when we were having the ARPA conversation was about looking into using some of that fund.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that I had it right about,
Yes.
it was appropriate, some money, somewhere there's $100,000 in our bucket. That
Yes.
could go there.
Now, is that something you want to
Amend maybe, but
move forward with, or? Because it's already been allocated for Spillway Park, it just was never really specified.
Identified what it was gonna
what
do.
that was going
Right.
to do.
I think that's Ms. May's,
Yeah.
point.
It was originally allocated as a playground,
Correct.
when Commissioner Stokes was here.
Okay, Mr. Diaz has his light on.
Yeah, just try to make the short version. It was
Thank you.
originally funded for a playground, but there was no consensus. And there was also the limitation of where they wanted the playground to go. So the money is there. And so the conversation was, let's keep it there for now to potentially look into doing a design of here, which we may not even, I wouldn't suspect the design to be even close to that much, so at least a lot of it is gonna go back. Or maybe, hopefully, depending on nearby conversations that I'll have, hopefully before the next meeting, is we might not have to spend any of it, because it is district property, and maybe if I ask nicely enough, Drew in the district is gonna be like, yeah, we got it. So, it's there, but it's not gonna get lost, it's there, it's funded,
Okay.
and we're hoping to not.
It's reserved.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I guess the question will become when we come back for workshop number 2, if for some reason we feel that's not going to be spent this fiscal year, what do we do with that?
yeah,
Or
or
does that
maybe,
drop back in, or do we want to see if it's possible to roll this?
or it might be super easy, and maybe the district is gonna be like, no, we can't touch our water.
And it does depend on the funding source. So that one was ARPA, Mr. Yannick just confirmed, yes.
That was appropriated with the ARPA funds, unrestricted portion. But remember, once we do that swap, it can just roll with whatever later there until we decide how to distribute.
The same thing with $100,000, have we resurfaced the tennis courts at Norway Park, Sunset Ridge Park? Have we
I
spent that
don't
money?
know. I'll be honest, I don't have an
Okay,
update on
so
fiscal year.
we're-
Yes, I know we were focusing on 25. I don't have an update on 24, but we will definitely get some updates for you. So we know for sure.
We're not supposed to be looking at 24, we want to look at 25 only.
Yes, our focus
Look at
is on,
green.
but that's okay. These are good questions. These are great
Looking at
questions.
green.
We can definitely bring that back to you. So the 25, the focus is, yes, the 25 proposed items or items that are indicated in the green column. And then in the far right, the blue, it's either funding has been identified or there's no funding identified.
Well, I'm asking, the Manzo ball field lighting upgrades for $390, I thought we were taking care of.
So last year, that was the south side of the quad, that was on the south side of 22nd, where that 600 and change was done. This was that issue that we had a few weeks back, where we had to spend the money to have the old lights demoed and removed.
Right.
Well, to replace the light that was removed, we're looking at that
Are
$390.
those fields rented the way the other ones are? Are they?
Yeah, so that's what they're the high school place. That's when the high school plays. So when we're doing that contract this year, later on this year, depending on whether we want to replace the light, would determine whether, I don't know if that would be a deal breaker as far as, you know, it's before daylight savings. You need lights, for some of the evening games. I don't know if that'd be a deal breaker with high school. Like we said, we're not going to.
I guess it'll be interesting, how much do we get from the high school for the window?
Director McKay, Tina McKay, Director of Leisure Services. Yeah, so it would affect their schedule and their ability to plan. So we would have to communicate with the school board on what they could do for this.
But do you offhand know how much we get from the high school for the rental of it, because to offset the $400,000?
67, it was either 67 or 69,000.
A year?
I think we do a bit less than that, but I can get that number for you. It is
62, 60 something.
So it's not nothing, I mean, it's actually.
It's not nothing, no, but
And they're also not the only user.
they are not the only user, that's correct.
Because at some point we have this hard thing going on, who knows what's gonna happen up there. I believe this, Malega was first, and then.
Thank you. Just reviewing this under the Wembley Gym roof replacement project, if we could add the AC.
Yes.
It was on that supplemental request, and I think there was something else in addition to the AC.
Doors.
Doors,
Right.
and maybe wrap that in a pretty little package for CDBG
Okay,
for the future.
yes.
I think that might work. And we keep talking about going after appropriations, and there's some things on here that. Like, I would love to put an appropriation in for the mausoleum. For the 1.5 million in Gulfstream. Site work and hotel work. And the engineering assessment of the pier, 53,000. I think those are three great appropriations right there just to go after. Since we're talking about legislative stuff. Yes, there was, I mean, to me, I would, if we can put 12 to 15 ask in. Why not?
There was I'll point out, there was in this previous session, a nearby municipality that got a significant chunk of change for their pier. And it's
So 53,000 is a drop in the bucket. And $600,000 to Green Acres for Parks. I mean, we have to, we put 10 to 15 requests in and we get 3. I know it's double the paperwork for whatever lobbyists is out there, but
Would the Gulfstream site work though be something that would be qualified under a funding from?
tourism, economic impact.
But in the meantime, we're gonna have to.
Well, I don't know if it's gonna be Commissioner Diaz up there lobbying for our funds, or if it's gonna be me up there groveling and begging. I'm like,
We grovel.
we grovel. I'm not, listen, I will be up there begging and short of buying them chocolate and flowers to get what we need.
Well, then I found out that, Representative Crusoe never got his chocolate golf balls, so it was 8.
That's because Walter probably ate them.
The chocolate golf ball. Well, I mean, do we have to come up with this money in this?
No, I'm just walking you through, right now, I'm just walking you through what the projects are and the total for each department. So just so you have an understanding, and then we can just follow up with the discussion in the next workshop of potential funding sources, or talk to the departments if they have options for funding sources, we'll slot them in there. But it's just so that we have all the projects obviously compiled. And again, there's some projects that may be on here simply because in order to get them funded by grants or other sources, we have to have the project list. Okay, so total for leisure services, because that's where we've been walking through, is 1.74 million. It looks like there's a grant funding and 266,000 to cover the Youth Empowerment Learning Center improvements. So the request right now for this year is 1.48 million.
Where am I seeing it?
That's total leisure services, and it's the bottom of page 1 right before street maintenance. And then, so street maintenance, what I'm going to do is do a summary of what the request is. So total general fund, there's a request for 6.1 million. Actually, I'll go up to, 1, that's on page 2. Beginning of page 2, total street maintenance fund. There's a request for 2.5 million. $1 million of it has been funded by discretionary sales tax. And then 1.5 million is being requested. So total general fund request is 6.13 million. And again, funding not identified is 4.87 million. So I am on page two, beginning of page two, top of page two, yes, and you'll just see the totals. We are on to, the building fund, there's no request for this year. Moving on to the beach fund then, that's still on page two. You'll see a total beach fund request of 53.5 and a total not funded of 53.5. Then we're on to the golf fund. Total request is 2.23 million. And total unfunded is 2.23 million.
Quick, Madam Mayor.
Mr. McDermott?
Just a quick one on the beach fund. We've talked for years about having a webcam, two webcams actually, one above ground to see the surf conditions and that's freely accessible to residents or anybody else. Advertising our one motion, and the other would be an underwater one at the pier. Because it is pretty cool, kind of reef-like under there, and that would also be good at. I think the cost of those, based on webcams I've installed. The underwater one will be a little more, but, Commissioner Diaz may have some numbers on that, but it's. I would suggest that we've talked about it a lot. I don't know that we've formally ever put it on any of the lists, but if we don't have to.
Yeah, so the cameras, the ones that you install in the field are probably like 5,000-6,000, right? So, you know, it'd probably be like 5 to 10 or something. But we've talked about this in the past specifically because we used to, there is a camera there that isn't phenomenal, and we used to rent it out, or they paid us. Surfline, the app of that, and that ended. And then there was a discussion on providing our own thing because people have asked that they want to check, and providing our own service as well in addition. And I would suspect that that would fall heavily into the engineering assessment of the pier, because one of the things that I had brought up in the past that I know a lot of fishermen are asking for is our gear that's on there, not ours. I think like the district and some other agencies have some like weather monitoring, water monitoring stuff. And we,
That you were gonna talk to?
yeah, so moving it back, and so our water advisories board was tasked with starting that process, and unfortunately they're like having trouble meeting quorum. But I think there's other avenues to getting that.
Did you ever, his name is not right, did you ever, he lives on Cave Street, did you ever, hook up with him? You were gonna take that, I brought it forward, he wanted to do just that at the end of the pier, weather, the whole thing, and you were gonna call him and engage that.
There was a few people, I know.
No, this is fact specifically from Cave Street, South Cave Street, and I will think of his name.
Are you talking about Ed?
Ed Grip.
He was, I think he was more about like, educational sites, but I was talking like the weather equipment, the water measuring equipment, the stuff, it's like on the end of the pier. A lot of the fishermen don't like it because if they hook something big and it like kind of brings them around, they can't like get their lines over it, so if there's an opportunity to move that stuff, but I suspect that would probably fall into the engineering assessment for that equipment stuff, but the camera stuff could rightfully be separate because it's pretty nominal. The cost of the cameras and installation is not a lot. It's generally engineering like the cell service to transmit.
I'm glad you brought that up, because we have had a lot of, but it'd be nice to have that so that.
You put it on
It
the
would be on the
website.
It would be on our website, they just.
It'll get a lot of traffic to the website.
And I mean, it is something like when I go snowboarding, I love, like, I'm on webcams all the time. To watch what's happening at the top of the mountain, the lifts.
Here's
But
a,
I think it's brilliant for us to make sure that we put this in.
because if people see what's on there, it is really incredible. And I'll end with a really weird example is I want to say like Norway or something. There's a specific camera that's actually interactive because there's like a dam that has a little door and the camera is looking for fish, and anybody can do this. I forget what the website is, but you go on a website and if you see a fish swim up to the door, It's like a doorbell.
Oh,
You
no.
push it and it opens it so the fish can swim through. And it is like apparently a immensely internationally popular website. And
People get addicted to it.
yeah.
Just have to make sure everybody is clothed when they're swimming past the cameras.
Like there's a portal between New York and Dublin right now. But in the meantime, just without getting fancy, if one or two webcams up on the casino aimed at the beach, that would be free. I think that would be a lovely thing, and I
I think
don't,
it'd be great.
yeah, and I don't think it would, some of the course we have to monitor, make sure it's working. I'm trying to think about this.
Well, Mr. Brown and I will have a meeting sometime soon with county staff, and I would propose that because the county environmental resources management also runs a service of their film cameras throughout the county. And that might be a conversation.
Thanks for bringing that. It's good to do.
We also put in those viewing things where people pay us to look out to the ocean. That would be a great way for us to make some extra revenue. If we had like 2 or 3 of those along the pier or along the beach, not even on the pier. Because people
Yeah,
could,
the beach.
yeah, so like, as you're walking down the boardwalk,
Since you put it
we
on.
can put a quarter in and then you can look out there.
Yeah, we
Make
used
sure
to
that
have
it's got pegs for little kids
Do
so
they
that they
still-
can see.
Do they still make them? So many things of what you have just. Okay, no, great, we can get that webcam thing going, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, we have both of those items noted and we will work with.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so where are we now? Beach and golf?
We are on to golf fund. Golf fund, we have for this year requesting 2.23 million. And total unfunded match that 2.23 million.
Now, this is, what is the status of, I have a couple questions. Number one, what is the status of this? We were gonna have a study done on the golf course, which did not get funded. The purpose of that study was to see what commercial viability there is, as well as geographic, what's going on with the water.
Yes, and Sam.
That's my
I know
first
it's
question.
750.
That's my first question.
Tim Petty, Water Utility Director. I was done some, research. I have $250,000 in the stormwater fund that we're gonna use to do a study on the golf course for drainage purposes.
Drainage,
I have to start there first.
right,
Once we get that, then we can go for grant monies and grant funding, once I have that. It won't take into consideration, the viability of, once we do all this, what's the golf course gonna look like and how we're gonna design it. It's the first step into that, though.
how to not have a flood every time.
I know at that south end, I have to raise it up probably 6 or 8 inches.
And maybe, well, maybe incorporate into a wetland, which just to continue for balance.
The ponds that are there, I'll incorporate those ponds into a storm treatment area, if you would, some sort of something. But, at least we have some funding there to do what we want to do to get this thing started.
Great.
That's great. Off and running.
That's my first question.
Yes.
My second question is, then I want to look at the, almost the same question as Sarah earlier. The patio outside the beach.
Okay.
Club. What's going on up there? No, I noticed some work being done there.
Yeah, so,
I hate to bring up. But we need to.
there, used to be, you can't even really call it artificial turf. It was more
No.
just like a green rug.
Right.
It was kind of fuzzy.
No,
It was supposed to,
it's a mess.
it was getting wrinkled up and everything. So, yeah, and I'm not sure what was submitted through community sustainability, but there was basically a deck, a patio was needed to be put down out there because what was out there was a trip hazard and everything else. So, and that's part of the interior, beach clubs. I know they're the ones who pulled the permit.
Did they?
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, we're out there doing inspection. It has to be
Because I was there the other
inspected,
day,
so.
was having a party there on the 25th, and I was looking at that. It's a little, not quite completely, I mean, it's a little behemoth, as my grandmother would say.
Yes,
Behemoth, a little hungry, a little not quite there.
Director Tana McKay, from McKay Director of Leisure Services. Yes, I did, we did see that there was a permit pulled, and I did have a conversation earlier today with Bill from facilities, and we were gonna set up a meeting and go down there and just do a little inspection. It's not really flat. We noticed
It's our
our,
district, it's all free form.
yes, we noticed there may be some things that we could improve on, and so we're going to go and do a walkthrough, and then we're going to make recommendations.
I hope nobody falls on the 25th.
That is one of the recommendations. There is a caution tape up currently right now, but
We're supposed to use the patio on the.
which one you get of this month? Yeah. Okay. We'll make sure that meeting happens very quickly.
Well, actually, either where it is now, it's safer than it was before you took all that stuff up.
Yeah,
It was-
I think that-
it was horrible.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's not been.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's still, it's 100% better than it was.
That bad.
I think it's very much in progress, and so, yeah, I actually did speak with Phil just this morning.
But it is fast. Last year, you could literally trip on the road.
Oh, don't forget mulch.
And mulch. All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, since the record up here. I'm just. I had something that needed to go on there. Why am I?
Only one,
Yeah.
only one thing that you see.
I don't know, but
I wrote it down.
Was it beach club or the ball?
No, I just,
I'm glad.
it'll come back to me.
It'll come back, we'll feed it back.
This May?
Oh, sorry, it's 2 seconds.
Oh, wow.
And Mayor always brings it up, is the sound system.
Oh, I remember.
Or lack thereof.
I got it.
I don't know if it's the walls, the sound system, but it says you're gonna replace the roof, so we might as well consider the fact that we have. You can't have any sort of
You
effect,
can't hear
where
yourself.
you
It's
need,
horrible.
even if you have a microphone, even if you have,
We need panels.
people are
Yeah,
not
lower the
meeting there
ceiling.
anymore. I know at least 6 neighborhood associations that used to meet there, and said absolutely not.
It's a very odd room. Even when you go like to have dinner there, it's just, and at night. Well, you're like in a black fish tank.
Okay.
Now everything, during the day, you can see it. If you don't mind,
I remember.
she's a little older than you.
Not by your leave. So I would love to see the sign that says municipal city, say City of Lake Worth Beach with the updated logo. And I see that that's not on the Gulf Fund, CIP, but we very much need to get our branding done across the entire city. So if we can try to figure out how to put that in, I know Mr. Brown loves me hard on this. Lake Worth Beach,
Well,
not
talk
Lake
about
Worth.
signs, let's talk about the casino, right, let's talk about
Yes.
signs at the casino, but that's another,
All the signage needs to be updated as part of the CIP.
we need to actually have some.
But I'm saying, and everything should say City of Lake Worth Beach on it. That was in 2018, 17.
Rebranding.
Yes.
Okay.
Stop.
Just
The police department
For
still says,
3 years, I've been
still
trying
has
to
the
get
old logo on the
signs
police
on
department.
A1A that says we actually have Kilbins, we have Benny's on the beach, we have Mama Mia's, and apparently we just can't figure out how to get that sign up there.
We are
Actively
Yeah.
working on 3 years.
We are bouncing back and forth.
Oh, I'm glad you knew that. Doesn't have to be fancy, it just says it says something.
It's already been done. It's got it.
Mr. Lipton's aware of that?
Yeah.
Mr. Lipton?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We are in
regular communication. No doubt. Mr. Diaz.
Back to, a little bit back to the golf course, I think this is a conversation we need to have quite a lot. I don't know if maybe it needs to be like an agenda item soon, but, we didn't get the PD, that's correct, but, Sam's working on stormwater. I think you brought up not too long ago, a phenomenal idea of is it Bob Jones, the former golf Bobby Jones, yeah, and so I think, exploring that conversation of having a partnership with somebody like that on the business and the golf course side, and then on the other side, the kind of environment and the course itself side, like I mentioned, interim Manager Brown and I are going to be meeting with County and that's part of what we'll be talking about. And also in terms of like the study that's getting the ball rolling and potentially even some of the projects and maybe some of the low hanging fruit right now is the grant cycle for the Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative funding initiative. And That closes, I think, at the end of July, and, quite frankly, so over the years, that program was intended to help municipal governments to fund exactly these kinds of projects. And the thing is that, I guess despite me lobbying and League of Cities efforts, people don't generally apply for these funds. And so we fully intend to hopefully apply for them. And that means we have a really good chance of getting that help. And basically what it equates to is the county has a couple really good lobbyists who actually have, for county projects, a really strong batting average, if you will, on getting money from Tallahassee. And they would equate to us getting a good amount of help on that regard. So it's all kind of exciting, and maybe we need to dedicate having kind of a sit down, some kind of talk, just like we did, have with the pool and every other thing, just to kind of get it all down and like formalize a good strategy of what we do.
And that money would be for what purpose?
So the Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative, they focus heavily on really any project, honestly, any project that will benefit the Lake Worth Lagoon. And that could be, right, exactly. And like Mr. Hetty, Director Hetty, brought a really great, he put out a keyword out there, an acronym, STA, Stormwater Treatment Area. And that's like a mini version. So we have these ponds, and that's something I had mentioned before, that in order to alleviate the flooding on the south end, we need to raise that elevation. Well, now we're gonna have a hole in the ground. And so we can fill that in with lagoon water or estuary water. Well, that can serve dual purpose with creative engineering, which luckily for us, this is Sam's specialty for stormwater management, is that pond that you look at, and yeah, it looks like a water trap for a golf course, but it's also cleaning the stormwater coming through before it goes in the lagoon. And that's exactly the kind of thing the initiative likes to fund. And, luckily I know someone on that steering committee, so.
And one point, I have Stantec working with me on grant funding for this exactly. So if I could get some direction from council on what we're looking for for a grant, that could really help, get into a granular vision on what we want out there. So I do need some direction as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, next, at the end of the month or first part of next month, so we can.
Well, and even now, like, just to kind of get the conversation going, I would suggest looking at, the living shoreline component, the stormwater treatment component, maybe looking at the Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative funding program as like, because that's not a grant, that's getting money from the state.
Exactly.
And so, I know there's like DEP, living shoreline grants, Florida Inland Navigation District has waterways improvement grants.
Yeah.
And, so we have grant funding, which is great. Some of it often requires a matching fund, and maybe that's where the initiative and the county can, we still have to have that meeting where maybe they can come in and help us improve that golf course. And that would, theoretically, I'd look at like the cost of like the fairways, for example, and we talk about, if we make that part more natural, more of a link style course, you can maybe cover those expenses elsewhere. But it's all encompassing and interconnected. And
Yeah,
love
and
that
Marty is the name of the guy that we met with, and he's contacted me again, about, are we interested? So I think we should, I don't know if he'd be willing to come and do a 10-minute presentation. I can ask if he would do that. Just FYI, he's the lawyer, one of the lawyers for the represents the Bobby Jones family. Bobby Jones is a big golf name, and we did a municipal golf course in Atlanta that Bobby Jones name is, and really learned a lot about funding and fundraising and redesigning the whole thing and having a driving range. And so he's a lovely man. He seems willing to help us, not to do it, but to help us get when to do a strategy. I'll find out.
The good news is we're only on page 3 of 96 and it's 4:30.
If there are no other questions, then we can move to garage, but I'll wait and see if you have additional questions. No, keep moving. Okay. All right, moving on. Thank you. To garage, there's $200,000 in requests. That's in the bottom of page 2. And then $200,000 unfunded.
So we need, and that's something that we,
That's an annual thing, that's part of our food replacement schedule, so we allocate a certain amount every single year. All of our.
but we didn't fund those.
That's fine. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, of course.
All right, so total in governmental funds requested is 8.62 million. Total funded is 1.26, but that's starting on page 3, the very first line. And then total unfunded is about 7.35. So have quite a bit of work to do. So we're moving on to the enterprise funds. Total electric fund requested, that's on page 3. Again, the summary, the total in green is 45.18 million. That's requested. And it looks like they have it covered through borrowing. The bond that they're going up.
So 220,000, that's gonna be moved back, right? That's not being used.
Yes, we will move that.
I thought we were,
No, we funded it, but it does, they don't.
They don't need it.
oh, they don't need it, that's,
Yeah, we-
as we were very tersely informed.
Okay, we'll make that update for the next meeting. Water fund, we're moving on to water fund, 9.2 million in requests. Borrowing 8.9 million will be funded. Total is 9.1, and then so they'll have 115,000 that's unfunded related to, looks like vehicles primarily.
And then again, as we apply for grants, this will be offset and we'll do a budget.
Amendment.
Update.
Yeah, we do an amendment.
I'd like to ask, we're asking for a $65,000 vehicle for the chief electrician.
Yes, ma'am, he needs to look good. No,
I'll drive around in my 10-year-old car.
I'm as sticker shocked as you are anymore when it comes to vehicles. It's
Well, what kind of
ridiculous.
vehicle is 67?
It's a F-250.
Does
with a utility
he
bed.
throw stuff in the back of the truck?
It's similar to what you see driving around.
Well, but, which I often question,
Yeah,
because I think half the pickup trucks I see are empty in the back. I mean, I don't really.
it has a utility bed.
To pick up the shopping cart.
Yeah.
Well.
And I don't know if that means anything to you, but it's more conducive to holding tools. So.
I'm a supervisor. I know, I don't know why they can't
He
go
will
on
be a working supervisor. All my supervisors are working supervisors.
throw the tools in the back seat. I mean, obviously, it was $67,000 is a lot of money.
Yes.
I'm wearing 7 square miles. It's not like he's got to cover a lot of territory.
I will
You're
say that,
7 square miles. You gotta remember where you have a sub-regional part of this.
Like 10 square miles. 15 square miles, I'll give it.
I think everyone's seen the cost of vehicles kind of skyrocket for the past few years, but for an actual F-250, like a larger vehicle, which is over like half of the one-ton vehicle. Once you outfit it with the toolbox, everything in the back, and they're not cheap, and I know, Vice Mayor Reagan deals with vehicles on a daily basis. This is not, but in a lot of our vehicles.
It costs $27,000 to $33,000 just for basic prices.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty crazy. But
So let's
a
get
lot
on
of
the
our
Civic.
vehicles.
Get a CRV.
We're first tools.
I don't think I put the total capacity of what's the RV.
I just, never mind. Ignore me.
I agree with you, Mayor, that will the electrician really be hauling major heavy equipment around? Or are we talking about, hand
It's
tools?
guiding.
I don't know, you would know, I don't know. It seems like maybe there's a little room for leeway.
Hang on, is this gonna be outfitted? The bed?
It'll be a utility bed.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is a great price if it's gonna be utility bed with an upfitting on the, okay, so instead of a regular bed, they put an upfit on it, it goes to a different factory and it's got little latches and doors, let me simplify, latches and doors on the side of the truck.
Supervised.
That they can lock and then they can keep working all their equipment. If they need tools, if they need parts, if they need supplies, it's all right there and locked.
And they don't sell them used.
No, because they usually have 200,000 miles on
I'm
them.
being facetious, but I just,
I'm trying to help you, Director.
Mr. Dean.
Yeah, the jump in on the helping the director, this isn't like a residential electrician where he's changing out switches. I mean, he's gonna have like a utility box and like these big things that he's moving around, so. It's a pretty good deal for 250.
Listen, but don't come back to us unless it's got 250,000 miles on it and it's been 10 years.
They're driving into the bearings that
You
don't
know,
exist.
most of the vehicles that we have are repeat vehicles. That we, and after I get done wearing them out, then we give them to James. and give her-
Public Works often get the hand-me-downs from.
No, we call that repurposing and recycling. Every good fleet does it.
And we do a very good job of that here.
Yeah, and I will say,
Yeah, economic sustainability is one of our pillars.
Right.
yeah,
I
that's,
see code driving around some pretty lovely vehicles that they don't really fill the back. Okay, moving right along. You can take it up later.
yes.
Okay, where are you?
Okay, so we are on to local sewer, 4.25 in requests, that's right below the water. And 4.25 has been totally funded. Yes. Moving on to stormwater. Stormwater starts on page 3, continues to page 4. Yes.
Stormwater collection and conveyance project.
It's well, it takes into consideration all the projects. It's a title is really what it is. You want to break it down into details, we can get into the details. If you want to do it now, or we can do it.
I'm just asking, what is it? What are we doing? Are we collecting and looking at data? I mean,
No, stormwater conveyance is moving water, stormwater from my main block to block to block.
it says collection, that's where I'm.
Collection, and we collect it also. We collect it in the stormwater system, and then it goes wherever it needs to go.
It's a $2.6 million project?
It's not one. Like I said, there are multiple projects underneath the heading.
Okay.
So I can get into the details if you want to, but there, on all of our projects, it's the header, and then there's multiple projects underneath the header.
That's a lot of money, 2.6
Well, you thought you had problems with the $65,000 truck, which is the next line item.
Yeah.
So the detail of that one is on page 91 of 96. So toward the back of this book, you'll see all of the CIP projects that we're discussing right now. There's an actual separate request form that actually has a project description and everything on it.
Oh, come on.
But again, I know that this is probably some of the stuff you're going after, some kind of grants.
$1.5 million of that is for a 9th Avenue pump station. We are asking for a grant for that, but if we don't get a grant, that project still has to move forward.
Correct.
But I have to try to fund it, $1.5 million. $500,000 for annual lining. So we talked about earlier, the potholes in the street of $500,000 from this year going on out because it just hasn't been done over the last 10 or 15.
Understood.
And to that, the fact you mentioned that we've done 40,000 linear feet of sewer, give us a sewer or storm sewer, okay. And we haven't done,
We've done no stormwater.
Yeah.
Lining at all.
and I was gonna ask, 40,000 out of roughly,
40,000 out of, well, 115,000 probably, maybe more.
I was sewer, yeah. So, it 2.5 million sounds like a lot, but
It's
this is
really
all
the-
piping.
it's really the 9th Avenue state pump station that really makes it look, it's kind of, gives it off balance, I guess. But it's a very important project. We're gonna need to move forward with regardless if it's grant funded or not.
Okay, Director, I don't see on here the project that you and I were looking at between 6th Avenue to 9th Avenue, B, C, D, E, and F.
No, ma'am, you don't. Because that is one of the ARPA projects.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be on here?
Oh, it doesn't. So, unless you guys decide that we're not gonna do that partly.
Okay, so we're gonna,
ARPA money.
we're gonna still keep that with ARPA. Okay, so just asking. Thank you.
Total for stormwater is 2.67 and total unfunded is 2.67. We're on to page 4 and this will conclude the summary. So sanitation fund, there's a request for 500,000, unfunded 500,000.
Didn't we just buy one of these last year?
But is it, I'm sorry.
No, not you. This is Jamie. This is this heavy truck thing.
The heavy truck replacement.
Yeah, we budget every single year,
What do we
between,
do with some of them?
with our heavy trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're on a replacement schedule, so typically, when we reach the end of the useful life of one, that gets recycled out and purchase another.
Did we ever
So what-
replace the one that got damaged from hitting the bridge?
Yes,
So we're even with that one now.
yes, so the issue is, it depends on the year and what our need is.
Right.
It's either 60-40 recycle truck, a front load, a rear load, a side load, so we have multiple pieces of equipment. And we'll have those for 5 to 8 years,
Okay.
depending on what the maintenance ends up being, because once the vehicle we start spending a lot in maintenance, it gets to a point where it's not worth dropping, $40,000. Awesome.
Oh. And then that goes back into revenue.
County auction,
Thank you, Director.
We'll go up,
Eddie.
you still get a lot of money. That drops right back in the account, and again, we have this ongoing kind of rotating thing every year. And some years we don't have to allocate, and we don't have to touch it. We do need
I
a.
still haven't gotten to drive the street sweeper.
Me neither.
I wanted.
Drive, you do a ride.
Yeah, I'll take the ride along. I'll take the ride along.
Okay, let's
We
keep going.
also did like a bed replacement on one of them, right?
Correct. Yep, and one of the, it was,
Okay, now we're on what page?
We are on page 4, regional sewer. 1.5 million in total regional sewer requests, 1.5 total unfunded. And now we will go to the total city requests for fiscal year.
Can you change that modular office space? Can you round up, please, and get rid of those numbers? Allow that to be printed. Modular office
For
space,
fiscal year
66.
Oh.
I'm gonna change anything. You can say 66, 67.
Round up to 67.
On the heavy front,
yes, sir.
if you could figure out one that would automatically shake the garbage can such that the lid closed when it comes back down. Especially in the wet season, that would.
You know what, and if they could have a power washing thing, like we could just run them through a power wash real quick before we drop them off. Think about the level of service that we're giving now.
All right, kids.
That
All right, come on. Okay, regional sewer fund, $1.5 million for pipelining and replacement upgrades. This is unfunded.
Correct.
Sounds important.
Did you have a question about it?
I do, so if we do the increase, do we have the projection again of how much more we're gonna bring in?
This is the regional sewer, we haven't talked.
No, we haven't talked about
that.
that, so we have to come back to that.
I skipped that.
Cause I just want to see if that increase is gonna help us, so we can bring that back.
So total city requests down at the bottom, 71,952,381. So it's a total city request, bottom of page 4. And then total not funded, 12.148 million. So that's the total enterprise, that's the total all fund requests for CIP for this year. The next pages, I won't go into the details, but that shows you the same information, but then if there's a request for the 5-year plan, so that it might be an item that they need additional money in other years, that's listed in here. As well as Jamie mentioned, there's the forms that relate to these individual items, so go ahead and go through that. If you have additional questions, feel free to email us or get in contact with the departments. And overall, we're at the end of our budget presentation. I will just.
Y'all, grand job.
Thank you. Thank you all for riding with us on this new process. Thank you to our entire leadership team for all their input and all their staff, and the entire finance team and our finance director. We'll come back with all those updates in July. If you have questions in between then, feel free to email us. We will come together as a group, get with the city manager's office and make sure we answer any of your questions so that in July we're prepared for those updates as well. And in between then we'll get with Stantec on the modeling. We'll do a debriefing of summary so we make sure we answer all your questions that you have that we weren't able to answer today.
It's amazing.
Well, this has been great. This long day, but a really helpful day. Gives us a basic overview of what's going on. I'm sure we all have our own questions that we can get to
Absolutely.
you.
We'd be happy to answer them.
And I thank you and, Do I have a motion? No, not yet,
I
just to bring out.
just want to say real quick, thank you, everyone. As I mentioned before, first time we're doing this during the actual workday. Thank you for taking time out of your schedules. I know this is a long day. But thank you. This was very beneficial for staff as far as really getting the jump start on the budget. And, like I said, as things come up, I know you guys will probably keep going through these. We meet every single week with each one of you. Feel free to bring any questions, anything you need, additional information, just let me know. Staff. We'll get it to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you staff for being.
Motion made, Madam Mayor.
Do I have a motion?
No motion needed.
No motion needed. There you go. Have a great night.
Ms. Fisher?